Shifting the Balance, written by Mark Schrutt, narrated by Garrett Goodison. Dedication. I dedicate this to my daughter, Lily. I love you. To my partner, Ellen, thank you for inspiring, challenging, and supporting me. All those countless hours of reading this book did lead to something. I also want to thank IDC, which encouraged me to ask questions and look at data. IDC provided me with the means to dig deep into areas that ultimately have shaped the guidance we provide to some of the leading companies in the world. The door always seems to remain open at IDC. And finally, to my extended family throughout the US and Canada, I hope this book does you proud. Forward. Data has always driven the technology research industry. Data and analytics are also at the intersection of our mission at IDC, or International Data Corporation, to create data-driven insight for our clients to enhance decision-making. 2021 is very different from any other time in my 20-plus years in the industry. The enhanced ability to collect and source new data provides us with the opportunity to pursue incredible new business opportunities. The value of data in corporate planning has never been more critical than it is now. I see it in how high-tech firms operate, employing their digital assets to drive scale. Still, while technology executives may be leaders in the data-driven approach, I see far too many decisions made without the benefit of data. With better data, we can minimize risk and ground strategies in fact and reality. Ironically, our research shows that intuition still drives most executive decisions, even though the appetite for data is greater today than ever before. However, I believe we are witnessing a significant shift in decision-making from intuition towards data. Leading companies are now moving from using historical data for planning towards leveraging real-time, predictive information to make better and faster decisions. The timing of shifting the balance could not be better. Businesses are moving from having not enough data to having too much. The problem is still, how do we drive insight from this information? The future will draw businesses and society further into the digital economy, and Mark's book provides critical guidance on how people and analytics can work together. Shifting the Balance makes the case that in today's complex and uncertain world, the role of humans in decision-making is more critical than ever. But to achieve optimal results, we cannot do it on our own. It is too easy to make mistakes when you solely trust your gut or believe you and your team have it all figured out. We need checks and balances and software to assist us in optimizing decisions. The move to a data-driven company is not just about technology, even though that is the focus of our research at IDC. Technology might be the easiest part, but many smaller, detailed steps and organizational processes need to be aligned to make the possible a reality. Shifting the Balance covers topics such as developing a data strategy, governance, and where to use analytics for decision-making. Equally important, we as leaders need to set the tone and encourage curiosity and collaboration. These topics are the foundational pieces of this book. In the long run, they will likely be as important as how much real-time business and customer data you can capture and analyze. Mark's book also powerfully brings issues such as ethics and bias into sharper focus. Shifting the Balance is an invaluable guide for what I believe is an inevitable future, where better decisions are made based on facts and where real-time data-driven companies will create overwhelming competitive barriers. Lars Jornensen, Senior Vice President and Managing Director, IDC Canada, October 2020. Introduction. What if you had the data and information you always wanted and knew what to do with it? What if you could predict upcoming market trends, knew the optimum point to price products, understood the impact of weather on retail shopping before deciding to open a new store, and were sure a certain pitcher would throw inside on a 3-2 pitch? You might change your decision, or at the very least, use these data points to confirm the path you were about to take. Without data, you're moving forward in darkness. While data doesn't guarantee good outcomes, regardless of how much you have or how good it is, it's a whole lot better than trusting the future of your business to pure instinct. Over 80% of executives believe their business will be disrupted by digital technology in the next 2 years. The same percentage of leaders see data and analytics as the key to their corporate survival. I have been affiliated with International Data Corporation for over a dozen years as a vice president of research and currently as a strategic advisor in their Canadian offices. Data is the middle name of our corporation and has been since it was founded in the mid-60s. We like to ask all sorts of business and technology questions in surveys and interviews, such as how business leaders use data in decision-making. For example, more than 80% of executives believe that data should be at the center of their strategy, yet most are uncomfortable with using data in decision-making and think analytics is too complex. Admittedly, data can be difficult to access and isn't always current. Numbers on their own tell you little without the effort to drive insight from data. It is not easy, but some executives stand up during meetings and rattle off statistics about growth and market share. There are industries built by data, such as financial services, and those that have been transformed by data, like entertainment with Netflix and travel with Airbnb. Data must play a big role in business decisions, but that doesn't mean it currently does. The sobering reality is that an IDC survey on decision-making in the winter of 2019 found that barely 30% of business decisions are made primarily on data. The number dropped to only 20% when corporate management was asked about developing strategies and operational decisions. Gut and intuition may have worked for decades, but no longer cut it when customer demands shift with the next tweet or Instagram post, and your industry can be fundamentally changed within a few quarters. What prompted IDC's research on decision-making in the first place was a meeting I had in the spring of 2018 with the newly hired executive vice president of digital at Canada's largest newspaper. Having just completed research on corporation innovation and developing a blueprint for the growing trend of creating innovation centers, I had moved my attention towards disruption and how digital technologies were changing industries. I wanted to understand if disruption moved in patterns or phases, from when it may be only a speck on the radar with no impact on numbers, to the point where you are preparing for bankruptcy like Blockbuster and Kodak. I also wanted to understand whether disruption affected different kinds of companies in distinct ways. The answer I found is yes. Even a company involved in 2 or more sectors will see different changes and at particular paces. The news industry provided me with a perfect proving ground for this research. Companies like the New York Times Company, Garrett, and Torstar Corporation gave me a vast arena to investigate change. The newspaper executive described the painful experience that began at the paper just at the turn of the century through to his arrival, as well as a whole new slate of management in 2016. Over these 15 years, the newspaper had gone from 5.5 million subscribers to under 3 million, a 15% decline in market share for advertising spend, and a market capitalization that once surpassed $2.3 billion to the point where it was trading as a penny stock. What he described were stages of market disruption that the travel and home entertainment industries had gone through and were beginning to rewrite the rules in other sectors. One of the key lessons about disruption is that it happens much faster than it used to. In the beginning, most industry disruption goes unnoticed, and it is very difficult to determine what is true change. For the newspapers, it was shortly after the internet went mainstream in the 90s and news aggregators like AOL and Yahoo first appeared. But these seemed like background noise or static and didn't leave a dent in market share. Most newspaper executives did not sense the changes that were beginning to occur, and even for those who did, it was business as usual. Leading a business through industry disruption is not easy. The individuals that ran most of the major newspaper chains until a few years ago had multiple opportunities to consider the data or to listen to what their readers and advertisers wanted. Instead, executives relied on what market researchers and insiders said about which paper had what share and employed tactics to artificially improve their numbers, such as increasing newsstand pricing by 300% over a 7-year period, selling off assets, and outsourcing production. Again and again, management failed to look at the data to guide their investments into new media channels, frequently missing the mark and underspending in the future engine of their industry. The newspaper executive I was talking to went on to describe the aha moment that ownership had when it realized they were competing in a far different marketplace than the family forebears had over the previous century. An institutional investor had just forced the sale of its highly profitable book publishing arm. The investor gave the chairman a blow when he first pointed out that the paper's website was full of what had already happened. "People aren't interested in yesterday's news," he said. I was amazed by the story, on several fronts. The newspaper had missed so many signals and opportunities to potentially reverse the course of market share erosion, but the decisions they made only made the situation worse. They had made bad decisions based mostly on intuition, and didn't use data in deciding on many of the failed tactics that they tried. Soon after, the chair stepped down and the newspaper changed management. The paper brought in new leadership, many from outside the industry, and heralded a new culture that believed in making decisions completely based on data. "We're not there yet," the news executive told me, "but data is playing a major role now, in everything, from strategy to what articles are promoted on our app." Just over 30% of decisions are primarily driven by data. I've stated that statistic before, and you will see it again. Data isn't a panacea, and it won't guarantee you good results. There are issues to consider, such as quality, ethics, and consumer privacy when deciding how to use data. Data is viewed as power and sometimes leads to abuse, silos, and gatekeepers who control access and potentially hijack the story. Data is not always at our fingertips and can be complicated, although there's a lot of effort going on to make working with data easier. There are also individual, organizational, and societal challenges surrounding data-driven decision-making. This includes personal bias, overconfidence, the lack of corporate data strategies and management, and most importantly, a shift in the culture and mindset around trusting data. But most people want more and better data to make decisions, and they are getting it. There has been more data created in the past 48 months than in the entirety of humanity that preceded it. IDC's Global Data Sphere, which tracks such things, is projected to grow by 300% over the next 4 years. For example, last year, the National Hockey League rolled out a player tracking system that, in its first game, collected more data than the aggregate of all data from the prior 102-year history of the sport. You need data to make decisions, and you need a lot of data to leverage artificial intelligence, or AI, and advanced analytics systems. Data is also becoming more personal and instantaneous, as connected devices bring real-time data to decision-making for Uber's spot pricing or smart city traffic management. I could not have written this book 5 years ago. Since that time, we have moved at lightning speed beyond the big data era characterized by volume to the AI era, which uses technology to identify hard-to-notice patterns, provide future scenarios, unearth opportunities, and do it all in increasing frequency by automating certain decisions. In the past 5 years, I have seen industries go from analog to fully digital. Andrew Peller Limited, the Canadian winery, has bought into satellite, drone, and sensor technologies, while also shifting from print ads to 100% digital. "We're digital from planning to corking," says CEO John Peller. The shift we are experiencing is not necessarily about technology, or data for that matter, but people. This shift is partly driven by diversity and inclusion of a new workforce generation, and partly by the demands and expectations of customers. The shift won't be quick. It will take a while for people and society to settle into the new normal. But the shift will rebalance the use of intuition and data in decision-making. The extent of the shift will depend on factors such as your reliance on data, the sectors in which you are active, how quickly decisions need to be made, and the needs of your customers. Data is not the final answer either. There are also certain areas where human touch cannot be replaced. Creativity, integrating multiple concepts, and developing corporate missions and vision are examples. But the role of intuition will also shift in the future, most likely centering on the beginning stages of the decision, where choices should consider ethics and empathy, and finally, when decisions actually need to be made. But the result will be more than 30% of decisions being primarily based on data, and the rest on intuition. At least, I certainly hope so. Maybe it will be 50-50 or 60-40, but this shift will happen. There's too much information available and too much change taking place. There is too much at stake for data not to play a bigger role. This book was written about this shift and the urgency that executives need to feel. If you and your organization do not use data to drive insight about customer trends, what to cross-sell, or which projects to fund next year, your competitors will, and you will be left to fend for yourself with experience and gut. Good luck. The purpose of this book is to outline why organizations are moving to be data-driven, but also to describe the steps you can take to do the same. Furthermore, this book is about change and how to make better decisions. What type of data is available, from what sources, and how we can use it. What will make the biggest differences when looking at data to make decisions? What separates the data-rich and information-poor from best-in-class organizations? While it is difficult to avoid certain topics, this book is not really about the psychology of decision-making, a classroom lesson about big data and AI, or how AI will reshape the future of work. There has been plenty written about these subjects already, and while business and technology have become inseparable, this book is primarily about making better decisions in business. What you'll find in this book. Part 1. The Rise of Data. The leaders of the digital world make decisions differently. In chapters 1 through 7, I discuss how companies such as Amazon and Airbnb combine experience and intuition with data and advanced analytics to drive competitive wedges in their markets. Basing decisions on data is not yet the norm, but it will become conventional for business leaders in the future. If so few business decisions today, whether strategic or tactical, are based primarily on data, there is a lot of variance and inconsistency, as you'll see in the first 4 chapters. For some industries, the role of data in certain decisions falls to 20% or less. Yet some decisions, such as the price of an airplane ticket, yield management, and credit ratings, are entirely data-driven and have been for some time. Then there is the great in-between, from gut to automated, where data is set to help firms predict outcomes, develop fact-based strategic plans, and uncover hard-to-notice patterns. Chapters 5 and 6 examine how technical and societal influences have shaped the use of data and analytics. I discuss why, over the past 5 years, advanced analytics have become inseparable from corporate strategies. There is a large gap that needs to be bridged between aspiration and reality of how corporate decisions are made. The disconnect includes leadership and misplaced overconfidence and overemphasis on experience when circumstances are usually very different. The most important elements are human factors, such as realizing inherent biases and the role of values and empathy. These factors will combine with data to emerge as central to making good decisions in the future. You also need to look at the future of decision-making from different angles. In Chapter 7, I asked business executives if there was one piece of data that they could have, what would it be? This is a sort of Moneyball question, a key overlooked metric that becomes a driving force for industry disruption. The advantage is only short-term. Once it's out, it is no longer a competitive advantage. The key to sustained success is choosing to be curious and pursuing the next piece of data that makes all the difference. Part 2. Rewriting the rules of business decision-making. The move towards data-driven decision-making has not happened overnight. Digital technologies, which are more powerful and accessible, have a lot to do with it. While rewriting the traditional rules of business, digitally native firms such as Netflix and Uber now make up 20% of the S&P 500. Over 3/4 of executives believe that their industries will be transformed in the next 2 years. Most surveyed believed that data and artificial intelligence is the key driver to change. There is urgency. Other factors are helping to shape the move towards data-driven decision-making. Some of these include relatively new management practices such as lean startup and design thinking approaches that are discovering new insights on customer needs and market shifts. Data is key to guiding leaders through the threats and opportunities of disruption. Chapters 8 to 11 describe what it takes to be a data-driven organization that relies on facts and doesn't make decisions based on instinct. This section begins with the forces that are combining to shift decision-making, particularly market disruption, which is occurring in virtually every industry. This transformation sees new business models permanently replacing the status quo. It does not happen overnight. Disruption happens in stages with several interdependent decisions that need to be made with information and facts. A number of progressive business practices, such as agile and design thinking, have emerged that allow firms to move faster and reimagine themselves as leaders of change in their industry. This section explains how companies can use data to guide these changes. I will introduce the role of ethics and values, as well as the role that data plays in setting the stage for better decision-making. Part 3. How to make a good decision. In Chapter 12, I discuss how data-driven organizations share core elements, including a tradition of using data, leadership, and culture. Tradition starts somewhere, and firms with little history around data can catch up. Leadership and culture can also be rebooted. Many firms caught in industry disruption, such as Microsoft and Spanish retailer Mercadona, have rebounded with new leadership that believes in diversity and collaboration. In chapters 13 through 15, you'll find that while you are not going to get very far without support from the top, best-in-class organizations differentiate themselves by the depth of information connections they have with their customers, and shifting their field of vision to be proactive and not reactive. The final factor of a data-driven organization is balance, the ability to make decisions with a combination of data for insight and intuition and judgment to help ground decisions. This section outlines how leading firms are using data to build strong relationships with their customers, anticipate change, and combine intuition with data to make decisions that drive better results. Part 4. Putting data to work. Chapters 16 and 17 look at two industries, sports and government, that provide a perspective on how decisions are made. Sports has a long history of using data. It has a stronger tradition of relying too much on gut and intuition. There are a lot of factors at play, including a culture that rewards overconfidence. The most successful teams have brought data front and center and are marrying it with experience to inform decision-making. There are a number of key lessons businesses can learn from sports, including the use of real-time data in game planning and the wide range of applying data, from an athlete's performance to ticketing to sponsorship. Data and government have long gone hand in hand. Data has a significant role in policy decisions, and transparency and access, which are the foundations of open government initiatives, have become hallmarks of the big data age. Gaps have begun to appear around the pace at which data moves and the capabilities of the public sector, in addition to between the expectations of the digitally centric citizen and the reactionary nature of government. This book wraps up by outlining the elements of a good data strategy in Chapter 18 and some of the challenges, opportunities, and best practices around data-driven decision-making in Chapter 19. This section will help show the difference between having lots of data and actually driving insight from it. Factors such as governance and connecting older legacy technologies with newer digital platforms are heightened in a data-driven organization. The most important differences between a data-driven business and others are seen in the organizational structure, the roles, authority, and leadership of a firm's data efforts. Aspects around bias and ethics and their connection to corporate values need to be considered. It is easy to depend on intuition, but if we are going to shift the balance on how decisions are made, we are going to face hurdles along the way. Corporate executives talk about their organization's need for skills, the importance of a good data strategy, and how critical their own actions are in establishing a data-driven culture. There is also tension created by change and the way individuals and organizations make decisions. Society also shapes how we use data. This can be seen in the friction between those who believe in facts and science and others who believe decisive leadership means shooting from the hip and deciding by instinct. Sound decision-making, though, combines data and intuition. It looks behind and beyond the numbers to ensure we are doing the right thing. Part 1. The Rise of Data. Chapter 1. Shifting Winds. Individuals vary, but percentages remain constant. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, The Sign of the Four. The American Basketball Association, or ABA, ceased to exist in 1977. At the end of that season, Dr. J, and 10 other future Hall of Famers, along with the three-point shot that the league originated, and 4 of the 6 remaining ABA teams were absorbed into the NBA, or National Basketball Association. The other 2 ABA teams, the Kentucky Colonels, took the buyout offer of $3.2 million that was on the table. The other team, the Spirits of St. Louis, decided to hold out. In the summer of 1977, their owners proposed a different arrangement. In return for folding the team, which they had purchased a year earlier for $1 million, the owners, Ozzie and Daniel Silna, countered with an offer of no upfront buyout. Instead, they would share in a 1/7 share of the media rights that the ABA teams would be eligible for in perpetuity. The Silnas had done the numbers. That was the reason my brother and I bought the team in the first place, said Daniel Silna. There were 3 potential outcomes as we saw it. 1, we would become part of the NBA. Not bad. 2, we would be forced to take a buyout that we projected would be from $2 million to $4 million, at least doubling our investment. While these 2 potential outcomes were based mostly on a hunch, the third was backed by data, and as we will see later, resulted in the greatest deal in history of sports. When people think of Disney, they imagine Mickey and Donald, the movies, the marketing empire, and magic wristbands. But it was not always that way. The Disney empire was built on leadership that believed it had the perfect touch, creativity, and imagination. In other words, it was a culture shaped by intuition. Data helped validate decisions, but didn't get the most attention in decisions on Disney's main lines of business, movie production and amusement parks. Beginning in its hotel division in the early 90s, where Disney's new CEO, Michael Eisner, brought in management that trusted analytics on yield and profit over full occupancy. The company has adopted a data-driven mindset in everything from merchandising, digital content, movies, and even its Broadway shows, such as The Lion King. Data-driven decision-making has shaped Disney, led the Houston Astros, who, under a Kellogg MBA and McKinsey alum, went from the worst team to World Series champs, and, as we will see later, made the Silnas multi-millionaires. For every success, there are most likely 50 failures and poor decisions that are made with little or no data and mostly gut. In 1999, Polygram, a division of the Dutch multinational Philips, had revenue of close to $1 billion. That was real, concrete revenue that the entertainment and spirits giant Seagram coveted. Seagram approached Polygram a couple of times in the late 1990s and eventually proposed a $10 billion acquisition. Seagram knew the music industry, owning Universal Records at the time, and had close to $20 billion in revenue. Yet the deck was stacked slightly against Seagram because Polygram's parent, Philips, had a division that manufactured CD-ROMs, or recordable discs. This unit had seen a spike in sales as more and more end consumers were buying CD-ROMs for the purposes of copying music. This was before Napster came and went, and the MP3 format became an industry standard. Nonetheless, this data was critical in the decision to sell Polygram. Recordable CD-ROMs and ripping music would forever change the face of music distribution. Polygram quickly accepted Seagram's offer, and the rest, as they say, is history. The record industry soon began its steady decline that wouldn't end for another 14 years. While royalties from streaming services such as Spotify have led to a recovery of some of the lost sales, industry revenues lag well behind the heyday of the late 90s. It is difficult to say how much data has played in Disney's success over the past 2 decades, or how the lack of information led executives at Seagram to misjudging the future of the entertainment industry. Yet, looking backward through the lens of a case study or two, it is clear to see when certain markets peaked, how customers reacted the last 2 times prices were increased, and why executives made the right and frequently the wrong decisions. Seagram, Blockbuster, and the Canadian newspaper giant Torstar did not sense the impact that technology and changing consumer behavior would have. Sears, on the other hand, was able to quantify the Amazon effect and the impact other e-commerce firms could have, but made the wrong decisions on how to defend its market. With retrospect, you can get an understanding of where decision-making is heading. Historical data has been the mainstay in forecasting and decision-making for centuries. But companies want and need to do more. The stakes are too high. Businesses are using data to be much more predictive and much more accurate in their decision-making. They also see encouraging returns, with IDC's 2019 survey on decision-making showing best-in-class organizations driving improved productivity and revenue opportunities resulting in a return on investment, or ROI, of over 50% on their data-driven decisions. Data will reshape decision-making, frequently automating many tactical processes such as supply chain and customer acquisition, and constantly rebalancing the optimal use of intuition, judgment, and experience. While the momentum is certainly moving in this direction, the pace and extent to which data will reshape decision-making will depend on a number of factors. Chief among them are 1. The leadership, culture, and mindset of an organization. 2. Trust built by proving the value of data and gradually increasing its use in corporate decision-making. 3. The ability for organizations to drive insight and action from data. 4. The evolution of technologies and tools to make sense of the ever-growing mountain of data that goes into decisions. 5. The behavior, sentiment, and actions of customers and the ability to capture this information. And 6. Industry disruption and the urgency with which businesses feel the need to change. The time for data-driven decision-making is now. As the movement towards data-backed decision-making continues, it will become increasingly unusual for executives to make decisions counter to where the data points. Companies that do not integrate data analytics into strategic decision-making will quickly find that they have been left behind, uncertain of their next move, or how long they can sustain losses until they finally declare bankruptcy. Most organizations see themselves as average in their use of data when making decisions. Furthermore, organizations are focused on using data about the past to address current problems and, when it comes down to it, use a balanced approach that leans more towards intuition and gut. In Figure 1.1, you can see that the majority of businesses believe they are on par with their peers. Figure 1.1. A simple bar chart showing how business leaders rank themselves in their ability to use data in decision-making. The x-axis, which shows the choices business leaders could self-rank as, is labeled from left to right. Far behind our peers, lag behind our peers, on par with our peers, exceed our peers, and best in class. The majority of respondents perceive themselves to be on par or better than other executives in their use of data. Caption: How businesses perceive their use of data in decision-making as compared to others in their industry. Source: IDC. IDC's survey on the state of decision-making found that only 4% of all Canadian firms are classified as best in class, and an additional 20% exceed their peers in data-driven maturity, as seen in Figure 1.2. Figure 1.2. A simple bar chart showing how business leaders make decisions. The different ways that the business leaders make decisions include entirely intuition or gut, mostly intuition, balance of intuition and data, mostly data, and entirely data-based. While well spread out between data and instinct, the majority of business decisions are made mostly or entirely on intuition and judgment. Caption: How decisions are made at organizations. Source: IDC. In other terms, 3/4 of business respondents, line management, and executives view their organization as at par or below par in their ability to use data in decision-making. This increases slightly for certain sectors. The other exception to the 4% best-in-class benchmark is more significant. Large and enterprise-size firms with over 3,000 employees are 3 times more likely to rate themselves as best-in-class. Everything from strategic planning on new products and acquisitions, only 26% of decisions by corporate management are based mostly or solely on data, to more tactical activities such as budgeting, customer care, and supply chain are made mostly by gut and not data. 36% of these decisions are based solely or mostly on data. Strategic decisions such as entering new markets, research and innovation, and even corporate planning are made mostly by intuition. Furthermore, the C-suite is twice as likely to see themselves as best in class or better decision makers than their peers, while making most of their decisions by gut or experience, as you can see in Figure 1.3. Figure 1.3. A stacked bar chart showing how various corporate roles self-rated their capabilities of using data in decision-making. The roles include chief executive officers, corporate management, chief financial officers, finance department executives, and operations. CEOs and corporate management are much more likely to rate themselves as best in class or exceeding peers in their use of data in decision-making over their peers. CFOs, finance department executives, and operations tend to rate themselves as on par with their peers. Caption: Decision-making maturity by role. Source: IDC. This is human nature. It is hard to realize when you are making decisions based on instinct, particularly when you don't sense the weight of the decision in the first place. Leaders are overly confident in their own ability to make the right choice, and even those who believe in data begin to over-rely on their judgment as they gain more experience. After all, they didn't get this far without the ability to call it right. That's how they got there, and you don't get there if you are uncertain, reflected Cameron Davies, the past head of analytics at NBC Universal and currently Chief Data Officer of Yum Brands. CEOs are overconfident, which has its pros and cons. People want to follow leaders who are sure of themselves, bring certainty to the organization, and are willing to be decisive and make the hard decisions. This provides a natural hierarchy and order, which in a manner are interdependent. While confidence and experience grow over time, executives are asked to make decisions outside their scope of expertise, which can be dangerous. Furthermore, the corner office is frequently a place where only good news rises to the top, and decisions are rarely second-guessed. Overconfidence, intuition, bias, and decisions based on insufficient or incorrect information frequently lead us in the wrong direction. While this can be debated, it has also been demonstrated in numerous research papers and by the work of researchers such as Nobel laureate Daniel Kahneman. What cannot be argued, though, is that if we had more or better data, we wouldn't always use it. It is also true that we are just beginning to grasp the power that comes from every click through the internet, the 2,000 data points that are captured every second of an NHL game, the 90,000 pieces generated every time the Golden State Warriors play, and the terabytes of data that Uber and Airbnb have access to at any given moment. A seismic shift towards data-driven decision-making will take place over the next decade. This shift or rebalancing between intuition and data is inevitable. Artificial intelligence, or AI, and big data are no longer in their infancy or solutions looking for problems to solve. With predictive and cognitive analytics tools, the use of gut is on the decline and losing a constant battle with data. As the state of AI and analytics mature, the days of making decisions without enough information may very well be dead. The future belongs to organizations that embrace a data mindset, create direct connections to understand their customers, and access their behavioral data, and turn information into insight to guide future decisions. Data-driven decision-making in practice. The spirits of St. Louis. The greatest deal in sports? If it comes to data, it is hands down the American Basketball Association's Spirits of St. Louis. Babe Ruth's trade to the Yankees is close. He had already broken the single-season home record by the time the Red Sox traded him for $100,000. But then the Yanks went on to win 7 American League pennants and 4 World Series with the Bambino. What about the great one, Wayne Gretzky? The Indianapolis Racers traded Gretzky 10 games into his professional career, but it is difficult to evaluate 17-year-old rookies, right? Well, Gretzky had been the most coveted prep player ever. Nelson Skalbania, who controlled the failing Racers, decided to bet Gretzky in a game of backgammon against Edmonton Oilers owner Peter Pocklington, who had anteed up a small estate of artwork. You know how that story ends. No, the greatest sports deal based on data, and some luck, really did not involve players, gate revenue, or championships. This deal started out in the final days of the American Basketball Association and didn't end until almost 40 years later in 2016. But it didn't take 4 decades to pay off. This story starts in the early 70s. Brothers Ozzie and Daniel Silna were apparel makers from Brooklyn. While not knowing much about basketball, they decided they wanted to own a team. After failing to get any interest from the Detroit Pistons ownership group, the brothers bought in cheap at $1 million to the ABA. The ABA had begun in 1967, and by the early 70s, the league was in an all-out war for players with the staid and somewhat dreary NBA. But the ABA bled red, losing close to $40 million during its brief and electric history. The ABA had been plagued by difficulties with owners who were frequently arrested, went bankrupt, or got kicked out of town for not paying their bills. But they had some great players, including Marvin Bad News Barnes, Maurice the Enforcer Lucas, and Moses Malone. Did he need a nickname? Who were members of the recently relocated Spirits of St. Louis that the Silnas bought in 1974, as seen in the Spirits 1975-76 team photo, Figure 1.4. Figure 1.4. A group photograph of the Spirits of St. Louis team players taken on the basketball court. The players, in their team uniforms, are arranged in two rows with the first row sitting on a bench and the second row standing behind them. On either ends of the players are men wearing suits. Caption: The Spirits of St. Louis team. Source: Creative Circle Media. The brothers wrote the checks, one of the few ABA checks that did not bounce, believing that an NBA merger was imminent and knowing that both leagues were spending far too much money on players to both survive. The Silnas also believed St. Louis, which was the 7th largest U.S. city and the largest without a basketball team, would be an ideal TV and attendance market for the NBA. Not for the ABA. The Spirits frequently drew fewer than 1,000 fans to a game. A little more than a year later, the Silnas prophecy came true as the ceasefire between the two leagues was signed. Of the 7 ABA teams at the end of the 1976 season, 4 were offered NBA franchises at a cost of $3.2 million each, plus pension payments. 2 teams, the Kentucky Colonels and the Silnas' Spirits, were offered $3.2 million to walk away, while the 7th team, the Virginia Squires, had folded just a month earlier. The Colonels, led by John Brown, former governor of Kentucky, took the money, eventually turning it into the Boston Celtics, which Brown sold in 1979 to buy the holding company of Kentucky Fried Chicken. The Silnas? This is where data and the value of projected media rights comes in. The Silnas were not offered an NBA team, and they balked at the buyout offer. With the NBA deal expiring at the stroke of midnight, Ozzie Silna pulled out a plan that they had worked out a few months earlier and had initially been scoffed at. It was an offer the ABA owners should have refused. We counted on the remaining owners undervaluing the future that television deals would drive, said Daniel Silna. For walking away, the Silnas would take a $1 million payment for Bad News, the Enforcer, and Moses Malone, and an equal share of any television revenues that the final ABA teams would be entitled to forever. The Silnas were borrowing a page from Bill Gates when he decided to license and not sell Microsoft's operating system, or musicians who take a small advance in return for retaining the rights to their music. Hours before the NBA would take the deal off the table, the offer probably sounded like a non-issue to the other ABA owners. The ABA had never had a television contract. The NBA had few regular season games broadcast, and playoff games were on tape delay, and would be until the mid-'80s, shown after the 11 o'clock news. NBA television was modest at best. In fact, the finals were delayed and were not shown live in the late 70s, says Carl Scheer, the former general manager of the Denver Nuggets. There were those who understood what the future might bring for the NBA, but most so-called experts thought that pro basketball had a very modest future. Not the Silna brothers. The ABA owners knew the situation and that annual payments from television totaled $9 million per year for the entire NBA. The Silnas, though, knew that the NBA deal was expiring and would probably be renewed for much more, partly driven by a new kind of television gaining popularity: cable. We knew back in the 70s that the NBA's TV deal was vastly undervalued and would only grow, said Ozzie Silna in 2012. You've got to be lucky in a lot of this stuff, but you've got to see the stuff too. If it's there and you don't see it, You don't have a chance to get lucky. The Spirit's lawyer Donald Shupak added, "We saw the future of media as being fantastic and did an analysis of what that might mean economically over the next 20 years. We saw the present value of that income stream in the future and determined it was worth multiples of what we had been offered." Still, the Silness deal would not vest until 1980. Even when it did, the annual take was less than $500,000 a year to the former Spirit's owners. The deal must have felt like a constant, irritating fly on the wall. The former ABA owners tried every trick in the book to break the contract and finally to negotiate their way out of the deal, but with no luck. New television contracts were signed every 4 years for the next 3 decades until the annual rights went for close to $1 billion annually. "We saw room for growth there," Ozzie Silna once said, "but we had no idea it would grow this much." By 2008, the Silnas were earning close to $50 million a year. The 2008 contract included international television, streaming, and other digital formats never imagined in 1976. The contract not only went on in perpetuity, it intentionally included a broad definition of broadcast revenues. The Silnas took the NBA to court. For some nighttime reading, check out the 2011 New York Supreme Court decision on the matter. "I was blunt during these discussions," Shupak wrote in a 2012 legal declaration. Quote, "Rather than narrow the definition of TV revenues, I insisted instead that we add a new sentence to emphasize that this was a broad definition that could not be evaded or made obsolete." End quote. Finally, enough was enough. With Ozzie's health failing, he died in 2016, the Spirits of St. Louis, which last won a game in 1976 and whose home arena saw the demolishing ball a quarter-century ago, exited the NBA in 2015, pocketing over $800 million. Hey, Ruth was darn good. The Yanks' murderer's row started a string of World Series wins. Gretzky tore up the record book before he was 30 years old. But for data-driven decision-making chutzpah and good lawyers, I'll put my bet on the Spirits of St. Louis. Key takeaways. There is no going back. There is a shift happening between the use of intuition and data in decision-making. As the pace of change accelerates, firms that rely on gut and experience will lose out to businesses driven by data. Using data in decision-making drives higher ROI. Only 4% of business executives view their organization as best in class in data-driven decision-making. These firms report a ROI of greater than 50% in their use of analytic technologies. The shift will not happen overnight. The pace and extent of the use of data depends on leadership, trust, capabilities, and the urgency to adapt to disruptive forces. Chapter 2. Informed, Enhanced, and Driven Data. I never guess. It is a shocking habit, destructive to the logical faculty. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, The Sign of the Four. In today's business environment, data is becoming inseparably linked with operations, production, finance, and services being delivered to citizens and customers alike. And as data and business become lockstep, analytics and decisions become further linked. This book is about this move, the value data can provide to business decisions, and how organizations can become more data-driven. Data-driven does not imply that AI will make all the decisions, telling humans what to do, or how and where and when machines will replace people. While there is validity to this vision of the future, there is also a lot of hype as well. First, it won't happen as quickly as some predict. Businesses don't necessarily work well with the headwinds of uncertainty, risk, and regulations. There will be investments required, both financially and in effort, which will face resistance from individuals and groups that don't embrace change. Secondly, the skill set of the workplace will have to shift for AI to become part of operations. The sweet spot for decision-making by automated intelligence and bots are tasks that are redundant and menial in nature. Activities like shop floor operations and maintenance, giving out traffic tickets, and call center activities. For example, just take a look at Figure 2.1, which shows you how decisions are made in the marketing department. Figure 2.1. a pie chart that resembles a gauge with a needle showing how marketing executives use data and intuition to make decisions. From left to right, the chart reads: entirely on intuition, 27%. Mostly intuition, 54%. Balance of data and intuition, 12%. Mostly data, 4%. And completely on data, 3%. The needle points toward the left side of the gauge, indicating that roughly 81% of decision-making by marketing executives is based entirely or mostly on intuition. Caption: How decisions are made in marketing. Source: IDC. It's unlikely AI could take the place of the majority of decisions because intuition is heavily involved in so many of them. While the last 50 years of international trade has resulted in many jobs being relocated to lower-paying countries and salary arbitrage, AI will wipe the slate clean and virtually eliminate those jobs altogether. The shift in skills will be towards the skills required for working alongside AI, or integrating AI into the job. More importantly, the workplace will need to clearly outline what the algorithm-based AI system is supposed to do. The workforce won't necessarily need to be programmers themselves, although I keep telling my daughter it's a good career choice. However, they will need to become somewhat more technical. Even as AI tools become easier to use, workers of the future will need to interact with AI-based systems by outlining their goal, end vision, and questions they'd like answered, and then let the system do its job. The workforce of the future will also become much more involved in data and use it to make decisions. What's in a name? Instead of data-driven, I could have used the phrase that NBC Universal's Senior Vice President, Corporate Decision Sciences, and now Chief Data Officer, Yum Brands Cameron Davies uses, data enhanced, in that data improves our decision-making capability. Steve Irvine, CEO of AI firm Integrate.ai, calls it superhero powers like Iron Man. Tom Waller, Lululemon's Senior Vice President of Advanced Innovation and Chief Science Officer, compares it to going from a Chevy Impala to an Indy racer. Another phrase is data-informed, where data provides that little bit extra, something that maybe ensures your decisions are grounded in facts. Sports teams have had to be very creative in introducing analytics to players and coaches, and have even started to play with the terminology. Roles that once had the title of Director of Research and Manager of Analytics have morphed into Business Strategy and Analytics, Chicago Bulls and Sacramento Kings of the NBA, Operations and Strategy, Philadelphia Eagles and Los Angeles Kings, and Sports Operations and Performance, Milwaukee Brewers. Even statistics have to be renamed to get buy-in from stakeholders, instead of being the butt of jokes. In hockey, we have something called PDO, says the Toronto Maple Leafs general manager, Kyle Dubas, when explaining the metric that measures the overall strength or weakness of a team. When you are trying to explain PDO to team owners and prominent people around the sport, it is a very difficult thing to do. When they ask what it stands for, we say it is the Twitter handle of an internet blogger, Brian King, or Potentially Dangerous Otter, PDO from Edmonton. He's the one who made the statistic up. They look at you with an expression that says, "What are we paying this guy for?" If you want to give a sophisticated answer for it, at the Leafs, we came up with percentage-driven outcome, PDO. There you go. The concern about the term data-driven is that it brings up the feeling or belief that it is AI that will make the decisions. And there are plenty of decisions that technology already automates. When the lights go on in your house or down the block, which Uber driver matches the collective criteria of location, satisfaction, and safety scores, or the price of a hotel room in New Orleans in the run-up to Mardi Gras. But the vast majority of operational and strategic decisions are and will remain in the hands and heads of men and women leaders. Data, though, will have a larger role in these decisions, along with the tactical choices. Data will be instrumental in setting priorities, developing goals, and measuring results. Data and decision-making not only become inseparable in the future, but data has already emerged as the key competitive advantage regardless if you sell connected toothbrushes or are starting an online tuxedo rental business. For your next formal engagement, check out the innovative tuxedo rental company, thebblacktux.com. Data-driven decision-making in practice. Disney. Most people think that the objective of a hotel is to sell every room it has every night, and that the goal of an airline is to have passengers jammed into every seat of every flight. While I have a hard time believing this isn't true, data analytics in practice has shown that this is not necessarily the ideal scenario. Yield management, which is developing the optimum price, helps in these decisions. Hotels will use the day, location, and multiple other factors, such as the lifetime value of the customer, to create dynamic pricing that enables a property a certain occupancy while also maximizing revenue and brand value. Airlines do the same thing with seat prices, and have been doing so since American Airlines began practicing yield management in the late 80s. One of American Airlines' executives, Mark Schrutt, moved to Disney in the early 90s, which set the path forward to a data-driven management style that continues to define Disney resorts. Mark came on board back in the early 90s, before big data and analytics were cool, relates a former executive at Disney. Disney started putting those systems into hotels where you actually started showing the yield management, driving these huge ROIs. It started changing Disney's thought process from, we just want to be at 100% occupancy, to realizing what being at 100% occupancy meant to the potential dilution of the overall strategic value, and how much money you left on the table. That was the starting point, and it grew over time, and it got all the way to how Disney got into more of the consumer products. From the resorts, Disney began using yield management at its theme parks. The Magic Bracelet has a direct connection to this approach. Then food and beverage services, and later merchandising. In the decade from 2000 to 2010, Disney realized 160% ROI from its analytics efforts. According to a former Disney executive, the analytics team had soon captured most of the basic opportunities. We had the low-hanging fruit, and now we've got to go higher up the tree, and we need a little bit longer ladder, the executive said, describing a conversation he had with board members. And the fruit is not quite as juicy, but it's still pretty good fruit, and it's still worth doing. Our board said, all right, what if I changed your tree? You've been doing this in parts. We got movies, studios, we got consumer products. Can we do the same thing? I said yes. Disney's analytics team is a centralized consulting group. It is a pay-to-play service that has proven its value and gained the trust of division heads at ABC Networks, ESPN, and other Disney properties. Over the past few years, analytics has found its way to Broadway. Disney productions such as The Lion King and Frozen have been founded on data analytics to determine pricing, schedules, advertising, promotion, and merchandising strategies. The use of data in technology sales. I started in the IT outsourcing industry in 1991, 2 years after the first mega deal, where outsourcing contracts valued at $1 billion plus were signed. The concept of IT outsourcing is straightforward. With scale and expertise, technology firms can deliver IT services better and cheaper than what could be done internally. I worked for Electronic Data Services, which was founded by an ex-IBM salesperson named H. Ross Perot. When I started, there was a story that floated around about a sales rep who, over dinner at a restaurant, struck a $100 million deal on the back of a napkin. Whether it was true or not, it wasn't uncommon that IT vendors at the time would make prices up. Costs were then designed to fit the price that had been agreed upon by some executive or big deal pursuit salesperson. While pricing has become more precise over time and driven by data, a lot in the 30-year-old industry hasn't changed from the H. Ross Perot days. Prospecting and qualification are old school for firms such as Canadian-based outsourcer with over $20 billion in annual revenues. It's still pretty simple. You look at the largest firms in your region, try to figure out their IT spend based on their industry, use Google to find out as much as you can, and call on the CEO, CFO, or CIO, relayed one of the vendor's sales reps. It's elephant hunting. Go for the big guys and capture as much of the technology spend as you can. There is very little analytics used. Many firms continue to practice the intuitive, old-school way of searching through business directories and making cold calls. Capgemini, the Paris-based outsourcing giant, is focused on growing its share of wallet, percentage of a firm's technology budget, and expanding from its base of business. For Capgemini, it's about relationships, experience within the account, and competitive intelligence, which is also very human-based and centered on interviews of employees who had come from competing vendors. Proposals and pricing have not evolved very much over the decades in this industry. Pricing is typically built on a cost-plus model, and benchmarking is used as a guide rail prior to submitting a proposal to the prospect. Price benchmarking on an outsourcing deal is far from big data, though. There are only 1,000 contracts signed each year throughout the industry, the terms of which are well protected with confidentiality agreements. In addition, no two IT environments are exactly the same, based on complexity, service levels, and expected degree of transformation. Significant normalization increases the magnitude of error. Regardless, internal data sources and pricing come from a small handful of pricing comparisons, typically 4, and benchmarking remains critical in pricing deals. While pricing is still done without the use of much data, AI has begun to take hold in the IT outsourcing industry. Starting around 2014, some vendors have been rolling out robotic process automation, or RPA, to optimize operations and mechanize end-user services, such as PC repair and help desk support. These tools are now used in the bid phase as vendors create pricing scenarios that range from modest to mostly automated services. Other firms are employing AI in the proposal phase, approving 90% or more of the pricing, which previously had to be authorized by management teams that met only weekly. Yet, these are rare examples of where the shoemaker's sons are enjoying the advantages of analytics. Most vendors continue to do things the old way and are held back by organizational silos that view sharing information through a winner-take-all lens. But the outsourcing industry is undergoing its own digital transformation and disruption. Indian-based offshoring became mainstream a decade ago, and cloud computing has reached critical mass over the past 3 years. Cloud vendors such as Microsoft, which drives over 50% of its revenue from cloud, Google, and Amazon Web Services, have tons of data on pricing and customer usage. These cloud providers use AI to develop a propensity to buy models and use this data to create sales lists and pipeline forecasts. Sales reps are unable to alter the accounts that have been assigned to them or change their funnel or win probability. In this case, everything is automated with no human involvement. Customer data is also used to support reseller networks, such as Microsoft's, which may be its biggest competitive advantage. Some firms are caught in the middle of this transformation. IBM is one, which continues to be the largest outsourcing firm while realizing its future depends on cloud. It has 2 different sales models, one very people-driven and the other sourced with just the swipe of a credit card. Traditional firms are beginning to change. One firm is using alternative data, web searches for IT services, and outsourcing to generate leads. And firms like Google or Microsoft can only go so far. In the end, the data steers you towards a client, but a person needs to close the deal, says Brian Can of Microsoft. Key takeaways. 1. We are not talking about computers making all of the decisions. Most decisions will remain in the hands of humans, but data will have a larger and more influential role in the future. 2. Consider it data-enhanced or informed. Business leaders use data to identify opportunities that are not so obvious, consider options, and ensure decisions are supported by facts. 3. There is low-hanging fruit. Areas such as yield management, credit ratings, and sales quotas are a few early examples of the value of data-driven decision-making. Chapter 3. The Battle Between Data and Intuition. There's no need for fiction in medicine, for the facts always beat anything you fancy. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, Round the Red Lamp, Being Facts and Fancies in Medical Life. Data and decision-making have long gone hand in hand. from the time a new farmer decided to sell his crops instead of harvesting them just for his family or community. Data was used when the shares of the first ever publicly owned firm, the Dutch East India Company, started trading in 1603. And when deciding what price the first car would sell at compared to what a horse went for, data helped make the decision. The link has always been strong between data and decision-making, though data has not always been at the forefront. Data had a place, although mostly in the background, as the world moved from the first to the second industrial generations. This time, between the mid-18th and mid-19th centuries, is characterized by the movement from water-powered machinery to oil, electricity, assembly lines, and the beginnings of telecommunications. Until the 1970s, data's role for business was predominantly to affirm decisions or help tell a story, but only after critical decisions had already been made. For most of history, decisions have principally been based on human judgment, experience and position of the decision maker, and how much power they yielded were key to determining acquisitions, strategic plans, pricing, and inventory levels. As a race, we were data informed, but in reality, data's role was far behind the scenes. If we make decisions 30% of the time based on data, our fathers and mothers may have been 80% or 90% gut and experience. Not a great way to run a business or bring up kids, but it was a less complicated time, and it worked, mostly. When people have the data, they don't always make the right decision. Even today, it's critical to reinforce that data does not guarantee good decisions or outcomes. It is challenging to predict things, particularly the future. But data improves the odds and reduces the risk or fallout. Sometimes there aren't enough data points, even though decision makers who are uncertain about the situation really wish there were. Other times the quality isn't there, or the data is incomplete, based on how it was gathered in the first place, which frequently leads to wrong decisions. Until recently, data has also been historical, something we looked at after an event or even well after a decision needed to be made. Data was a tool of retrospect, looking in the rearview mirror to see if the plan worked or how successful the strategy or marketing campaign was. Since data came late to the party, there wasn't much that could be done with it, other than file it away and remind ourselves to take it out before the next strat plan was developed or key decision made. The evolution of human beings and decision-making is well documented. I'm not going to retrace much of it, but will suggest works by Nobel laureate Daniel Kahneman, such as Thinking Fast and Slow and Choices, Values, and Frames. For most of modern humanity, decisions have been based on snap judgments that used the experience of the past to quickly determine who an enemy was, who the prey was, and what to do when you realize you're the prey, not the hunter. Kahneman describes this as System 1 thinking, instantaneous decisions about survival that now shape the way we approach red lights or see a bike cut into the lane in which we are driving. The other way of decision-making is System 2, which looks at the situation, contemplates options, and seeks more information to steer or inform the decision. System 1 has its time, Kahneman told consulting firm McKinsey in 2010. We say, never trust your gut. It is usually wrong. But there are times where you have to trust your intuition, when you are under time pressure for a decision, for example. My general view, though, would be that you should not take your intuition at face value. Kahneman was joined in the McKinsey interview by Gary Klein, a decision-making research psychologist. Klein added that if things are very uncertain, new, or turbulent, and if the decision maker has no process to receive feedback on their judgment, then intuition isn't going to be trustworthy. Kahneman and Klein's work traces the history of decision-making and argues for data to be front and center. They also warn of 3 major obstacles of going with your gut. First, many decision-makers believe they are in the middle of a situation that they have seen or experienced before. That is rarely the case, and even if it was, only professional individuals who have lived through 100 flights, a few hundred surgical operations, or dozens of fires have the experience that prove to be data points. The second obstacle, which is more troubling for Kahneman, is when decision makers believe that their ability to make decisions in a certain domain can translate to another area. They figure that a slightly different circumstance will still be in their domain. Some experts don't know exactly where the boundaries of their expertise are, says Kahneman. The last obstacle is overconfidence. Historically, managers have risen to their respective position because of outcomes and not because of their decisions. Kahneman and Klein argue this may be a matter of circumstances or luck. Regardless, these decision makers come to believe in their own infallibility. Where they once may have trusted data or approached decisions collaboratively, they have over time turned to a mindset where they believe only they have the power to make the right choice. Some achieve a reputation for great success when in fact all they have done is take chances that reasonable people wouldn't take, said Kahneman. Lucky risk-takers use hindsight to reinforce their feeling that their gut is very wise. And in many organizations, leaders are selected for these very traits, overconfidence. That perception of leadership and decisions pushes people to make decisions based on intuition, not data. Data-driven decision-making in practice, mergers and acquisitions, and venture capitalism. If there is one industry created by data, it is the mergers and acquisition, or M&A sector. Data comes first, says Jim Bark, a New York-based consultant in the industry. When you offer to buy a company, you have to put a figure on the table. These numbers don't just come out of thin air. The M&A industry has a deep history and culture centered around data. Research was delegated to the back offices and libraries as analysts rifled through publicly filed documents and reports to create chart-heavy slides that would be presented on overheads to brokerage executives and business leaders. The revolution came in the late 70s and early 80s, with the introduction of personal computers and spreadsheet software such as Lotus 123. The evolution of technology cemented data's role in M&As, allowing market researchers to analyze vastly more information than they could before. It also led to an explosion of M&A firms active in the market. While M&A firms push the boundaries of technology, they follow a herd mentality and rely on what has worked before to get the deal. Over the past decade, there has been an evolution of smaller boutique firms that are uncovering new data sources and value triggers that are becoming differentiators to secure the business. We are copycats, says Bark. Once the information or the technique used becomes public, everyone follows, and it is no longer a differentiator. We all have the same valuation number. If you want to win a deal, you need to be outside this tight range, above or below. To come up with that valuation number, firms are using non-traditional methods. You need to have a better, data-driven understanding of how a company is performing in their environment. How is disruption impacting the company now and into the future? Analytics helps this. M&A firms continue to be on the hunt for the next new piece of information that correlates with other data and eventually leads them to a different, more accurate valuation of targets. Firms are reaching well beyond traditional data sources, such as public corporate filings or research that they might commission, to alternative data that at first seems to have little in common with corporate valuations. It may be traffic patterns or Instagram feeds of influencers for women's clothing. Even mall parking lot capacity or LinkedIn hiring trends can impact the evaluation of housing prices and home renovation businesses. Venture capital, or VC, is a cousin of M&A. While M&A is set in historical data to primarily determine the current value, VCs are looking at firms that have no real history and trying to assess what they may be valued at in 5 or 10 years down the road. The use of data in VCs is a bit trickier. Companies are brand new, employ just a handful of people, and are unproven. There are far too many uncertainties and not close enough benchmarks, a situation where intuition and judgment trump data. VCs then go to a proven hand, what has worked before and will work again. VCs, many of which are run by former startup entrepreneurs, look at the track record of the founders and management team. I think when you have so little data to rely on it does become very people-driven. VCs are instinctual, driven by the prior performance of the individuals involved, says Bark. In a startup, the founder or the CEO probably represents more than half the value of that company, because he's the guy who came up with the idea or is driving this idea forward to become a company. If a company is being sold in M&A land, then they are probably much more established and much bigger. No one individual is going to represent any meaningful value to that company, unlike in venture capitalism. And so, when we do any background check on people, it's very cursory. We might ask for a little bit of their personal information, like their visas and passports and so on, just to see how traveled they are, where they went to school, their educational background, and so on. But we're not digging into things like their bank accounts, unless we have to. We don't want to invade their privacy. A VC could probably ask for that kind of information. It's the only way for the founders to demonstrate that they're trustworthy, reliable people with the knowledge and capability to bring this idea to fruition. The success or hit rate for VCs is very low, at less than 10%. There is risk and reward. To manage the risk, VCs typically partner with a consortium of investors to spread the risk of failure. Yet the VC sector is changing. Firms are looking for certain factors that correlate to better rates of success, or at least better survival rates for the startups. One VC is working with a university-based innovation hub to analyze the thousands of VC deals done in the past decade to decide on its own valuation and funding criteria. "We are far from getting there," comments Bark. "There are too many unknowns and not enough data. The data scientists tell me once they have 10 times the data, we will be closer. It is only a few years away, though." For now, VCs will continue to base decisions on personal relationships, hunches, and intuition. That is, until it's time to sell. "Once it is time to exit, the company should have a bit of a track record," said one investor. "You can see if their sales are going up like a hockey stick or if they have plateaued. That's when VCs become like M&A firms and start making data-driven decisions." Key takeaways. 1. Don't always trust your gut. We carry certain biases into our decision-making. Data acts as a devil's advocate to question intuition and what we believe experience has taught us. Data checks the boxes ensuring decisions are based on facts and not beliefs. 2. Data does not guarantee good decisions. Having access to data does not correlate with good outcomes. There are limitations to be addressed that oftentimes lead to poor decision-making. 3. Sometimes your experience and judgment is all you have. When you do not have enough information or time, or if you are working in very uncertain circumstances, basing your decisions on intuition may be your only option. Chapter 4. Data's Move to the Front. "Data, data, data," he cried impatiently. "I can't make bricks without clay." Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, The Adventure of the Copper Beeches. Data has had a steadily evolving influence on decision-making, global trade, finance, and the way governments run. Some would argue that politicians govern by their gut, but the phrase used in the mayor's office or the capital is often, "What do the numbers say?" There was a time when there was little or no data. The first Canadian census was conducted by New France in 1666. The first survey of voters, the straw poll, was conducted in the U.S. in 1824, less than 200 years ago. The poll showed Andrew Jackson had a comfortable lead in Pennsylvania and other states. His campaign doubled down with advertisements in newspapers and pamphlets and campaign speeches for Jackson's base. However, there was a problem. The first straw poll had only captured a small segment of voters, the upper-class individuals living in the major cities of the day who had already supported Jackson's bid. The problem was that these were not necessarily the majority of voters. The result of the election was a virtual tie that was broken by the House of Representatives. You may have heard of the Electoral College, who sided with Jackson's rival, John Quincy Adams. Jackson, who probably fired his campaign manager, had to wait until 1828 to finally be elected president. Certain industries have gradually grown into the data era. Government in the mid-20th century, manufacturing soon after, and financial services, banks and investment houses, which were always number-based, really burgeoned in the 80s. Once there, the tradition of data is established. It only grows as the amount of data builds and becomes more rooted in a firm's culture. But technology has a way of quickly changing things and turning industries inside out. Technology also provides a free pass for the past. Companies can reinvent themselves and establish a culture or a new tradition of data. Technology quickens the pace for not only you, but your competition. It reshapes decision-making as well. AI, for example, allows for the analysis of larger amounts of data than ever before. AI and other advanced analytics tools, like machine learning, identify patterns and relationships that would be far too time-consuming or even impossible to identify without the use of technology. AI has been difficult to harness in the past. Technology isn't cheap, and skills have been scarce and more focused in the academic arena than in the business world. AI hasn't always been easy to use and did not initially approach the accuracy of human decision-making. IBM's Big Blue lost to Garry Kasparov 4 of the first 6 games they played in 1996. Computers only consistently beat the best poker players in Texas Hold'em in 2017. Take a look at Figure 4.1. AI has had an up and down history since the term first came into popular use in the 1950s. 2 steps forward and 1 back led to AI springs and AI winters. This includes the U.S. Department of Defense backing that led to significant research in the 1960s, which then hit the wall of limited computer processing speeds that were the norm of the early 70s. The announcement of Japan's 5th generation project jump-started the AI arms race in the 80s, but just as suddenly, the AI winter impeded progress for the next 10 years. According to many sources, including the New York Times, the government invested $400 million in the project. Technologies such as AI typically move at a pace that exceeds our capabilities, whether individually, as corporations, or society at large, to harness and drive measurable value. There are costs, upfront and ongoing, and budgets certainly need to be justified. More importantly is the change in culture, mindset, and societal values. There is a gap that forms with the next evolution of technology, and often that time is short. Look at the internet. In 10 years, we reached 50% adoption in the US. For modern smartphones, it took only 3 years. The way we stream movies and TV shows has moved even quicker. With AI, it has been a cycle of starts and stops. The late 90s, though, saw advances such as processing speeds, a reduction in the cost of technology, and the democratization of technology with cloud computing. It is continuing through today with speech recognition, Alexa and Siri. But the big difference or game changer in AI and decision-making is data. Lots of it. Figure 4.1. A horizontal timeline showing the 5 stages regarding artificial intelligence since the 1950s, divided by decades. The timeline reads, 1950s. Minimal research conducted with major highest being the IBM 701 defense calculator mainframe. 1960s, AI spring, Department of Defense funding and significant AI research. 1970s, AI winter, Intel launches first commercially available microchip, but progress is slow. 1980s, AI spring, Japan's 5th generation and AI arms race. And 1990s, AI winter, with restrictions on computer power. Other significant events about artificial intelligence located to the right of the timeline include 1996, IBM's Deep Blue, 1997, Dragon Speech Recognition, 1998, term Big Data, 2006, AWS Cloud, 2008, Internet of Things, and 2011, Apple's Siri. Caption: AI development timeline. Winters followed by springs. Source: Mark Schrutt. Data-driven decision-making in practice. Restaurants. Ever hear the stat that 90% of the restaurants that open will be out of business in 3 years? The fact is that there have been multiple studies that challenge this statistic, with results that vary dramatically from 20% to the 90% from an American Express study. The reality is that there is no single version of the truth in the restaurant business. Another fact is that the restaurant industry is quickly moving in two directions that will divide businesses. Data for most restaurants lies in its point-of-sale system, which is usually wiped clean and lost forever when the restaurant opens for business the next day. Old school is where decisions are mostly on intuition and judgment and little on data, particularly since most use just pen and paper as their record-keeping system, says Jeff Dover, an industry consultant with FS Strategy, Inc. Yet, Robert Rebholz, Director of Product Management for Agilysys, another industry veteran, believes data has significant value in areas from purchasing, production, scheduling, floor management, and guest services. Dover agrees, but paints a picture of lost opportunity as restaurants do little, if any, analysis of data to drive insight on what menu items are most popular or sell well in combination with various appetizers or beverages. Table turn and waiter and waitress data, such as tips and upselling, can help identify rising stars among the server team. Chains are doing a bit of this, says Dover. The chains will also use generic consumer trends to choose site locations or changes to the menu for specific diets or trends to distinguish themselves. A divide is emerging in the industry, though, driven by consumer preferences and the power of data. Foodora, Uber Eats, and other platform players have entered the market. UBS estimates that online delivery of food will grow by 20% over the next decade, reaching $365 billion by 2030. These digital startups and platform players have successfully disintermediated the restaurant, those who make the meals, from the consumer, who, in increasing frequency, never sets foot in the restaurant. The separation of manufacturer and consumer isn't new, but technology has become the enabler, and data has emerged as a key asset in the mix. These aggregators or intermediaries are shifting the customer relationship in sectors such as fitness, ClassPass, which is a front end to boutique clubs, sports, where fans buy tickets on secondary platforms such as StubHub, and home service, handyman services from Super for landlords or HomeStars for homeowners. These businesses are driving income through a cut in revenue and by also monetizing their data assets to create larger, data-driven relationships. ClassPass works with industry investors in locating new clubs, while StubHub sells data to promoters and music labels, for example. For restaurants, firms such as Uber Eats and Skip the Dishes now own the relationship and the data, which they are using to frequently target promotions for restaurants and food and beverage products that directly compete with the first restaurant. Restaurants have entered into these relationships to increase revenue, and it works, but at what cost? Points out Dover. The answer in the long term may be a very high cost to the restaurant industry. Delivery services eat into margins and minimize the role of the neighborhood restaurant. One solution may be for restaurants to develop their own apps to regain the direct connection to the consumer. This will be challenging. Not many people want multiple apps for their neighborhood diner or even national chains like Applebee's. Foodora and Uber Eats are one-stop shopping, and without significant incentive to change, they will continue to strengthen their role in the restaurant industry. Key takeaways. 1. There is catch-up to be done. Technologies, such as advanced analytics, move at a speed that exceeds changes in culture and societal values. There will always be a gap that you need to be aware of. 2. Technology permits you to leapfrog. As technologies become more affordable and accessible, companies with little to no tradition of data can become so very quickly. 3. Closing the gap. The advances in technology continuously create competitive space between what is possible and the ability to execute. Industry leaders are not necessarily first movers, but leverage analytics to become fast followers. Chapter 5. Big Data and Untapped Insights. It is a capital mistake to theorize before one has data. Insensibly, one begins to twist facts to suit theories instead of theories to suit facts. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, A Scandal in Bohemia. The phrase big data can arguably be traced way back to computer scientist John Massey in 1998. That's just 2 decades ago, only a fraction in the time of modern business, let alone technology. On its own, data has limited value. Big data, like all technologies used in corporations, needs management, support, and governance. The people, processes, and procedures. Unless you have a proper data strategy, which is discussed in Chapter 18, it probably costs you more to store data and manage security and privacy risks than the value you initially realize from it. Big data on its own won't tell you which customers or prospects to pursue, which marketing campaign has the largest ROI, or whether $100 million more in cash or stock might sway an acquisition that is being negotiated. But using data to find connections and relationships provides scenario planning options that project out to the future, as well as using this insight to make decisions. That is what this book is about. It is about being open to what the data tells you, to be open to collaboration and changing your mind, going against your gut when the facts are clear and persuasive. This book was written about how data can help to understand patterns, drive insights, create measurable predictions, and make better decisions. It is these areas revolving around data-driven decision-making that cause industry disruption. Decisions on whether Airbnb going international in 2008 or Apple pricing an iTunes song at 99 cents did not just come out of nowhere, but were based on data that guided executives to come up with these decisions. The sweet spot in decision-making is when you have the opportunity to combine intuition with lots of data and AI. You have superpowers, says Integrate.ai CEO Steve Irvine. Data and traditional analytics allow us to see some basic patterns, but new types of data and the use of AI allows us to see new, different, and more nuanced patterns. I liken it to Iron Man. Without the armor and weapons, you're just a human. And that's usually not enough to win. But with diverse data and AI, all of a sudden it feels like you are in the Iron Man suit and Jarvis is there helping you. It's still you, but now 100 times better than you were before. This is the promise of AI. You get much more accurate data-driven predictions at your fingertips, and you can layer on your human judgment to ensure you get to the right decision for any situation. Advanced analytics needs a lot of big data to be effective. On its own, data doesn't necessarily lead to better decisions, and in many instances, it can steer you in a direction that slows the decision-making process. Matched with analytics, decision-making becomes faster, future-looking, and more refined. Used effectively, data and analytics allow you to shift the focus of intuition and judgment to the points where they matter most in decision-making. These moments are usually found in the early stages of a decision, when you are asking questions and brainstorming ideas. You're creating and are closer to the end when a go or no-go decision needs to be made, and people need to execute or carry out the decision. Data won't guarantee good outcomes, but using data to confirm, provide options, or shape the decision will reduce the margin of error in a digital economy that provides very few second chances. Experience and a little PMJ, or professional military judgment. Data isn't just spreadsheets or clicks of a mouse. Customer input through surveys and focus groups, Nielsen set-top rating systems, and even experience, the lessons you learned in the past, can be data points. Experience is critical in the armed forces, says Royal Canadian Air Force Lieutenant Colonel John Whalen. The RCAF and other defense units have a term for experience, PMJ, or professional military judgment, and it is called on for decisions ranging from ordering supplies to when a soldier may find themselves under fire and experience may be their best judge of action to take. When my butt is on the line, when my aircraft is under fire, I want to be the one that makes the decision, Whalen says. In sports, they call it understanding tendencies. Before you could track the exit velocity of a batted ball or designed infield shifts for pull hitters, you had scouts who watched rookies take a few hundred cuts, or high school coaches sending in reports on prospects. The data and analytics of today, though, are light years beyond handwritten scouting reports or X's and O's on a chalkboard. It is not only far more advanced with enormous amounts of data points, big data, but is predictive and prescriptive, suggesting course of action. One of the earliest and easiest examples of predictive analytics is the FICO score created to assess the creditworthiness of an individual. Developed in the early 70s, FICO is a model that uses massive amounts of credit data to enable a bank to quickly anticipate a creditor's ability to repay a loan. While there has been significant criticism around the inherent bias of FICO, it is a simple example of the early use of big data and predictive analysis. Predictive and self-learning technologies. Analytics goes well beyond merely capturing and analyzing data, whether with spreadsheets or even using a paper, pen, and calculator. Advanced analytics uses statistical, rules-based models to identify patterns and connect within vast, enormous, and frequently disparate, in format and topic, data. In advanced analytics, the focus always begins to shift from assessing the past, what happened and why, to predictive, figuring out the probabilities of what may happen and what options you have to impact the outcome. The promise of AI-powered software is that it can discern patterns and make predictions based on outcomes you want to achieve, says Integrate.ai's Irvine. For the first time, you've got technology that can give you an opinion on what to do, as opposed to just following directions or doing basic arithmetic. AI can predict the action most likely to be right based on data, and then you can look at it and add in your judgment to arrive at the best decision. You separate decision-making into prediction and judgment, letting the AI systems make the prediction and people to then apply the judgment. In oil and gas, energy companies are using analytics to predict equipment failure, determine maintenance schedules, and anticipate resource requirements. Predictive analytics also improves asset efficiency and safety on the job. Companies such as Salt River Projects, the largest water utility in Arizona, Duke Energy, and American Electric Power, which delivers electricity to 11 states, all rely on data analytics to make these types of maintenance decisions. In technology, computer manufacturer Lenovo, as well as Hewlett-Packard, use sensor data from laptops, servers, and printers to better understand warranty services and support calls, which have ultimately led to a reduction in break-fix maintenance costs by more than 10%. Advanced analytics is also behind robo-advisors, also called recommender systems, in industries such as investment firms and tax planners, as well as recommendation engines driving the success of Netflix and Amazon. In Figure 5.1, you'll see there are various categories of advanced analytics, along with current adoption, that build beyond describing and diagnosing what happened. These include predictive, what could happen, and prescriptive, what you should do. Figure 5.1. 5 different categories of advanced analytics and their adoption by organizations. From left to right, the categories read. Descriptive. Asks what happened. Current adoption, 23%. Diagnostic. Asks why did it happen. Current adoption, 30%. Predictive. Asks what could happen. Current adoption, 24%. Prescriptive. Asks what should we do. Current adoption, 22%. And cognitive. Asks, can we cause something to happen? Current adoption, 29%. Caption. Categories of advanced analytics. Source, IDC. An additional layer well beyond traditional analytics, what happened and why, and advanced analytics is machine learning. Machine learning refers to systems developed and trained by computer programmers to continuously improve the analytics engines for which they were built. It is the difference between a human playing checkers against a computer and a computer continuously competing against itself. The machine will learn and soon surpass a human's ability. Think of the idea that the computer saw a bunch of different pictures of something, say a banana. You start to train the machine and it's starting to make decisions, explains Land O'Lakes CTO Teddy Backelli. You can take a picture of a banana with your iPhone and the system says, Oh, that's a picture of a banana, because I've seen a banana a million times now. And based on some of the characteristics of the banana, I can even tell you that the banana comes from a specific field in South America. The machine is learning and putting different pieces of information together. And so, these tools are also enabling the agronomist and the farmer to digitally communicate with one another. Data-driven decision-making in practice. Answer plot. You may know Land O'Lakes for its butter and other dairy products, or its Purina brand animal feed. Land O'Lakes, with over 300,000 farmers as part of its cooperative, also sells seeds, $3 billion worth of them each year. Land O'Lakes developed AnswerPlot, with over 170 test fields and 20 years worth of seed data. It applies AI by training AnswerPlot on various varieties of seed and captures thousands of the same variety into the system. Then it is able to recognize the 2,500 types of corn seeds, everything from the feed for livestock to the cornflakes that may find their way onto your breakfast table. From there, AnswerPlot provides data to farmers on which varieties are better in denser farms, more humid regions, or colder temperatures, optimizing yield on a given farm in the upcoming season. A farmer has to make close to 200 critical decisions every season. The decisions start from the previous harvest and are dependent on how wet or cold the winter is, or the length of the spring and summer growing seasons. Knowledge handed down from generation to generation has traditionally driven these decisions. Over the past decade, though, farming has gone from intuition to data, analog to digital. Technology, like sensors in the ground and imagery from satellites and drones, is quickly changing the face of farming. The influence technology has on agriculture has cemented the value of data to inform the majority of those 200 questions every season. Land O'Lakes is at the forefront of this movement, being one of the world's largest agricultural cooperatives with over $15 billion in revenue. Its Winfield United division operates a supply chain that supports over 850 retailers and 300,000 farmers. Winfield United does not own any farms, tractors, or livestock. It doesn't own a network of stores. It doesn't even grow corn or soybeans. Instead, it solely focuses on distributing seeds and crop protection, a business model that is fragile in today's disruptive world. Winfield United recognized nearly 20 years ago that, as a distributor, its place in the agriculture ecosystem between the manufacturer and the farmer could easily be disconnected. It took active steps in the late 90s to build relevancy, secure customer loyalty, and create differentiation in the market. That is when we built a culture of data, says Bekele. For starters, Winfield United staffs its sales force with individuals who have deep agronomic expertise. These are people with university degrees in agriculturally related studies or have worked in farming for some time. We believe we can teach them to sell, but first and foremost, they need to believe in scientific approaches to agriculture and to trust data, says Bekele. AnswerPlot is a combination of innovation center and seed database. There are over 170 physical answer plots, which are roughly 20-acre test beds located across the United States. Since the late 90s, Winfield United has examined every variety of seed under every condition and virtually any technique practiced by farmers. The answer plots are all run exactly the same way, says Bekele. We plant a lot of the different seed varieties, anything we can get our hands on, in all of these different plots. We'll try to account for different environmental conditions, different soil types, and then on top of that, we apply different practices. We would look at specific crop protection application versus not applying that cooperating application. We would do unlimited nitrogen to specific plants versus very restricted nitrogen in the same but 2 rows down. So we can see the impact that all these practices have on these plants, and then we record all these data points. Bekele explains that this data is critical in answering some of the 200 questions a farmer will face each season. When you get into the seed selection, it is partly dependent on the soil type you have. Is there more clay or is it sandy? And there are all kinds of variations in between. Certain seed types perform better in certain soil. We know that and have tested it. So that is where our answer plots come into play. He goes on. It is the same with questions around how much fertility should I put into the ground. If the weather is going to be wet and raining, then it doesn't make sense, based on answer plot data, to apply nitrogen, potassium, and phosphorus into the ground, because half of it will leach away and go into some stream. So there are dollars I put into the ground that are going to be lost. Not only that, it's bad for the environment. So that is a bad decision. Land O'Lakes is not alone in the movement of precision agriculture. IDC estimates that over 75 million sensors are used in farming, each collecting over 4 million data points on average every season. Satellite imagery, sensors on cows, and smartphone apps collectively contribute to the changes in agriculture. Precision agriculture is helping farmers provide just enough fertilization and water, better techniques, and best-in-class approaches to maximize yield. Farmers have always had this objective. Big data and AI enables them to see opportunities that may have gone unnoticed before, and ultimately, to make better decisions. Planting the seeds of data. Sunnyvale, California-based Blue River's business is in the weeds. Its technology is literally a black box full of video cameras, sensors, and AI software that is attached to tractors. By focusing on better treatments that reduce the use of herbicides, Blue River helps reduce what they estimate is a problem that costs farmers $43 billion annually. Two app developers, Plant Village and FarmWave, enable farmers to take photos of their crops along with weeds and bugs. Their machine learning engines diagnose problems and provide farmers with recommendations for some of the decisions that need to be made. Other agriculture technology firms are working on water conservation and data-driven tools that reach the cellular level. Ceres, whose system of imagery and AI-based algorithms generates a chlorophyll index, can help detect a lack of nutrients, identifying where plants may need more fertilizer. This helps farmers to make decisions quickly that affect the yield. Before imaging and other technology, we would have figured it out at harvest, but it would have been too late, says Zach Ellis, a senior agronomist at Olam International, a multinational agricultural concern that farms 12,000 acres of nuts throughout California. Data is a crucial asset for Winfield United, as we've seen. Data is critical to providing farmers many of the answers they are faced with each season. It is also the foundation for the relationship their retailers and salespeople have with the farmers. AnswerPlot, along with other Land O'Lakes tools such as R7, which calculates maximum and optimum yields, drives a higher ROI than the average return on any given farm. Some farmers are tech-savvy, and Winfield United has developed a suite of mobile applications for these users. Others will receive text messages about weather conditions or disease outbreaks in their region. Others just want to deal with our salespeople or crop consultants that we work with, says Bekele. Data is never front and center, but is always there to inform decisions. Key takeaways. 1. Experience is a data point. Expertise needs to be respected and is used as key factor in decisions. Experience has proven its values in areas such as military, PMJ, and sports, tendencies. 2. Data and analytics allow you more. Combining intuition with data and analytics makes decision-making faster, more accurate, and future-looking. 3. Advanced analytics allows data into new areas of decision-making. With advanced analytics, organizations can use data in the early stages, brainstorming or ideation, and close to the key go or no-go points of decisions. Chapter 6. Exploding the Data Universe. You see, but you do not observe. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, A Scandal in Bohemia. Many industries are heavily investing in machine learning to improve decision-making. Manufacturers are using machine learning for process optimization, predictive maintenance, and forecasting demand to establish production cycles. In retail, e-commerce firms are using machine learning to segment customers with recommendation engines and in sophisticated analysis of a customer's lifetime value. The World Health Organization, or WHO, uses machine learning in monitoring the outbreak of diseases such as COVID-19, while healthcare providers are working with patients to prevent health issues as opposed to treating symptoms. In financial services, technology providers such as IBM are working with reinsurance firms to better assess risk from environmental damage. Royal Bank of Canada is working with automobile resellers and leasing agencies to provide not only financing, but a package of ancillary financial services to their clients, offering a competitive edge and additional profit. The uses are widespread, as you can see in Figure 6.1. Figure 6.1. A graphic of two elongated ovals interlocking with each other, showing icons of binoculars for healthcare and life sciences, a dress for retail, an ID tag for manufacturing, and a bar graph for financial services. The title of each sector is placed next to the icon, with examples of how machine learning is used in those areas. The sectors and their examples read: Healthcare and Life Sciences, Disease Identification and Risk Assessment, Proactive Health Management, Alerts and Diagnoses, and Patient Triage Performance and Optimization. Retail, Predictive Inventory Planning, Recommendation Engines, Marketing Segmentation and Targeting, and Customer ROI and Lifetime Value. Financial Services, Risk Analytics, Customer Segmentation and Recommendation Engines, Credit Evaluations, M&A and VC Investments, and Marketing Campaigns. Manufacturing, Predictive Maintenance, Warranty Optimization and Management, Demand Forecasting, Process Optimization, Telematics and IoT Use Cases, and Power Usage Management. Caption: Machine Learning Industry Examples. Source: Mark Schrutt. Data continues to expand, and there is no end in sight. There has been more data generated in the last 4 years than in the history of humankind that preceded it. Most of this data goes unused, overlooked, or disregarded in the decision-making process. The technology, such as quantum computing and advanced analytics, machine and cognitive analytics, and deep learning, for example, are breaking new ground, allowing for computational speeds 100 times faster than what is standard today. Most of this capacity will go untapped. Technology and the growth of data are advancing at a pace well beyond the typical organization's ability to understand and apply the frontiers of analytics in day-to-day decision-making. This cycle isn't anything new. The history of analytics has been shaped by innovative breakthroughs, followed by a time where human decision-making and organizational constructs catch up. Technical advances come with funding requirements, demands for skills that may be unavailable or unaffordable in the market, and concerns about bias and societal impact. The belief that we don't have to do anything, that there is no need to change, has also shaped the history of analytics and decision-making. Today is different. There is a need. It is driven by industry disruption and the erosion of steady demand and stable business models. Analytics technology has also reached the mainstream. The market for business intelligence and big data may dip and swing back up in the future, but analytics has found a base, with over 50% of businesses either using or piloting analytics software in their organization. The access to data and how these tools are integrated into key business processes will certainly shift decision-making further and further away from gut and intuition. How decisions are made in business today. There are positive signs in the progressive use of data in decision-making. The value data has in driving insight for business is increasing. The adoption of analytics tools continue to grow, as does the way various industries use AI. There is no reversing the course. This was the premise of this book. The increase in data and advances in technology will lead to a shift in decision-making. I approached my research from several angles, including interviews, previous studies on digital transformation and disruption that I led, as well as the adoption and budget for big data and analytics. As part of the IDC family, I was also able to ask over 300 business leaders how they make decisions in over 30 different categories, on everything from sales to M&A. If there was going to be a shift in decision-making, would it be 60% to 90%, based on data, or 10% to 15%. IDC's survey on decision-making set the baseline for where data and intuition, as well as a mix of the two, played into decision-making. The survey organized decisions into 3 categories, as you can see in Figure 6.2. Figure 6.2. A figure of a pyramid cut into 3 sections. Each section is labeled with 3 different types of organizational decisions with examples. The base of the pyramid reads Tactical Decisions, Customer Acquisition, Customer Retention, and Customer Service. The middle section reads Corporate Planning, Cost Reductions, Risk Management, Budgets and Forecasting, Supply Chain, and Information Technology. The top section of the pyramid reads Strategic Decisions, Developing Corporate Strategy, Entering New Markets, R&D and Innovation Investments, and Mergers and Acquisitions. Caption: Categories of Organizational Decisions. Source: Mark Schrutt. The first was strategic decisions. These included decisions around developing a 3 or 5 year plan for government agencies and market expansion, like Starbucks' entry into markets in Europe and Asia. Strategic also included Google's decision to get into the web browser and hardware markets, and mergers and acquisitions, such as the combination of AT&T and Time Warner, or Disney's purchase of 21st Century Fox in 2019. IDC included R&D, such as scientific research and innovation funding, as well as competitive and market intelligence under the strategic category. Strategic decisions are big bets, difficult to make and undo. They are typically made by a small group of the firm's most senior executives and board members. While 90% of corporate management see themselves as at par or exceeding their peers in decision-making, 46%, slightly less than a third, 32%, make strategic decisions based mostly or completely on data. The proportions are even higher among the CEO group, as you can see in Figures 6.3 and 6.4. Figure 6.3. A pie chart showing how strategic decisions are made by chief executive officers. From left to right, the chart reads: Entirely on intuition, 27%. Mostly intuition, 24%. Balance of data and intuition, 14%. Mostly data, 11%. And completely on data, 24%. The needle points toward the left side of the gauge, indicating that roughly 51% of strategic decisions made by CEOs are based on intuition. Caption: How decisions are made. CEOs on strategic decisions. Source: IDC. Figure 6.4. A pie chart showing how merger and acquisition decisions are made by chief executive officers. From left to right, the chart reads: Entirely on intuition, 22%. Mostly intuition, 22%. Balance of data and intuition, 27%. Mostly data, 15%. And completely on data, 14%. The needle points toward the left side of the gauge, indicating that roughly 44% of strategic decisions made by CEOs regarding mergers and acquisitions are based on intuition. Caption: How decisions are made. Strategic. CEOs on M&A decisions. Source: IDC. There is a lot riding on these decisions. IDC's work on innovation and R&D found that Canadian organizations are investing tens of billions in these areas, while M&As can easily reach into the multi-billions and impact thousands of people's careers. While M&A is somewhat relationship-driven and their success is greatly shaped by cultural fit, you cannot just put a dollar figure on a napkin and hope they say yes. You would think that with the dollars at play, executives would base most of their strategic decisions on data. The answer is yes and no. Data created the M&A industry, said Jim Bark, an advisor who has been active in the sector for over 3 decades. Companies have valuations, both objective and subjective, like goodwill. You need to get that number right. While an industry of bankers and consultants have grown up around data, their clients do not necessarily share the same affinity for numbers. CEOs count on us to put the right packaging together, says Bark, but they also have a strong belief in themselves, confidence that they are the ones that will bring it across the goal line. For these execs, it's about relationships with the other company's executives. This mentality and self-confidence comes across in IDC's survey data. While 26% of corporate management use data as their primary tool in M&A decisions, this only increases marginally, 29%, for CEOs. While 44% of M&A decisions are made mostly on intuition and experience. CFOs must be the sane voice for CEOs, right? No. Fewer than 20% of CFOs base M&A more on intuition than data, 50% versus 32% respectively, with a balance of data and instinct accounting for 18% of strategic decisions. What is more worrisome is that strategic decisions are made more on data than other corporate decisions. Just take a look at Figure 6.5. Figure 6.5. A pie chart showing how entering new markets and introducing new product decisions are made by chief executive officers and corporate management. From left to right, the chart reads: entirely on intuition, 24%. Mostly intuition, 36%. Balance of data and intuition, 13%. Mostly data, 16%. And completely on data, 11%. The needle points toward the left side of the gauge, indicating that roughly 60% of strategic decisions made by CEOs and corporate management to introduce new products and enter new markets are based on intuition. Caption: how decisions are made. Strategic. CEOs and corporate management on new markets and product decisions. Source: IDC. There is more data available than ever, while the tools to drive insight and options are advancing at a breakneck speed. Too much is at stake to base the majority of new markets and products and other strategic decisions on gut. The second type of decisions, corporate planning, cross multiple parts of the business and require input from various departments. Collaboration and debate can be a positive in decision-making, yet silos of data, groupthink, resistance to sharing, and politics can make data difficult to access and virtually unreliable at best. Corporate planning decisions include information technology, risk management, supply chain, and cost optimization initiatives. Executives make decisions in these areas in line with the overall pattern witnessed in corporations as a whole, as you can see in Figure 6.6. Figure 6.6, a pie chart showing how information technology decisions are made by chief information officers and technology executives. From left to right, the chart reads: entirely on intuition, 9%. Mostly intuition, 21%. Balance of data and intuition, 36%. Mostly data, 25%. And completely on data, 9%. The needle points toward the middle of the gauge, indicating a balance of data and intuition in decision-making. Caption: how decisions are made. Corporate planning. Tech decisions. Source: IDC. For example, corporate management makes 47% of their decisions on risk management by intuition and judgment, while CIOs make 34% of their technology decisions based mostly on data. A third type of decision is more tactical in nature. These are decisions involving sales and marketing, customer acquisition, and retention. These decisions are typically delegated by executives to middle management. In addition, these decisions are frequently made by individuals that have both the autonomy to make them, the ability to gather the data, and the responsibility to carry decisions out. Tactical decisions follow a similar pattern where data is the primary criteria 30% to 40% of the time in areas such as operational, budgetary, and HR decisions. That said, sales and marketing decisions, including customer acquisition and retention, skew well into the judgment and gut arena, as seen in Figures 6.7 and 6.8. Figure 6.7. A pie chart showing how marketing and customer acquisition decisions are made by sales and marketing executives. From left to right, the chart reads: entirely on intuition, 27%. Mostly intuition, 50%. Balance of data and intuition, 20%. Mostly data, 2%. And completely on data, 1%. The needle points towards the left side of the gauge, indicating that roughly 77% of respondents said they make customer acquisition decisions based on intuition. Caption: how decisions are made. Tactical. Sales and marketing on customer acquisition decisions. Source: IDC. Figure 6.8. A pie chart showing how customer support decisions are made by sales and marketing executives. From left to right, the chart reads: entirely on intuition, 27%. Mostly intuition, 27%. Balance of data and intuition, 44%. Mostly data, 1%. And completely on data, 1%. The needle points toward the left side of the gauge, indicating that roughly 54% of respondents said they make customer support decisions based on intuition. Caption: How decisions are made. Tactical. Sales and marketing on customer support improvement decisions. Source: IDC. Data-driven decision-making in practice. Alternative data. Businesses are reaching out well beyond their traditional sources of information to make decisions. Data from credit card transactions, IoT, otherwise known as Internet of Things beacons, and smart thermometers are being integrated with customer profiles and industry-focused research to identify the next big trend. The investment industry of hedge firms, mutual funds, and institutional investors is an example of this. According to research by Greenwich Associates, investment houses have traditionally used publicly available regulatory filings as well as proprietary financial projections, as you can see in Figure 6.9, to base their decisions. Figure 6.9. A stacked bar chart showing the primary source, secondary source, and third-party sources of data for decision-making amounts for investment bankers. The sources of decision-making include internal research, conferences, financial information providers, Reuters, roadshows, public records, industry research, IDC, Gartner, alternative data, expert network, and financial publications and magazines. Alternative data, which is the most heavily used third-party source, is highlighted. Caption: Sources of research data for investment firms. Source: Greenwich Associates. Alternative data has begun to supplement these traditional sources. These firms use satellite images of parking lots to assess retail store activity or openings on employment websites to baseline the growth of emerging businesses. According to trade association alternativedata.org, there are over 500 firms that collect and provide non-traditional data to organizations, such as brokerage houses, who then analyze multiple sources along with their own research to identify connections that may have gone unnoticed before the emergence of AI and machine learning. Alternative data is not better, but different data. Examples include The Weather Company, which provides forecasts to retailers in developing seasonal promotional campaigns. Nova Scotia-based EyeSover, which analyzes social media sentiment for politicians. LinkedIn and Glassdoor reviews to assess employee satisfaction and the future health of an organization. App Annie data for App Store downloads to project upcoming earning reports for gaming companies. Arcara Inc. leveraged multiple sources of alternative data while following the market for Brazilian real futures in 2019. The new Brazilian government of Jair Bolsonaro had just unwrapped reforms to the country's pension system that targeted $240 billion in savings over a 10-year period. The legislation began its long journey through the 513-person National Congress, and its prospects slowly became more uncertain. The debate started, and Brazilians, as well as international investors, all having a vested interest in the outcome, were keenly watching the events and media commentary unroll. The UK startup was also electronically following the Brazilian situation. Arcara was tracking the digital footprint, including opinion columns in the news, social media, and government websites for indicators, patterns, and solid data that would project the outcome of the eventual congressional decision. In July 2019, the National Congress held a significant vote about certain amendments that could have delayed the pension reform. Hours after, Arcara informed its clients, hedge fund and currency traders, about the probability and timing of the legislation, which in turn became recommendations that saw $800 million in profit, as the Brazilian real saw a 10-day run-up of 8% versus the US dollar. The Weather Company collects millions of data points and generates over 100,000 local forecasts daily. The IBM-owned firm provides data to governments, utilities, transportation, and agriculture organizations. Consumer and personal product companies such as L'Oreal and Procter & Gamble use the Weather Company's data on precipitation and humidity levels to target specific geographies with particular products. Online advertising in Jacksonville, Florida, spring, and Rochester, New York, fall, is used to promote Aussie's Calm the Frizz shampoo and L'Oreal anti-frizz spray. The weather company also works with Red Roof Inn, the hotel chain. Red Roof Inn, with over 600 locations, was well aware of the spikes in unplanned occupancy when storms hit certain areas, canceling or redirecting hundreds of flights. In the U.S. alone, a large winter or tropical storm can easily down 500 planes at a single airport. This equates to thousands of stranded passengers. The chain knew it was a tremendous opportunity, but was unsure how to capitalize on it. Working with historical and real-time data from the weather company and other services, Red Roof Inn developed an AI-based system that predicts and tracks emerging storms, as well as the availability and pricing of rooms within the chain. A targeted advertising campaign built around mobile platforms makes it easy for passengers to quickly reserve rooms and arrange for ground transportation. The system was rolled out in 2017 and helped contribute to a 2% increase in occupancy at the chain over the next 3 years. Key takeaways. 1. Can't think of a use for data? Just wait. The growth of data seems to have no end in sight, providing use case or applications in virtually every industry. 2. Look for the unapparent. New sources of data, or alternative data, is connecting overlooked data to drive insight and forward-looking decisions. 3. The time is now. Only 30% of decisions are based mostly on data. The future will bring more pressure and urgency in the future to increase the use of data in decisions. Chapter 7. The Moneyball Question. Healthy skepticism is the basis of all accurate observation. Arthur Conan Doyle, The Vital Message. While there is disagreement over when the big data era hit, analytics now has tailwinds, and accelerating adoption will follow the hockey stick model of growth. It is true that some industries have had an easier time and more natural evolution in the use of data for decisions than others. One yardstick is financial services, which have been first movers or fast followers on the introduction of technologies from PCs and spreadsheets to blockchain and advanced analytics. These have been table stakes for the sector. Compare financial services adoption of big data to newspapers, where a reporter's hunches have held the front page and dominated the mindset of the industry for decades. This has changed, though, finally. It took 15 years of losing ad revenues to news aggregators like tech-based firms such as Google and Facebook for the shift to finally take place. Were it not for the distressing erosion of billions of dollars in equity, companies like Torstar, the publisher of the Toronto Star, and McClatchy, which once ran the second-largest newspaper chain in America, would still be penny stocks. During that time, executives made poor decisions based on intuition as opposed to facts. Management paid lip service to digital and inadequately funded these new channels. Newsstand prices increased by 300% between 2014 and 2018, which only masked the realities of the situation. Hundreds of daily newspapers have gone out of business during the same time. The ones that have survived have brought in new management, typically from outside the industry, which have taken a very different, data-driven approach to the news. Athletics is the same way. Even though the National Hockey League, or NHL, had a full-time statistician in 1940, the movement towards emphasizing data over judgment in decisions didn't come into vogue in the NHL until the summer of 2014, when 8 of the 30 teams hired their first analyst. This is not the history of analytics in industry, but a way of saying industries have a different pace of adopting technologies to support decision-making. Even within industries, you will find sectors that seem out of touch or in the backwater of what is happening elsewhere. Back to the financial services market. You will find that venture capital firms still revolve around intuition and relationships to make big-ticket decisions. For media, while the New York Times and Globe and Mail have created engines to personalize content and monetize this into increased subscriptions, it is the local newspapers that continue to advertise the weekly church social and provide the scores of the past Wednesday's high school games. For Glacier Media, it is a question of technology versus journalism. We were over-innovating with all the bells and whistles, says Executive Vice President Bill Whitelaw. Our readers are committed to us. Google, for example, isn't going to cover garage sales and the score of the girls' hockey games, but we are. We still have to be smart about changing for the better and invest in digital technology. In sports, it is not a matter of having the data, but using the data to make decisions. Coaches get fired if they try and fail on 4th and 1. They would rather punt, even though the data might say that that wasn't the right decision. Doug Peterson was different, the devil's advocate who, as coach of the Eagles, called the Philly Special, a trick play on 4th and goal in their Super Bowl victory over the Patriots. Different industries and sectors will adopt AI at their own pace, but each will have their time when data and insight they drive becomes their respective industry's single most important competitive factor. Take a look at Figure 7.1 to see where businesses are in their adoption in 2019. Figure 7.1. A stacked bar graph showing the percentage of those who have adopted big data and analytics, those who are testing, those who are considering to within the next 1 to 2 years, and those who have no plans to adopt big data and analytics. The largest segment, 42%, consists of those already using big data and analytics. The smallest segment, 11%, consists of those considering adopting big data and analytics within the next 1 to 2 years. Caption: Adoption of Big Data and Analytics, 2019. Source: IDC. Moneyball is a term which refers to a metric that truly separates leaders from those who are just average. It comes from Michael Lewis's book, Moneyball, The Art of Winning an Unfair Game, which was turned into a box office hit in 2011 and is about the Oakland A's turn-of-the-century approach to identifying and exploiting inefficiencies and undervalued statistics in personnel decisions. The Oakland A's outscored and outperformed the rest of the pack over a 10-year stretch beginning in 2002. But once the A's general manager, Billy Beane's, statistical models were out in the open, then other teams jumped on the bandwagon. Baseball's Moneyball moment came when the Oakland A's, at the second lowest payroll and a third the size of the richest teams, made their first of 4 straight playoff appearances in 2000. Hockey's Moneyball time came after the Pittsburgh Penguins, a heavy analytics team, won the Stanley Cup in 2014. For newspapers, it was the 2014 to 2015 time period when new personalized services and paywall models became a permanent fixture for reading the news. The difference in the future is that these Moneyball movements will come more frequently, and the time firms have to adopt the new business models, which are constantly under attack and being recreated, will become shorter and shorter. We are always looking for the next piece of information, the next Moneyball point of data, says Jim Bark, a consultant to the mergers and acquisitions sector. Digital disruption completely redesigns industry business models, along with key performance indicators, or KPIs, that measure performance. For newspapers, it used to be advertising revenue. In television, it was ratings. And in music, it was radio play and album sales. Digital changes things. KPIs need to be continuously reviewed, in real time, and designed to be predictive as well as provide a historical baseline. Leading firms align KPIs with new business models and the value their offerings provide consumers. More data, combined with analytics, provides Moneyball moments, as firms are able to take advantage of value discrepancies being created by the changes in their respective industries. For the Washington Post and New York Times, the Moneyball metric has become the value of content and comparing what articles can drive in revenue it pulls in from subscriptions. In music, it is identifying hot emerging acts, even before they sign with one of the labels. The Next Big Sound, which was acquired by Pandora in 2015, tracks streaming on all music, video, and social media platforms to provide a single comprehensive measurement of emerging as well as mainstream artists. Digital offers tremendous opportunities to establish metrics that will clearly differentiate competition. Fitness is undergoing significant changes, with big box clubs feeling the pressure from both budget and boutique studios. Their market share and profitability is further being eroded by new business models such as ClassPass, an aggregator that allows customers to book sessions at different clubs, and MindBody, with streaming offerings making them the Netflix of fitness. These latter categories collect tons of data, enabling them to measure much more than the standard attrition KPI that health clubs have traditionally used. ClassPass, for example, is personalizing offerings that span from wellness to nutrition, driving 2 times the profit per customer than the bricks-and-mortar operators. The future is shaping up to be more complex. We have more data than ever before, 1.7 megabytes per person per minute to be exact. And it's more instantaneous, as real-time data is projected to grow by 70% and represent 30% of all new data created by 2025. The pressure to make decisions faster leaves a smaller window to go through the numbers and contemplate the choices we have in front of us. While data doesn't need hours or days, people do. It is critical to have the ability to slow things down. It is important to step back and have the time and tools to analyze information and craft a message that is simple to understand. It isn't all that straightforward, and with the complexities of today's business world, the easy path is to fall back on experience and decide with gut. Using intuition isn't wrong. It has just as important a role in the decisions that will shape the future, but its role will be different. The ideal state is a balance of intuition with data. The balance may not be 50-50. It may be 70-30 favoring data, or perhaps 80-20. The balance will be different based on the type of decision, how quickly it needs to be made, and the availability or lack of data and certainty. The balance may favor data-driven or sometimes data-informed, but the one thing that's clear is that the balance will constantly change as new information becomes available and new questions are asked. Data-driven decision-making in practice. Data-designed sales teams. Can a salesperson build relationships, schmooze, and use data to make the close? For Land O'Lakes' seed distribution division, the answer is yes. The question was key in the transformation to a data-driven company in the late 90s. Land O'Lakes restructured its retail and sales operations and heavily recruited agronomists, individuals with university degrees or deep expertise in the scientific approaches to farming. We needed people that believed and trusted in data and felt we could train them in sales, says Teddy Bacali, Chief Technology Officer for Land O'Lakes. Land O'Lakes understood that sales was only one component in the transformation to a data-driven organization. The company needed a framework to create the data, develop sales tools, and enable its sales force to effectively drive demand among their customer base. Data had to become the critical asset, and information needed to become the reason farmers turned to Land O'Lakes as opposed to its competitors. Our sales team has a vested interest because they want to talk data and they want to talk science. As a result, this became their wheelhouse, and they became engaged in making sure that the information was correct, says Bacali. The Land O'Lakes sales structure is built on layers. Starting with a base of believability in data, its sales force is local, being recruited from agricultural hubs such as Iowa and Nebraska. The next building block is data, created with years of science, test fields, and research on various growing conditions and farming techniques. The final layer is built on trust and relationships. Land O'Lakes' sales force understands farming, working with growers to maximize yields and expand their business. The salespeople have become trusted advisors by bridging the complex world of data and science with insight to answer questions and guide the farming decision. Land O'Lakes is not unique in their data-driven approach to sales. Pharmaceutical and medical devices are areas where a combination of research, data, and intuitive approaches to knowing how to build relationships and close sales have become the established model. Technical sales that heavily leverage data are used in telecommunications and information technology. Celestica, the $4 billion third-party engineering, design, and manufacturing corporation, heavily relies on data, starting in the prospecting stage. Using an internally developed AI system, Celestica maps its existing customer base and knowledge of other deals in the third-party manufacturing space. Its system has identified close to 100 early signs or triggers that a firm may outsource its manufacturing to one degree or another. These are factors such as industry ranking in revenue, ROI, turnover, and stock performance, says one person with knowledge of Celestica's sales process. These elements are found in the client base, say 18 to 24 months in advance of the decision to outsource. Celestica takes this model and maps out companies that are not yet their clients, looking for patterns, relationships, and firms that show signs or propensity to outsource. Data is also at the heart of how various multinationals have restructured their sales operations. The world's largest tech firms have redesigned their sales teams, moving from very local to regional, and now a global configuration with vertical focus. The traditional country and city structure was not working anymore, says one global provider's Canadian country lead. They were relatively expensive and we weren't getting the result we wanted. Furthermore, there were too many global inconsistencies that drove cost up, along with silos and poorly allocated resources, such as the ability to transfer people to where client demand is. Firms such as IBM, Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, and Capgemini have dug into the data to determine the right mix of local and global resources. This has led to the dissolution of country operations in favor of regional, North America, Europe, Asia, for example. Vertical teams that can be shifted quickly based on business needs. This model has taken away some of the flexibility of the local relationships that have traditionally existed between salespeople, local country heads, and the customer, but has worked for the most part as business becomes more global in nature. Look at cloud computing, says one CIO. It's not easy to get Amazon Web Services to talk to you on the phone, let alone meet for breakfast. The global model provides opportunities for local systems integrators to enter the market, but ultimately has helped the global players like Tata Consultancy Services and Capgemini to become more effective with productivity, everything from cost of sales to contract value, increasing by 10% to 20% over the past 5 years. Roth, baseball's first data analyst. Ebbets Field, the home of the Brooklyn Dodgers, was built before World War I and set for demolition in 1957, the year the Dodgers went to LA to start West Coast baseball. When the Dodgers moved to California, a dozen file cabinets located in the bowels of Ebbets Field were moved onto a train for the trip out west. Inside the cabinets was the data collected by baseball's first full-time statistician, Alan Roth. Never heard of Roth? I cannot blame you. He was 30 years ahead of Bill James and the Society for American Baseball Research, or SABR. Unfamiliar with them as well? Not important. Roth was 60 years ahead of personal computers, Moneyball, and the ability for technology to analyze tons of data on player performance. Before then, you had file cabinets filled with handwritten notes on pre-printed game sheets. Roth's compilations aid us in making decisions, Dodgers owner Walter O'Malley once said, even in making trades. Alan Roth, seen in Figure 7.2, is a kind of hero to me. Figure 7.2, Alan Roth, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie, sitting at his desk. In front of Mr. Roth are several books scattered across his desk. Caption, Alan Roth. Source, Library of Congress. Roth worked for a tie and belt company in Montreal in the 30s. He liked baseball more than hockey, but like most young children in Quebec, he followed Stanley Cup champion Montreal Canadiens. Roth somehow convinced head coach Dick Irvin to let him track the Canadiens' home games and soon was hired by the NHL commissioner Frank Calder to become the first league statistician. Roth's job mostly had to do with preparing game sheets for the press, but this was cut short by Canada's entry into World War II. During his time away from sports, Roth headed the records and statistics group concentrating on reinforcements for the Army. After he was discharged, Roth approached Branch Rickey, general manager of the Brooklyn Dodgers. Yes, This is the same Branch Rickey who introduced minor league affiliation as an inexpensive way of deciding on future talent, and the same person who helped design fast-drying dirt that was used at Ebbets Field when rain was in the forecast. Rickey is also the same person who signed Jackie Robinson, who made his major league debut on April 15, 1947, the same day Alan Roth started as the Dodgers' first statistician. Roth's analysis helped Rickey with his aim to trade away all-stars a year or two before their careers began their natural downturn and reworked the Dodgers lineup, including moving Robinson from second in the order to batting cleanup, garnering Robinson an MVP award in 1949. That was a strange discovery, Dick Young wrote in the New York Daily News, for it was a common belief that Jackie choked in the clutch. But Roth's figures proved that this was untrue. In Roth, Rickey had found his baseball soulmate, says longtime Dodger broadcaster Vin Scully. Together, they came up with isolated power, a stat to measure how often a player hits for extra bases. They were among the first to track saves, which would not become an official stat until 1969, and on-base percentage, the basis of Moneyball, which wouldn't become official until 1984. Roth's influence had already peaked. There was already one strike against him, being an outsider to the sports world. His second strike was the exit of Rickey in 1951 to head the Pittsburgh Pirates. Their manager, Charlie Dresden, relied heavily on intuition and gut. The Dodgers refused to resign Dresden in 1954, and instead decided to hand the managerial position to Walter Alston, who had a reputation for being conservative and numbers-based. Under Alston, the Dodgers would go on to win 950 games and 6 National League championships over the next decade. In 1967, Roth left the Dodgers and went on to work for NBC, sitting beside announcers Kurt Gowdy and Tony Kubek as they broadcast the game of the week. Roth did this for a decade, just as the SABR movement began and data started having a major role with many of the teams in baseball. Roth died in 1992 and is a member of the Canadian Baseball Hall of Fame. Key takeaways. 1. Playing by the numbers doesn't necessarily mean data-driven. Doing what everyone else does, even if the numbers support this, doesn't mean you are using the data to drive insight. Just ask the football teams that rarely punt, or the NBA teams who shoot three-pointers at an alarming rate. 2. It is Moneyball time. Each industry has its own Moneyball, the key metric that separates the best in class from the rest of the pack. 3. Step back and slow things down. The pressure to make decisions even faster doesn't provide a lot of time to get it right. Even in data-driven decision-making, it is important to step back and think about your options. Part 2. Rewriting the Rules of Business Decision-Making. Chapter 8. Forces at Work. Without big data, you are blind and deaf and in the middle of a freeway. Geoffrey Moore, quoted in Dorling Kindersley's The Business Book. Artificial intelligence and big data are no longer in their infancy or solutions looking for problems to solve. With the increasing use of analytic tools, the days of making key strategic decisions without enough information may be drawing to a close. The future may belong to people who are prepared for it, but it also belongs to organizations that embrace a data mindset, create direct connections to understand their customers, and turn information into insight to guide future decisions. A seismic shift towards data-driven decision-making will take place over the next decade. This shift, or rebalancing between intuition and data, is inevitable and is being driven by 1. Digital disruption. 2. A constantly increasing amount of data. 3. Digital mindset, Gen DX. 4. Analytic skill set. 5. Advances and cost-effectiveness of digital technologies. 6. Accelerating pace of change. And 7. A predictive use of data. Digital disruption. A disruption will make a company data-driven very quickly. 1 or 2 missteps, not seeing the writing on the wall, being a late follower to shifting consumer trends, and a change in management or sell-off of your stock will bring rapid changes to decision-making. These lessons have left a trail in the news and media industries, retail, and entertainment firms like Polygram and Blockbuster. Many traditional businesses in these sectors have, over time, become digital and data-driven. Others, such as startups, digitally native firms, and platform players such as Google and Facebook, which, according to the Pew Research Center, control 50% of the North American news media audience, and Airbnb, which has more booking nights than Hilton and Marriott combined, started with a clean slate to build technology, process, culture, and decision-making framework from scratch with the intent of disrupting the industry incumbents. While disruption is affecting virtually every industry, there is a tremendous variance or gap between firms in the same sector, and the speed of change impacting even various parts of the business. Much of this variance depends on the extent of change in the industry, who the disruptor is, and who is being disrupted. IDC's Winter 2019 survey on decision-making found that traditional brick-and-mortar retailers rate themselves low in data-driven decision-making capability, while e-retailers assess their ability as above par or best in class. Data is embedded in digital disruption. Mortgage financing provides an illustration. Things are done the same way they've always been done for a quarter of a century, says Steve Delaney, former CIO of the mortgage giant MCAP, which stands for market capitalization. While an arm of the Canadian financial services industry, mortgage and property financing has been mostly immune from changes. Really, there is no reason to change, adds Delaney when describing the firm that has a virtual lock on the property assessment market in Canada. We are making money. We are more profitable than we were last year. There's little competition. Some startups are beginning to come onto the scene. But really, management says, why change? In the end, strategic decisions do not come down to data, but judgment and a show of hands. Disruption shifts decision-making. There are a number of additional factors that contribute to now being the time to adopt a data-driven approach. These factors do not necessarily lead to better decision-making. However, using the data available to recognize the changes occurring and integrating the opportunities they present into corporate planning sets the foundation for data-driven strategies. A constantly increasing amount of data. There is little argument that technology is not only prevalent, but taking a larger and larger place in business as well as our daily lives. IDC's seminal study, The Digital Universe, now referenced as IDC Global Datasphere, traces the growth of data from 33 zettabytes in 2018 to 175 zettabytes by 2025, or close to 5 gigabytes of new data created every day for every man, woman, and child, as illustrated in Figure 8.1. Figure 8.1, a chart in the shape of an arrow predicting the growth of the IDC Global Datasphere. It is split into 3 sections and is pointing upwards and to the right. The bottom section is labeled 2018, 33 zettabytes. The middle section is labeled 2022, 105 zettabytes. The arrowhead, the top section of the chart, is labeled 2025, 175 zettabytes. Caption: Charting the growth of data. Source: IDC. It is hard to put this in perspective, but every person on the planet would need the equivalent of over 6 terabytes, or TB, of data in order to reach to 50 zettabytes, or ZB. The global datasphere, if physical and on paper, would reach the moon and back over 10,000 times. In a word, it's big. It is also growing at an exponential rate. Using the population analogy again, each person accounts for 1,000 transactions, from checking email to crossing at a monitored intersection a day, and generates on average 1.7 megabytes of data every second of every single day. Data. Information about what consumers buy, the 500 million tweets collected by the U.S. Library of Congress daily, the 250 billion emails sent every day, video surveillance, the routes we take to work, and the speed and flight path of a home run leaving Fenway Park, continues to grow with no real ceiling to the limits in sight. The use of mobile devices, advances in speed and capacity of communications, media-rich data such as voice and video, and big data itself is propelling the explosion of the digital universe. Many corporations are quickly catching on to the value of analyzing the mountains of data they are creating at breakneck speeds to drive decisions. Digital Mindset, Gen DX. Call it Gen Data. But the workforce of 5 to 10 years from now will be dramatically different than it is today. The class of 2021, for example, does not know a world without the internet or social media. They are digitally aware and dependent in the way they connect with friends, watch movies, and work. They expect to deal with businesses and public services in the same manner, and when ready to join the workforce, expect to be provided the tools they believe they need to do their jobs. We are in the dark ages, says Peter Lawson, Chief of the Department of Critical Care Medicine at Toronto's Hospital for Sick Children, as he describes today's environment to provide state-of-the-art tools and technologies. It's like the backwaters of healthcare, yet it is changing quickly. I think the older generation will adapt as we are shifting to digital quickly. Analytic skill set. Only 25% of businesses believe they have the skills, particularly around analytics, to compete in the future effectively. When you look at job postings at LinkedIn or Indeed, the qualifications that stand out revolve around critical thinking, the ability to ask the right questions, analyze data, and solve problems. Communication skills come up frequently as well, the ability to explain and drive action. These skills are not necessarily different than what was taught in universities in the 80s or 90s, but are heightened in the age of digital technology. Take a look at Figure 8.2. Figure 8.2, a bar chart showing the most sought-after technical skills for organizations. Operations at 31%, analytics at 35%, and security at 36%. Caption: Top 3 technical skills required. Source: IDC. Along with the new generation in the workforce, businesses are embracing retraining and upskilling of their employee base around analytics. Approaches focused on training, education, and knowledge transfer are much more preferred than external solutions, such as staff augmentation and outsourcing, to address today's technical skills gap. In addition, secondary and primary educational institutions are taking a measured approach to updating their curriculum to create more engineering and technology graduates. Last, immigration, which, for example, accounts for a third of the Canadian technology workforce, continues to fuel the digital capabilities we are witnessing in the workplace. Advances and cost-effectiveness of digital technology. Recent advances such as processing power, reduction in the cost of technology, and the expansion of mobility and connected devices called the Internet of Things, or IoT, which are enabled by platforms, have become game changers for data-driven decision-makers. Significant focus has been dedicated to big data, business intelligence, and predictive and cognitive analytics. In the past year, Amazon Web Services, or AWS, and Microsoft Azure, the top 2 infrastructure-based cloud providers, have rolled out more than 1,000 new products and services, with over 20% focused on data analytics. Angel investor sites such as AngelList track over 2,000 AI firms that are projected to grow by close to 10% over the next 4 years, as you'll see in Figure 8.3. Figure 8.3, 3 charts. The first one, titled Market Valuation of All Analytics Software in Millions, is a simple comparative bar graph. It lists the initial market valuation in 2018 at $38,400 and predicts it to grow to $179 billion by 2022. The second chart, titled Adoption, Artificial Intelligence, highlights the percentage of companies that are currently using artificial intelligence or planning to adopt it in 2020. More than half of the chart currently uses artificial intelligence. The third chart, titled Adoption, Predictive Analytics, highlights the same segments but for predictive analytics. The segments are split roughly 50-50 between currently in use and plan to adopt in 2020. Caption: Global Adoption and Analytics Software Revenue, 2018 and 2022. Source: IDC. These tech firms are bringing new solutions to the market that will not only make better use of the data businesses are collecting, but advance the predictive capabilities that will drive improved decision-making. Accelerating pace of change. Business no longer moves at a business-as-usual pace. The rules of business are no longer as certain as they once were. The past 5 years have led to the rewriting of the rules of business, the reversal of fortunes and corporate values, and a long-term shift in employment. C-level management is living it. IDC's research found that over 3/4 of business leaders fear that their business will be disrupted in the next 2 years, and the majority believe the moves they make in what in essence is a very short window will be the most critical in their corporate histories. They have heard the stories about disruption and watched the fall of Blockbuster, Kodak, and Radio Shack. These firms were once their peers, members of the elite S&P 500, which has seen the average tenure decline from half a century in the 60s to its current tenure of just 15 years. It used to be that startups were always a step or two shy of cracking the market, but now newly formed, digitally based companies represent 20% of the S&P 500, having pushed out many older, long-standing members. These firms are digitally native and data-centric from day one. Their IT systems, processes, and mindset are built around the customer and, in particular, the data that is captured at the point of connection between them and their client. You talk to Netflix, which has been around for really what amounts to a decade plus, and within a few minutes you say, yeah, I get it. They've always been that way. Innovation and digital is easier when your business is built from scratch on it, said Tim Ramza, formerly Manulife's Chief Innovation Officer and currently CEO of Live Oak Technologies. We're 100 years old. It is going to take us some time. A predictive use of data. The use of data is shifting from being historic to slowly taking the lens to the future. The past is easier. What was about to happen seems clear and obvious. The future, not so much. As the proverb goes, it is always dangerous to prophesy, particularly about the future. But companies need to be in the future. Teams want to be on the offensive, says Kyle Dubas, general manager of the Toronto Maple Leafs. Even as the shift forward to predictive analytics occurs, it will still be more natural and easier to ask, what happened, as opposed to, what will happen and what should we do about it? That is the finding of IDC's Winter 2019 survey on decision-making. The results show that over 70% of all executives, including 80% of CFOs and 86% of CIOs, use data to understand the past, much more than they use data to think about the future, as shown in Figure 8.4. Figure 8.4, a table showing how business leaders use data in decision-making with 3 rows and 4 columns. Each row, from top to bottom, shows the percentage of chief executive officers, chief financial officers, and chief information officers that use data, while each column shows what they use the data for. From left to right, the columns are labeled Looking Back to Understand, Solve Current Problems, What Will Happen, and Strategies for the Future. The table reads CEO, Looking Back to Understand, 70%, Solve Current Problems, 88%, What Will Happen, 79%, and Strategies for the Future, 66%. CEOs responded significantly higher than the mean for the Solve Current Problems and What Will Happen columns. CFO, Looking Back to Understand, 79%, Solve Current Problems, 28%, What Will Happen, 52%, and strategies for the future, 67%. CFOs responded significantly higher than the mean for the Solve Current Problems column. CIO, looking back to understand, 86%. Solve Current Problems, 59%. What will happen, 42%. And strategies for the future, 56%. CIOs responded significantly higher than the mean for the looking back to understand and what will happen columns. Caption: How data is utilized in decision-making by role. Source: IDC. According to the IDC survey on decision-making, the majority of leaders use data to solve pressing current business issues in the here and now. This is led by medium and enterprise-sized firms, 83% and 84% respectively. Government and retail organizations, as well as CEOs themselves, at 88%. The difference in using data to look backward instead of ahead is clear when comparing firms based on their self-rated level of maturity in the use of data and data-driven decisions. Around 50% of businesses that rate themselves far behind their peers use data to understand the past, and only 14% and 21% to understand and act on the future. This is 60% less than best-in-class firms and those that drive an ROI from data of more than 50%, as seen in Figure 8.5. Figure 8.5, a table showing how various organizations rank themselves and use data in decision-making with 6 rows and 4 columns. Each column is the same as the table before it, but now the rows represent organizations instead of roles. From top to bottom, the rows are far behind peers, lags behind peers, on par with peers, exceeds peers, best in class, and ROI 50% plus. The table reads, far behind peers, looking back to understand, 52%. Solve current problems, 47%. What will happen, 14%. And strategies for the future, 21%. These organizations responded significantly higher than the mean for the what will happen and strategies for the future columns. Lags behind peers. Looking back to understand, 68%. Solve current problems, 68%. What will happen, 45%. And strategies for the future, 65%. These organizations responded significantly higher than the mean for the what will happen column. On par with peers. Looking back to understand, 68%. Solve current problems, 71%. What will happen, 45%. And strategies for the future, 65%. These organizations responded significantly higher than the mean for the what will happen column. Exceeds peers. Looking back to understand, 56%. Solve current problems, 72%. What will happen, 61%. And strategies for the future, 68%. Best in class, looking back to understand, 75%. Solve current problems, 87%. What will happen, 81%. And strategies for the future, 75%. These organizations responded significantly higher across all columns. ROI 50% plus. Looking back to understand, 72%. Solve current problems, 83%. What will happen, 62%. And strategies for the future, 81%. These organizations responded significantly higher than the mean for the solve current problems and strategies for the future columns. Caption: How data is utilized in decision-making by persona. Source: IDC. The more advanced or mature the organizations are, the more likely they are to use data to understand what potentially will happen in the future and develop strategies to address these changes. They are also more likely to drive significant returns, ROIs of over 50%, from data-driven initiatives and decisions. This is the gold standard. The drivers that led to the shift in decision-making are the same factors that are transforming industries and creating risk as well as opportunity. Factors such as digital technologies and different expectations from a new workforce generation have also set the stage for more volatility and uncertainty. While this metaphoric North Star looks like integrating data and analytics into virtually every decision-making process, most businesses find themselves starting with something far less. The best first step is realizing that making decisions the way they always had been made in the past may not cut it in the future. Rethinking or trying to improve your business in an Amazon-led marketplace cannot be done solely by intuition, but a combination of data, experience, and judgment. Key takeaways. 1. Disruption is making companies very data-driven. The pace of change varies between industries and sectors, but it is not a matter of if, but when. Disruption will also change how decisions are made. 2. Technology as an enabler. Digital technologies such as the Internet of Things, mobility, and advanced communications allow firms to capture more data and at real-time speeds. 3. A new generation in the workforce has different expectations. People come into the organization with expectations around the access of data and technology. Organizations need to provide employees the tools, training, and freedom to make fact-based decisions. Chapter 9. The Redesign of Decision-Making. The goal is to turn data into information, and information into insight. Carly Fiorina, former CEO of Hewlett-Packard, in a speech given at Oracle Open World. Decision-making is not a perfect science. Even if we knew all the variables or believed data could predict the future, factors such as values, empathy, bias, creativity, and trust sometimes prove more critical or relevant in making the right decision. In the end, decision-making is a mix of science and art. Organizations need to find their own balance between experience, intuition, and data. Yet the equation or alignment between judgment and data is rapidly advancing as more information becomes available and the impact of decision-making shows itself much faster in a digital marketplace. Even as the volume and complexity of data increases, decision-making is becoming more complete, combining new methods to inform strategic initiatives. The use of judgment and experience remain relevant, and traditional data points continue to be the foundation. We mostly still use demographic information such as where people live, where they work, their age, and their income, says Ryan Gustafson, former Seattle Sounders FC's Vice President of Business Strategy and Development. Traditional data is being augmented by predictive data and layers of alternative data that is being captured. This includes the number of smartphones connected to the Sounders Wi-Fi, weather patterns, and data on the parking lots surrounding Seattle's CenturyLink Field. Currently, in the domain of institutional investment firms, alternative data is identifying connections between what seem to be non-related data. By bringing together diverse data sets such as airplane registrations to track executive movement and satellite imagery to assess oil inventories, and scraping data from job sites such as Glassdoor and LinkedIn to identify employment trends, organizations are able to find the one or two combinations that unlock opportunities. The increasing richness, volume, and velocity of data are also being married with a relatively recent school of thought centered on end users and customers. These business approaches include design thinking. Design thinking digs deeper into currently available customer data by focusing on the customer or user experience and fulfilling unmet needs and wants of the marketplace. Data plays a big role in Airbnb's design thinking efforts. Data is the aggregated voice of our customers, and wherever we go next, wherever we belong next, will be driven by those voices. We use data to understand individual experiences and aggregate those experiences to identify trends across the community. Those trends inform decisions about where to drive the business, says Riley Newman, formerly head of data science at Airbnb and currently general partner, Wave Capital. Along with design thinking are lean startup approaches practiced in digital labs and innovation centers. Lean startup combines concepts such as problem identification, customer or user feedback, experimentation, rapid prototyping, and pivoting or quickly adjusting direction. This methodology works particularly well in hard-to-predict, fast-moving markets, but is also leveraged by regulated industries, including insurance. At Great West Life, its Innovation Center team applied lean startup in developing new retirement savings programs for new university graduates. Manulife's Red Lab, located in Waterloo's hub, Communitech, used lean startup to redesign its banking operations. Benecaid, a group, life, and health carrier, is able to use data to test options dynamically. We will roll out new offerings or options and have that instantaneous feedback loop with our clients to see whether they like it or not, says David Katz, Executive Vice President of Innovation at Benecaid. Approaches such as design thinking, innovation centers, and lean startup extend and drive additional value from traditional data sources. These movements are colliding with advances in data collection and analysis to fundamentally redesign the approach to decision-making. Data, and with it the ability to drive insight and predict and shape consumer demand, will become the wedge that will quickly differentiate winners from losers and good decisions from the bad. But we are calling it data-driven for a reason. Data, information, and analysis are tools to guide, inform, and provide options. According to Nikkei Group Asia, even the Hong Kong investment firm DKV, which has a bot on its board, is not yet advocating to cede the final call to technology. A single Canadian Air Force jet collects terabytes of data on performance, communication, flight data, and predictive analytics for maintenance. Each plane has hundreds of sensors that can be used to provide guidance on airstrikes or landing. My biggest concern is the more data we have and the more data the RCAF wants to have, we may miss the big picture. Data is one piece, but decisions need to be shaped by both data and judgment, says Lieutenant Colonel John Whalen. Data-driven decision-making in practice. The only rule is it has to work. It's a little kid's fantasy to be the GM of a professional sports team, trade players in a slump, and win the championship. Ben Lindbergh and Sam Miller of Baseball Prospectus got to fulfill their wish in 2015 when the owner of the independent Pacific Association Sonoma Stompers accepted their proposal to run the team in a data-driven way, free of charge, for 1 year. Lindbergh and Miller chronicled their season in charge in the book The Only Rule Is It Has to Work, our wild experiment building a new kind of baseball team. The men were also able to convince high-tech providers such as StatCast to install equipment worth over $100,000 at the 65-year-old Arnold Field. The Stompers would have all the data that major league teams have to calculate WHIP, also known as walks plus hits per inning pitched, ERA plus, otherwise known as adjusted earned run average to normalize for park conditions, and BABIP, otherwise known as batting average on balls in play. These terms may not mean anything to you, or the Stompers' players for that matter, but they informed Lindbergh's and Miller's decisions that were all centered on percentages and coaching by numbers. Sure, sports are becoming more data-driven, but the Stompers provided a test bed and lessons about intuition and gut that still guides most lineup and strategy decisions in baseball. How radical were the Stompers? Lindbergh and Miller tried 5-person infield shifts, stretching the comfort level of their players who were just getting used to the traditional shift. They moved 3 or all 4 fielders to one side of the diamond to maximize the chances of getting pull hitters out. Usually, a 5-person infield moves 1 outfielder in, so coverage is even more intensified. The Stompers also put their stopper, which is a team's top reliever who usually closes the game, in the first inning. The data-driven rationale was, why save your best for last? Put the top pitcher in situations that either could turn a game, bases loaded in the third, or start the game, where more runs are scored than any other in baseball. Like any Silicon Valley startup, when Lindbergh and Miller's ideas failed, they didn't just go back to basics, but pivoted. iterated and tried again. It certainly felt unnatural for the players, like driving on the left side of the road for Americans. With the advantage of data and a willingness to subvert baseball orthodoxy, we could play the kind of baseball we'd only theorized about. Efficient, imaginative, weird, recalls Sam Miller. Bring on the all-reliever pitching staff, the algorithm that would tell our pitcher which pitch to throw in each count. We could also sign the clunky swinger whose exceptional college stats put him atop our spreadsheet-generated wish list. The results? The Pacific Association has a split season, where the winners of the two halves face off in a single championship game. The Stompers rode a 26-11 record to win the first half of the season. This gave Lindbergh and Miller the confidence to push their data-driven approach even more, but they fell flat in the second half, going just .500. As any good data analyst would, the two tried to figure out where they had gone wrong. It centered on deep-seated resistance, unfamiliarity, and distrust of something new. After all, baseball had been around and played mostly the same way for 170 years before Lindbergh and Miller showed up. "We had a winning team," said Sam Miller, "but we didn't have their trust." The key lessons learned in their year as the head of the Stompers did not revolve around ERAs or batting averages, but around more human factors of communication and buy-in. If they had been allowed to live their dream another year, Lindbergh and Miller would have listened to and secured allies in their coaching staff and on the team, and better explained why data is important and what it can do for a specific player's performance. Belief in the data was the key, which baseball can now see firsthand in players such as Dallas Keuchel, who after 2 losing seasons became a Cy Young Award-winning pitcher, as well as all-stars Joey Gallo and Chris Bryant, who had their swings designed with the help of data analytics. Key takeaways. 1. Decision-making is being reshaped. The adoption of relatively new management practices are helping to round out how decision-making is done in organizations. 2. Data is the voice of the customers. Another method, design thinking, allows companies to better understand the user experience and inform decisions. 3. A new way to solve problems. Current business practices such as design thinking, DevOps, and lean startup lend themselves perfectly to the use of data. Chapter 10. Big Data's Role in Industry Disruption. The data scientist was called, only half-jokingly, a caped superhero. Ben Rooney, Big Data's Big Problem, Little Talent, in the Wall Street Journal. Big data and analytics have had their peaks and valleys as human capabilities play a continuous catch-up game with advances in analytics and technology. The conditions are ripe for data-driven decision-making to firmly take hold. One of the key factors is the disruption that is affecting every sector of the economy. According to IDC's research, over 3/4 of Canadian business leaders believe that digital technologies will significantly disrupt their industries, propelling their companies towards major transformational initiatives. The need for transformation is rising, as are the challenges of remaining relevant and creating new value in the marketplace. Data analytics is the single most important technology in digital transformation, driving much of the changes we are witnessing while being one of the most important tactics to counter threats in the marketplace. Regardless of industry, size of business, or maturity level, IDC's work on data analytics is proving to have the largest impact and highest ROI, turning it into the key competitive differentiator in the digital world, as you can see from Figure 10.1. Figure 10.1, 2 bar graphs shown side by side. The leftmost bar graph shows revenue driven from IT, where digital, which makes up 31.5% of revenue, is performing 41% higher than traditional. The rightmost bar graph shows gross profit driven from IT, where digital, which makes up 7.8% of gross profit, is performing 40% higher than traditional. These percentages are based on the assumption that there is a baseline IT budget of 4%, and a baseline gross margin of 25%. Caption: ROI in digital investments. Source: IDC. While it is easy to see that digital is rewriting the rules of business, it is really difficult to understand these changes when you are in the middle of them. With the luxury of time, it is clear when the critical moments occurred. Disruption happens in stages, which sometimes overlap. Take a look at Figure 10.2. Figure 10.2. A horizontal timeline describing the 4 phases of industry disruption. Each phase has a title with examples of what happens during that phase. Phase 1 reads, Signals amidst the noise. Technology brings change. Customer preferences reshaped. Phase 2 reads, Change takes hold. Existing management tasked with digital agenda. Belief in protecting the core. Phase 3 reads, No turning back. Competing priorities, major cost cutting, and management faces aha moment. Org changes. Phase 4 reads, The new normal. New cost base, heavy investment in digital, particularly data analytics. Caption: Phases of digital disruption. Source: Mark Schrutt. Companies in the same sector will experience the phases at different points, and even various parts of the same business will run at a different pace. Regardless, whether you are J.P. Morgan Chase or the provincial government of Newfoundland, it is not a matter of if, but when your industry will be disrupted. And executives of these organizations will be faced with multiple decisions in each of these phases, some of which may have little impact, and others that will make or break their future. IDC's research on disruption found that many of these decisions are focused on short-term solutions, made with little collaboration, and have an insufficient amount of information. Sometimes management becomes complacent, overconfident in its abilities, or unable to see what is really going on. Misreading the science, misinterpreting the impact of digital technology, and holding on too long to the metrics of the past can be fatal. In 2005, the Toronto Star's publisher and chair of the holding company Torstar, John Hondrich, said, "Who would want to read a newspaper on a computer?" At the same time, Hondrich did not seem wrong. Daily circulation at the Star and other Canadian newspapers was at an all-time high. The news media controlled more than 50% of the overall advertising revenue, and Torstar's stock was trading at $30 a share. But the internet, mobile platforms, and consumer preferences would quickly change everything. Within 5 years, what started as a nuisance, a speck on the competitive radar, brought the newspaper to its knees. Traditional newspapers were no competition for Google and other news aggregators active in the industry. With subscriber numbers declining, advertisers quickly switched their spending, leading the papers to hastily replicate what their competitors were doing online. Using data to understand oncoming shifts in the market. Most companies will not even know when the disruption begins. It is hard to tell the difference between background noise or static and the true signals of change. Companies are not doing a good enough job of sensing or understanding these changes, and frequently dismiss first movers as more of an annoyance than a threat. Data and its ability to help sense trends or connections can be invaluable in distinguishing those that can be discounted from the ones you need to take very seriously. Mergers and acquisitions is an industry with a good understanding of this. M&A firms heavily rely on predictive data, says Jim Bark, a consultant in the industry. Data is used to get more clarity of the future, what fads are truly trends and opportunities. An extreme example of the use of predictive data in the M&A world is the Hong Kong investment firm DVK, which has given analytics software a vote in the boardroom on strategic decisions. "I believe our fund would have gone under without Vital AI, the name of the tool, because we would have invested in overhyped projects," says managing partner Dmitry Kaminsky. Vital, a homegrown AI tool, analyzes trends in life science companies to quantify risk and predict successful investments. "We treat it as a member of our board with observer status," he said. "As a board, we agreed that we would not make significant investment decisions without corroboration by Vital. Data becomes even more instrumental when industry transformation progresses through phases 2 and 3, as companies develop strategies to counter competition and redefine customer relationships. By this point, the fundamentals of the business model are truly beginning to change. The first mover market quickly expands to fast followers, while revenues from traditional players flatline and incumbent market shares begin to decline. From year 1 to year 2, we sold 15,000 mattresses and increased revenue from 1 million Canadian dollars to 10 million Canadian dollars. Year 3, 2017, we hit 20 million Canadian dollars in revenue, says Mike Goodison, co-founder of Endy, an online betting store. In the next 36 months, Endy captured 4% of the Canadian mattress market, grew to 50 employees without having a single store, and accepted a 90 million Canadian dollar buyout from market leader Sleep Country. The emergence of digitally native competition and the sliding relevancy of traditional players get a certain degree of notice. Stock analysts lower their projections and executive bonuses get cut. But before management comes to the realization that the long-held rules of business have permanently changed, they are faced with a number of market moments that will have a profound impact on their business. Unfortunately, many decisions will be made with little understanding of the changes going on. There will be frequent restructuring, which Canada's largest newspaper chain, Post Media, did. Some will underinvest in digitally driven lines of business, which sets up more problems down the road. Others will hope to stop the bleeding by selling off assets and business units, such as what happened in retail giants Sears and The Gap. Many will fall prey to politics and internal turf fights and back executives who aggressively lobby for funding. Decisions may not have a long-term focus, but primarily revolve around cost-cutting and monetizing assets to shore up short-term metrics. Businesses need to have a long lens, consider forward-looking data instead of basing decisions on historical trends and intuition, and be open to new opinions and fact-based arguments. For example, both the Toronto Star and the Globe and Mail newspapers lowered ad rates while increasing the newsstand price of a paper by 200% between 2011 and 2014. This helped mask many of the disintegrating fundamentals that would have shown that the business model revolving around advertising was not going to work in the world of the future. The numbers were there for executives to see, but the facts didn't quite align with how they viewed their industry, says Gordon Edall, who heads up the Globe and Mail's innovation efforts. Richard Kenney, head of digital at the broadcaster CBC, echoes Edall's comments. We still believed people would wait until the morning's paper or the 6 o'clock dinner hour for today's news. And if people were going to the internet for news, they would only come to our websites. We were wrong. There was disbelief and some self-delusion in the North American newspaper industry. By then, it was almost too late. There were tactical moves, disposition of some assets, and stock buybacks, but you couldn't hide the facts. From 2013 to 2015, Torstar, Post Media, Glacier, and the Globe and Mail all brought in new management, many from outside the industry with data-driven transformation experience, to execute on their recovery. Long-held rules are certainly under pressure. In the future, particularly with the growth of data and the ability to act on its insight, there will be little room left for arguments such as, "That's the way we've always done it," "It feels right," or "I don't care what the data says." The motion picture industry, which has been basing its decisions on intuition and relationships since before Cecil B. DeMille won an Oscar, has experienced modest box office revenue increases over the past decade. When you unpack that data just a bit, it shows double-digit growth in Asian markets where there is an undersupply of theaters and steep declines in North America, says Todd Supley, who focuses on entertainment at business consultancy PwC. The movie execs don't quite understand how the market is changing, in part because they have to rely on third parties, the distributors, and networks for data. and partly overconfidence that we've been around for 100 years doing it this way and we'll be around tomorrow. Data can not only drive through the noise, but can also act as a yardstick to confirm or question decisions made on gut and intuition. Data can drive through the numbers to get to the root of the problem and help in go or no-go decisions about acquisitions and price increases. It can help firms maneuver through the static, provide options and alternative paths, and assess the risk and opportunities. While intuition may have got you this far, it won't cut it for organizations facing disruption. There's too much change, too much at stake, and the risk of making the wrong decision is too great not to use the data available. Businesses need to extend their capabilities to position information and insight in their decisions on the future. While the investment in digital depends on the industry and individual business, the one technology that stood out as cutting across all sectors was data analytics. Data is the battleground, says Royal Bank of Canada's, or RBC, CEO David McKay. In the past, banks needed economic scale. In the future, they will need data scale. IDC's decision-making survey found that 50% of organizations that are widely using analytics make decisions either fully or mostly on data and are twice as likely to rate themselves as best-in-class and exceeding their peers. These firms are also driving higher ROIs, over 50%, from their use of data in decision-making. Analytics and data-driven decision-making go hand in hand and are driving more revenue, productivity improvements, and higher ROI, as you can see from figures 10.3 and 10.4. Figure 10.3, a bar graph showing the return of investment, ROI, of analytics that various industries are experiencing. These industries include wholesale, discrete manufacturing, financial services, primary manufacturing, construction, retail, government, education, healthcare, and transportation. The average return is 20.7%, compared to the typical return of all information technology investments of 14%. Text next to the graph reads, firms that exceed peers, 1.2 times higher ROI and best in class, 1.3 times higher ROI. Caption, ROI on analytics investments by industry. Source, IDC. Figure 10.4. A chart that shows the ROI of analytics realized by various corporate departments on a scale of 10% to 25%. From left to right, the chart reads, Finance Department, 12.5%. Information Tech Department, 17.5%. Operations, 21.4%. And Corporate Management, 25%. Caption, ROI on analytics investments by organizational function. Source, IDC. Data-driven decision-making in practice. The Canadian newspaper industry. Data is what now propels companies forward, just as oil fueled the first industrial revolution and electricity powered massive scale prior to the turn of the 20th century. In the newspaper industry, data analytics is driving better readership insight and provides the opportunity and capabilities to turn around ad revenue and ultimately make better decisions. The Globe and Mail's Adal describes how the newspaper recently has been able to use the disruption of the news industry to its advantage. We used to run things very much by hunches, a feel for the headlines. We've doubled down on data analytics and moved from gut feel and intuition to data-informed and data-led. We rely on analytics, from attracting subscribers, where and when to put our stories, all the way to the most strategic decisions on capital investments and partnerships, such as what we have with the Washington Post. We have had a few false starts in competing with the new aggregators, but with the data we have, the way we now use it, and the change in culture, we are on our way. The pace of change has lowered the cost and other barriers of adopting digital technologies, but firms need to avoid becoming data-rich and information-poor. Companies need to do the basics to create the IT platform needed to apply and leverage technology to increase productivity, better understand customers, and shape product development. The bigger issue revolves around capabilities, including the skill set and ability to drive speed and flexibility from what still are mostly legacy environments. It is also about a new mindset to use intuition and data together, to appreciate and see what data tells you and use it to inform and test out ideas. Before the term digital disruption became synonymous with competition and market decline, daily newspapers like the Toronto Star were living it. Since 2000, which marked the paper's third century of business, the Star, according to IBIS World, has lost 35% of its base of advertising revenue, and its holding company's value has ranged from close to 1 billion Canadian dollars to just over 25 million Canadian dollars. Torstar was taken private in May 2020 for 52 million Canadian dollars. Traditional newspapers have seen print dollars turn into digital dimes and mobile pennies. Just take a look at the astounding numbers in Figure 10.5. Figure 10.5. Statistics about the decline of the Canadian newspaper industry. From top to bottom, the statistics read: weekday circulation goes from 4.2 million to 3.5 million, minus 17%. Market share of advertising goes from 35% to 20%, minus 43%. Advertising revenue declines to $2.9 billion, minus 24%. And Torstar's stock price goes from $19 to $5.85 per share, minus 69%. Next to the statistics is a photograph of a pile of rolled-up newspapers. Caption: The Decline of the Canadian News Industry, 2008 to 2013. Source: Mark Schrutt. Decision-making at the Star, though, hadn't really changed as new media organizations, such as Google and Facebook, became the main source of both news and advertising. Decisions were slow, and new ventures such as a tablet version of the paper were miscalculated. Mostly, though, the paper had lost touch with the changes in the market and what the readership wanted. In 2014, a new CEO ushered change to the paper. The new CEO felt that the future of the paper and its shift from mostly an advertising-based business model to one driven by readership and subscribers would depend on data. He introduced a new mindset and began a gradual but eventual change in corporate culture. The Star leverages third-party data, such as Nielsen for competitive data and The Economist for global economic trends, to help shape its strategy as well as its business development efforts. The Star also began investing in ways to capture first-party data to better understand the personas of various readers, how readers interacted with the various properties, and what type of news or content resonated with the different categories of subscribers. But the changes were taking place almost too late, as you can see in Figure 10.6. Figure 10.6. Statistics about the decline of the Canadian newspaper industry. From top to bottom, the statistics read: weekday circulation goes from 3.7 million to under 3 million, minus 24%. Market share of advertising goes from 28% to 17%, minus 19%. Advertising revenue declines to under $2 billion, minus 30%. And Torstar's stock price goes from $7.85 to $1.85 per share, minus 7.85%. Next to the statistics is a photograph of a stack of folded newspapers with an e-reader sitting on top. Caption: The Decline of the Canadian News Industry, 2013 to 2020. Source: Mark Schrutt. Data helps the Star curate the reader experience and design advertising campaigns for business development while guiding financial forecasts. It also plays a role in how the Star and other progressive newspapers, such as the New York Times and Wall Street Journal, are run to reach business objectives. There is still plenty of work to be done at the Star to get to a new normal, as seen in Figure 10.7. Figure 10.7, a figure showing the 6 new dynamics that characterize the newspaper industry. From top to bottom, they read: subscriber data analytics, data to segment subscribers and create content packages; content data analytics, data used to inform and evaluate profitability of digital assets; business model, little asset ownership, heavy use of contractors and outsourcing; metrics, subscriber and reader revenue versus advertising, cash flow. Digital first approach, agile processes are being adopted. Paywall, nobody has cracked the paywall code yet. Caption, the new normal. Source, IDC. The paper has struggled as it shifts to paywalls and a subscriber-based business model. Investments into a data-driven technology architecture have been slow, and management wrestles with the need to balance between data and judgment. Angus Frame, Senior Vice President of Digital Product and Digital Product Development at Torstar, calls it the new 80-20 rule. In time, we will be more and more data-driven, but we aren't there yet, says Frame. We've moved along quickly. People are asking for the data now. That is a big change, but we don't have all the information yet. Until we do, we encourage our people to make decisions based on the data that we have. Frame related a story on how the Star's CEO delivered this message to its line management. He brought everyone in to a meeting room and said, "There will come a time when you can't wait for every piece of information. At those times, you have to make decisions based on good enough data." For Frame, the ultimate piece of data to guide the future is the lifetime value per content, a metric that measures the worth of an article in ad revenues, subscription uptakes, and shares. There are variations in the theme. The Globe uses a similar measure. Inc. magazine's publisher, Eric Schurenberg, CEO of Mansueto Ventures, uses the lifetime value of a reader, while NBC Universal frames metrics in terms of viewers. These Moneyball metrics are becoming the standard in the media to guide these traditional businesses through the continuous change that will reshape the future of the news. Data-driven decision-making in practice, the insurance industry. For the better part of the past 2 centuries, insurance products were bought directly from carriers who employed large captive sales forces, those who are employed and sell only one insurer's offerings. This model withstood economic crises, the introduction of new insurers, and stock market swings. Yet, the sales force was expensive to maintain for the carriers. In the 1990s, small independent firms called third-party administrators, or TPAs, and unaffiliated brokers began to appear and recruit salespeople swayed by the ability to sell products from multiple insurance companies. The industry followed suit quickly, and carrier after carrier began to exit the captive model, significantly reducing their cost of operations. As the brokers left to start or join their own TPAs, they walked out the door with most of the relevant customer and prospect data, lifestyles, financial positions, needs, toleration for risk, and goals for wealth management. By the time the market had shifted entirely to the TPA model in the early 2000s, the carrier's role had been relegated to underwriting, issuing policies, processing claims, and administering annual renewal notices. Since then, a new type of insurance company has emerged, threatening both the traditional carriers and TPAs alike. These firms are digitally driven. Benecaid, which was recently acquired by Green Shield Benefits Association, is one such carrier. Benecaid bypasses TPAs and deals directly with customers. While its insurance products are very similar to that of traditional carriers, it develops products far more differently than its century-old competitors. Benecaid has built a direct channel with its customers. This direct connection allows it to understand the health of customers better, what treatments they use, and how people interact with their insurers, what type of device they use, for example, or whether they file group life and health claims from home or while having coffee at Starbucks. Benecaid also works with affiliated partners in banking and workforce benefits to better service commercial and individual customers. First-party data, information directly from policyholders, has also allowed micro-segmenting the marketplace and personalized insurance solutions. "We get this data in real time," said David Katz, Executive Vice President of Innovation at Benecaid. "Our design team will create an offering, and we know almost immediately if it's working or not, enabling us to make a tweak or two." The long history insurance has in data is not going away. The legacy carriers, though, continue to struggle. They are one step removed from the data and rely on TPA and backward-looking data to develop market strategies. Benecade, on the other hand, gets data directly from customers, which allows them to make product decisions on the fly, pivot, and be better prepared to take advantage of opportunities that meet their customers' needs. Data-driven decision-making in practice. Andrew Peller Limited. 10 years ago, Andrew Peller, the Canadian winery, lived in a very analog world. Everything it did, from choosing grape variations, planting, pricing, and marketing, was done by touch, experience, and gut. In 2020, Andrew Peller has become a digital winery. It's become too expensive with a lot of variables that weren't around a decade ago, says CEO John Peller. The land costs money. Weather is more volatile. The model has changed, and we needed to as well. Andrew Peller deployed sensor technology across its fields, equipment, and production systems. Satellite data is also used to determine the irrigation levels and weather patterns to predict yield. Data is also key in decisions on what to grow, as well as operational decisions around scheduling and inventory. Andrew Peller has also broadened its reach to better understand trends in affiliated markets, such as beers and ciders, and is working with St. Catherine's Brock University to test new techniques to increase production and yield. In addition, Peller has moved from all print advertising to fully digital and social, and uses the data captured during these campaigns to make marketing decisions. The winery has also reached out to its customer base and holds a number of tastings for new concepts across the country. The past decade has seen a complete transformation of Andrew Peller, with revenue jumping by 46% and the value of its stock climbing 225%. Key takeaways. 1. Disruption will happen in phases. The 4 stages of disruption come with a series of decisions that firms will need to make. Most businesses end up making the wrong decisions. 2. Data enables you to see the signals of change. Leading companies use data to tell the difference between meaningless trends and ones that you need to take very seriously. 3. Data as a yardstick. Data-driven decision-making is critical in developing competitive strategies and refining customer-based business models. Data also acts as a measure of progress. Chapter 11. The Consequences of Being Information Poor. In God we trust. All others must bring data. Edward Deming, quoted in Mary Walton's The Deming Management Method. The simplest way to characterize today's world would be the adage, data-rich but information-poor. Data is abundant, and more data is being generated every time we drive our cars, step into a store with wireless beacons, and with every click of the computer. Industries as diverse as wedding dress designers, neighborhood barbershops, and high-tech markets themselves have access to better customer and user data than they had the day before and the day before that. Having the capability to analyze data and the capacity to drive insight and action is another matter. An organization that is unable to use data to keep up with and stay ahead of the market becomes information poor. The vast majority of companies fall into this category. This is not likely to change as the amount of data and associated technologies progress. As data becomes more forward-looking or predictive, most organizations will still not be able to fully leverage what they are capturing to drive value. We have so much data, but we don't know what to do with it. It is my biggest problem, says the Royal Canadian Air Force's Lieutenant Colonel John Whalen. We have terabytes of data coming from each flight, but we don't have the tools to draw much understanding from it. Sometimes it is just too much data. While many industries such as retail and media have invested in data analytic tools and have brought in a new generation of executives who know the value of data-driven decisions, many decisions cannot solely be made based on numbers. Ethics, values, empathy, the social good, and the human touch cannot always be determined by numbers. Often, decisions come down to a combination of data, judgment, and experience. It is not black or white, even though champions of analytics, as well as executives who prefer to go with what their experience tells them, may see it that way. Some companies are pushing too hard and too fast to become data-driven without yet having the right tools, skill sets, processes, or mindset. This can set up a climate where data could become a hindrance to moving quickly and making the right decisions. There is a difference between not looking at data, the more information the better, and having every last and best piece of data. The latter is rarely feasible. We'd like to be 100% for sure, and in some cases, we get close. But when things fall outside the norm, when two symptoms are telling you one thing, but another doesn't quite fit, we have to go with 80% data and 20% judgment, says Peter Lawson, Chief of the Department of Critical Care Medicine at Toronto's Hospital for Sick Children. Time, quality, and speed affect everyone. In most cases, organizations are faced with a combination of decisions that need to be made almost immediately, and decisions that allow more time, giving companies the opportunity to reflect, collect more data, and solicit the personal experiences of others by which to weigh their options. Another factor is the time horizon of the data used by an organization. Most analytics look backwards. Last year's GDP, or an employment rate, the trending analysis of the stock market, how many people caught the flu during the past winter. It is the data that is available as captured by the tools that many organizations have in place. Yet the greatest value of data is to drive insight around understanding the future and how the market and customer behaviors are expected to change, guiding strategy to prepare, react, and excel in fast-paced, uncertain times. In many cases, using data to shape product development, market segmentation, pricing plans, and other factors is what will differentiate companies. You can see the breakdown in Figure 11.1. Figure 11.1, a labeled illustration of a winding road that stretches into the horizon. From the furthest part of the road in the horizon to the closest part of the road, the labels read, "Look back to understand what happened," 64%. "Solve current business problems," 70%. "Figure out what will happen in the future," 49%. And "Determine what actions should be taken to prepare for the future," 63%. Caption: The Decision-Making Road, Back to Front. Source: IDC. Data and insight are paramount for any organization competing in today's marketplace. The future will be more complex and demanding. Consumer preferences are being reshaped with ubiquitous technologies such as smartphones, connected systems, and platforms such as Amazon in retail and Uber in transportation. Some of these breakthroughs are done with little existing data. Did you know Airbnb got its start by booking its first houses at the 2008 Democratic Convention in Denver? And Twitter almost blindly pivoted from its origins as an SMS messaging tool? While the future is unpredictable, we now have more data available, sometimes almost instantaneously, to tell us if something is working or falling flat on its face. Innovation and digital technology are rewriting long-held rules of business. Data and its use in decisions has an important part in this change. Data plays a huge role in the background in areas such as creativity, breakthrough science, and moonshots that come out of nowhere. Data enables organizations to test concepts out, better understand customer needs by using design thinking principles, evaluate market potential based on historical trends, and identify connections that may not be quite as obvious to spot in traditional ways. This type of thinking is what led to everything from the redesign of SpaceX's satellites to Lululemon's new line of yoga wear to dynamic ticket pricing for Taylor Swift's concerts. As innovation steps up and becomes core to corporate strategies, data and its use in decision-making will become a key differentiator between keeping up and falling behind, success or failure. Data-driven decision-making in practice. Sears. Sears, which based large investments in traditional retail technologies on shopping trends from the 20th century and not the 21st century, was once the great disruptor in the U.S. retail market. Its catalogs and door-to-door delivery changed everything. just as Amazon would 100 years later. But by the turn of the 21st century, Sears was making decisions that would ensure its failure while setting up success for others. Its strategy revolved around cost-cutting and divestiture of its assets after the Kmart merger of 2004. One of the major executive errors was the decision to reinvest very little of these dollars towards in-store amenities or developing digital technologies to better understand their customers. Unfortunately, the value Sears got for selling Craftsman, Kenmore, Land's End, and its credit card operations was not large enough to provide a return to its private equity owners and grow or even maintain the business at the same time. Every dollar had been earmarked for investors or servicing debt, including a large underfunded pension plan. The management mistake that Sears made was that they never got to a spot where they could stop the fall, says Kearney analyst Greg Portell. By 2015, Sears had sold off 75% of its properties, leaving stores that were primarily located in declining malls. What about Blockbuster, which had been approached by Netflix in hopes of a distribution deal for its then VCR and DVD home delivery service in 2000? When turned down, Netflix management offered to sell the firm to Blockbuster. Netflix was rebuffed both times. Blockbuster did not believe that they needed Netflix, or that Netflix could possibly compete with them. At the time, Blockbuster had over 9,000 stores in North America, but by the end of that decade, they had filed for bankruptcy. These failures were partly due to the evolution of technology and changing consumer tastes. These missteps are also due to executives who failed to consider the data about changing when they made their decisions to stay the course, instead of doubling down in some areas, divesting in others, and continuously challenging themselves on whether they were heading in the right direction. Key takeaways. 1. You won't know 100% of the data to make decisions. There will be a point of good enough in the balance between time, quality, and cost. 2. Realizing the value of data. Data rich and information poor goes well beyond numbers. Skills, processes, technology, and mindset are key to not falling behind. 3. Missteps may be the best proof of the value of data. Poor decisions or no decision at all contribute to business failures such as Sears and Blockbuster. Part 3. How to make a good decision. Chapter 12. The baseline for data-driven decision-making. To understand God's thoughts, we must study statistics, for these are the measure of His purpose. Florence Nightingale David, quoted in Carl Pearson's The Life, Letters, and Labors of Francis Galton. There are certain factors that some organizations have that will drive better insight, value, and decisions from data. My research looked at this question from all sorts of angles. To drive numbers or quantitative data, IDC conducted a survey of business executives and managers about how they make decisions. We also looked at the importance of analytics and big data in their digital transformation strategy and the adoption of various analytics tools. In total, these surveys included well over 1,000 North American business executives through 2018 and 2019. This chapter will outline the true differentiators between really good decision makers and those whose intuition leads them off course and exposed. IDC's research found that different industries appear to be the potential leaders in data-driven decision-making, as you can see in Figure 12.1. Figure 12.1, a stacked bar chart comparing how strategically important the use of data and analytics are for different industries. These industries include all financial services, banking, P&C carriers, utilities, wholesale, retail, manufacturing, transportation, and the public sector. Highlights of this chart include the banking sector, where 77% view data as strategically or very strategically important to their operation. Utilities and retail sectors, which view each at 72% and 73% respectively, while the manufacturing sector is at the low end, with only 10% of companies see data as strategically important to their organization. Caption: Strategic importance of data for various industries. Source: IDC. Over half of the financial services firms believe AI to be strategic or very strategic to their operations. In fact, 87% of the banks surveyed were doubling down on AI, although only 35% of the property and casualty insurance carriers saw AI as strategic. Other industries, such as utilities, at 71%, think smart meters and proactive monitoring of equipment, also see AI as strategic. The flip side are the sectors that see AI as non-strategic, which include wholesalers, 42% believe AI is strategic to their organization, and manufacturers, less than 10%. IDC's research, though, shows that the amount of data does not necessarily equate to adoption and investments in analytics tools. Manufacturing is at the top when it comes to the quantity of data. Sensors, IoT devices, and robotics on the shop floor have skyrocketed manufacturing as the top data-producing industry globally. IDC's Global Datasphere estimates that manufacturing currently produces between 20% and 22% of global data and continues to produce data at a 30% per annum clip. The second highest amount of data is held in retail and wholesale, which, along with manufacturing and many other industries, consider AI as non-strategic and spend far less on analytics than financial services, which is the source of 12% of the data created globally. It is not necessarily about the volume of data, but what you do with the data that counts. Organizations have to be data and information rich. The debate about what makes one firm better at data-driven decision-making doesn't revolve around which industry creates more data. Manufacturing, with systems tracking every part and every step in production, wins that battle. And it is a battle. Manufacturing, like other industries, doesn't always collect relevant data or information key in decision-making. Furthermore, the industry as a whole budgeted $23 billion globally on data management in 2019, but only 16% of these dollars were invested in AI. Financial services, on the other hand, produces roughly half of the data of manufacturing, yet outspends on both data management, $27 billion, and analytics, 33% of the $27 billion. Financial services uses data to look forward, develop strategies, and prioritize future investments, while IDC's research found that the manufacturing sector is reactive, using data that is backward-focused on what may have happened last quarter or last year. What sets best-in-class organizations apart from the rest? There are, of course, pockets of progressive firms and even sectors within manufacturing, automotive for example, that have long been champions of data-driven decision-making. However, IDC's research has found that manufacturers frequently lack the technical and financial resources, history, or culture, or face the same level of disruption as other industries are challenged with. This does not mean a free pass for manufacturing. There are tremendous opportunities to drive productivity from better decisions on pricing, output scheduling, inventory, and workforce management. But there are differences between best-in-class decision-makers and the rest of the pack. It may not seem large, but the gap exposes itself in terms of investment, mindset, and leadership. The gap can be closed, particularly as the pace of change accelerates, allowing firms to advance their approach to decision-making quickly. There is also a space for improvement, even with those who rated themselves as best-in-class decision-makers in IDC's survey. Almost 2/3 of these firms have an AI or data strategy, or in other words, 35% do not. Only 40% of all organizations have an AI or data strategy. Yet, best-in-class organizations weigh decisions more towards data than gut, and are realizing a 30% higher ROI on analytics than the overall business population. This is not a surprise, since this is the focus of this book. What would have been a surprise is if the most mature or best-in-class decision-makers We're using just as much data and in the same way as everyone else. The differences between best-in-class and information-rich but data-poor can somewhat be explained in numbers. For example, decisions about developing new products and services are made 47% of the time mostly based on data for best-in-class firms, versus 19% or less for firms who rate themselves at par or lower in their decision-making ability. Sales and marketing is the same, 62% versus 30% respectively. HR decisions follow the pattern as well. This book speaks about the importance of going beyond the data towards engaging in healthy debate and considering the options. We also need to go beyond the survey numbers from a few hundred business executives. The 6 key elements of data-driven decision-making. There are 6 key elements that organizations need if they want to become more data-driven in decision-making. These elements are not necessarily prerequisites to go from intuition and gut to data-driven decision-making, but they are required moving forward as technology progresses, more data becomes available, and competitors reshape customer relationships. These 6 key elements are organized by 3 baseline must-have factors, and another 3 factors that emerge as true differentiators for decision-makers, as you can see in Figure 12.2. Figure 12.2, a table listing the 6 elements for organizations to be data-driving in their decision-making. The first 3 columns are highlighted and red. Disruption. The urgency, pace, and extent of disruption leads organizations to become more data-driven on decisions extending from risk, opportunity, and strategies. Leadership and culture. Leadership that believes and creates a culture and mindset that believes in data and provides the runway and funding to build the internal structure, tools, and trust in data. And tradition and history. A tradition of using data to make decisions is important, although not a prerequisition. Furthermore, companies are now bringing in outsiders who have experience and help instill a new tradition of believing in data. Caption: The 6 key elements of data-driven decision-making. Source: Mark Schrutt. Base ingredients to successful data-driven decision-making. Along with access to data and the adoption of AI tools that are discussed in the previous chapters, there are 3 core elements that organizations need to become data-driven. These are table stakes in today's digital world. Best-in-class firms also employ these 3 additional practices to elevate their ability to drive competitive advantages from data. The 3 base elements are disruption, leadership, and a history or tradition in data. Disruption is a theme that runs through this book. If there is no new competition, customer demands are constant and very predictable, while the impact of digital technology is negligible, and so there is no reason to start making data-driven decisions. This is, of course, the exception rather than the rule. Disruption will make a company data-driven very quickly. Leadership and tradition are similar in that a business will not become a data-driven organization without these. They are not prerequisites to begin the journey. A tradition of using data can start at any time, just in the same way a change in management can lead to a culture that emphasizes making decisions based on information and facts. They are basics of a data-driven company and are required in today's digital era. Element 1. Disruption. Digital technologies such as cloud computing and connected devices are game-changing platforms and vehicles to reach and interact with customers, creating new value in the marketplace. Before the transformation and disruption begins, when startups are getting their first round of financing and are on the path to eroding your market value, there are decisions to be made. What are the threats? Who is the competition? What do your customers want? My work at IDC on digitally driven disruption found that companies such as Blockbuster, the Toronto Star, Sleep Country Canada, and Sears frequently did not ask these questions and failed to sense the emerging changes. When ultimately faced with decisions, these companies made the wrong ones or failed to make any decision at all. My research also found that data analytics is the single most important technology in digital transformation. Regardless of industry, size of the business, or maturity level, data analytics is proving to have the largest impact and highest ROI, thereby turning it into the key competitive differentiator in the digital world. It delivers the ability to create new markets and drive a wedge between a customer and a manufacturer. And more data and better information provide the platform for improved decision-making. The continued use of experience or gut intuition without the data behind it will lead to missteps and misdirection. Element 2. Leadership and culture. Like most changes in business, the shift in integrating data into decision-making is led from the top. Leadership and culture have parallels with the tradition of using data. Like history, culture is a basic building block of a data-driven organization. Most industries that have experience in leveraging data for business decisions share a certain culture and a background that, over time, has come to believe in numbers, facts, and insight to create competitive advantages. This frequently traces back to the educational background and credentials required for people to enter the sector. Traditionally, people have remained in the same industry, are hired by the network that they have built over time, and their experience is shaped by the rules of their industry that frequently have been in place for decades. Ultimately, this way of thinking, the value of data, or the free hand to let artists create, or scouts to determine this year's draft picks, is what shapes the culture of data in an organization. Culture is a must in becoming data-driven, but not a prerequisite. Competition, new management, and the urgency to survive can also drive firms to change the way they make decisions. Yet culture is core. Data-driven companies are created from the top down and not from the rank and file. Without direction from the top and management leading by example, you will never get there. Element 3. Tradition and history. Another baseline differentiator in the data-driven decision-making world is the history of data, and whether collecting and using information to develop insight and decisions have been a tradition in a particular sector. While every industry uses data to some extent, certain organizations such as government, military, healthcare, and financial services are longtime believers in the value of data. This mindset has become deeply ingrained in the culture and practices of these sectors. Politicians have long sought to understand the direction of the electorate, which issues can sway the vote, and whether their platforms are hitting home. This drove straw polls as long ago as the early part of the 19th century and much more methodical Gallup polls of the 1930s. George Gallup, not Franklin Roosevelt, was on the post-election cover of Time magazine in 1936 with the title, "The Babe Ruth of Polling." Having a history of data and using it correctly to make the right decisions are two different things. Politics may run elections well, but using the same mindset or approach when governing may not serve the long-term interests of the society. Sports is steeped in statistics, but typically sports will get it wrong far more than it will get it right. Yet the history and comfort of using data to make decisions creates an environment to test ideas and look at options. History also builds trust. Trust in data is one of the most critical elements in becoming a data-driven organization. "We started small," says Cameron Davies when talking about growth of the data analytics group at NBC Universal. "You have to prove yourself, measure yourself on metrics that demonstrate value in order to build trust. Trust and corporate leadership are the main drivers in our use of data. They are very interconnected." A tradition of using data has helped certain sectors become leaders in data-driven insight. The financial services sector, for example, has centuries of tradition, which has led the industry to continue to innovate with new products and uncover new fragments of data to drive competitive advantage. The industry is consistently on the lookout and fiercely competes for the next piece of data that makes a difference, such as connections between data that on the surface may seem very disconnected. Call it the financial market equivalent of Moneyball, a term coined for the 2002 Oakland A's, a team with a small budget that needed to extract value from undervalued offensive metrics to compete with the likes of the New York Yankees. The military has a similar history of data as finance. Spies on the inside, scouts, and reconnaissance are all mobilized to collect data, just like the Army's supply chain, hiring, and IT department, in order to protect and forward national interests. But we also use military judgment, comments Lieutenant Colonel John Whalen. It's absolutely critical we take various bunches of data, like something as simple as which project to focus on, where we may have 10 proposals, but only funding for 5. We'll put the 10 projects through an analytics process, and a report will be generated suggesting priorities. Then we use professional military judgment, PMJ, and we rearrange that order to what we think is more important based on future conflict, or a future event that we believe we are going to go to. If you were to ask me 2 years ago whether the Chinook, which is a large plane that transports troops and helicopters, was important, it wouldn't have shown up as necessary. But by PMJ, we knew we were going to end up in Africa, where the Chinook was needed. We moved that project into the top and funded it. Data can't account for everything. There was nothing you could put into data that would have shown that we were going to end up in Mali with those helicopters. History will shape organizations to become data-driven, although, as we have seen in politics and sports, the gap between having and using data needs to be crossed. A lack of tradition with data is not a deal-breaker, though, particularly in the digital era. Things are different than when the Dodgers hired its first statistician in 1946. The Red Sox traded Babe Ruth for $100,000. The Eastern Bloc crumbled faster than what intelligence led the West to believe, and the concept of hedge funds and derivatives was first introduced. Over the past 50 years, the highs and lows of big data and analytics have been shaped by advances in technology and by our own human ability. Yet, recent advances such as processing power, reduction in the cost of technology, and the expansion of mobile and connected devices, the Internet of Things, have really become turning points for data-driven decision-makers. Digital technologies are available to everyone, particularly in a rent or as a service model, making it a competitive imperative to effectively leverage tools such as big data and analytics. The gap between best-in-class decision-makers and others can be closed. The focus will be on culture and investments focused on data. Areas such as tradition and leadership can shift quickly to help create a data-driven organization. Key takeaways. 1. The Innovator's Playbook. A mix of data and creativity are combining to drive innovation and disrupt industries. Large organizations can take a page from the Innovator's Playbook by testing ideas, analyzing feedback, and iterating based on data to identify new and better ways of business. 2. Setting the tone. Best-in-class organizations are able to bridge from data to insight to action. While data-driven is a numbers game, it also is about culture and motivation set from the top. Setting the tone is key to executing on the opportunities. 3. Leadership can create its own story. A history around data can start at any time. The tradition of data is about building trust and sustaining the movement away from instinct and gut decision-making. Chapter 13. Having a direct connection with customers. There is nothing like first-hand evidence. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, A Study in Scarlet. Aside from disruption, leadership and culture, and tradition and history, there are additional factors that truly differentiate between organizations that are average and those that have best-in-class data-driven capabilities. The 3 additional core elements are a direct connection with customers, the use of data to look forward to assess the changes that will happen, and balancing intuition and data in decision-making. Review Figure 13.1 to see where those 3 elements fit in. Figure 13.1. The same table as Figure 12.2, but it highlights the latter 3 elements. They read: Direct connection. Direct access to customer data enables organizations to move from being reactive to driving better insight on customer behavior, leading to faster and better decisions. Forward-looking. Most firms currently use data to look backwards. Best-in-class organizations use forward-looking data to draw connections between emerging trends and longer-term demographic shifts to develop strategies, products, and form new markets. And balance. Balance between data and intuition means different things to different sectors and contexts. It is not necessarily 50-50 or set in stone. Balancing what your gut tells you and what the facts say is critical to thriving in a data-driven world. Caption: The 6 key elements of data-driven decision-making. Source: Mark Schrutt. Element 4. Direct connection. Every tractor that rolls off the John Deere assembly line has well over 100 sensors incorporated into its design. The company is able to capture gigabytes of data about the temperature on a farm in Indiana, what crops are being planted in Nebraska, and the performance and maintenance records of a fleet of harvesters in Saskatchewan. Data is uploaded into the John Deere cloud and accessible at its operations center, on vehicle displays, and iPhone apps. We're trying to advise our clients on the best ways to farm, says John Deere's John Stone, Senior Vice President of the company's Intelligent Solutions Group. In New York City, apartment residents can use UTC, an app developed by a consortium of utilities and connected to smart thermostats, to set the temperature in their apartment, monitor their energy usage, pay bills, compare prices, and even switch providers. These are just 2 of the numerous examples of how data is being used to create tailored offerings, drive efficiencies for users and providers alike, and improve customer satisfaction. The benefits of using data and analytics for maximizing the lifetime value of a customer is well understood. While the integration of customer data with decision-making is a given, the ability to turn customer engagement and insight into better corporate decision-making is emerging as a true competitive differentiator in a data-driven world. Organizations need proximity, volume of transactions, and direct connectivity with their customers, enabling them to capture as much data and interactions from the beginning and throughout the lifetime of the relationship. This is counter to the trend we are witnessing in today's marketplace. With increasing frequency, companies in healthcare, utilities, restaurants, and auto sales are dependent on third parties for marketing, sales, and support. Agents and third parties are building walls between vendors and end customers by collecting and leveraging the data for their own purposes. This gap or divide needs to be closed to capture true insight on customer behavior. This data and information will help shape decisions on products, services, pricing, and acquisitions. Founded in 1891, Great West Life Insurance products were sold through salespeople employed by the Winnipeg-based carrier. In the early 1990s, Great West Life, along with most of the insurers in North America, oversaw the transition of their sales staff to independent brokers called third-party administrators, or TPAs. Since that time, the relationships with the insurance customer has predominantly been with the TPAs, who are able to sell a full portfolio of financial solutions from mutual funds and banks as well as insurance carriers. With this in mind, Great West Life's innovation team has been working to better understand the company's customers. The Great West Life Group leverages the lean startup approach to design and the iterative development of new products such as group, life, and health portfolio for new university graduates. Great West Life also practices agile development, which is about speed, flexibility, and collaboration. Agile looks at product development from a different lens, with project elements organized by competency and functionality, and prioritized by value to the customer and cost return for the corporation. It is in the lens of the business unit, as the business unit determines what is important, drives funding, and becomes an integral part of the team creating products. This gap in direct connectivity with the customer has also allowed new competitors into the market. The TPA had all the data, and we saw that as an opportunity, says David Katz, Executive Vice President at Plan Administrator Benecade. That is why we decided to sell direct to employers. With this model, we process every claim and handle every client call. There are connections there that allow us to customize offerings, move quicker to make decisions, and drive a more profitable relationship. John Deere, on the other hand, continues to work through dealerships, but technologies built into its equipment, the IoT network it has deployed, and the analytics engine running in the background allow the Illinois-based manufacturer to capture and analyze data from farmers to create a stronger bond with its customers. The connection provides us the information to help our customers drive a better crop and more yield, while also informing us on how our products are used and, ultimately, can be improved, says Deere Stone. Shopping mall operators are not the most advanced sectors when it comes to using data and analytics. A mall does not necessarily interact directly with the visitors who come to shop, eat, or watch a movie. But there is urgency in the retail market, with online shopping growing and chains such as The Gap, Victoria's Secret, and JCPenney closing stores by the dozens. Malls such as Yorkdale in Toronto and Minnesota's Mall of America are using loyalty programs, beacons, Wi-Fi, and facial recognition technologies to learn more about their customers to help match the tenant with the right location. Yorkdale recently employed a cross-conversion analytics tool that enables it to quantify the overall spending impact or the halo effect of retailers like Lululemon and Apple. This data has enabled Yorkdale's executives to make decisions that have resulted in reducing vacancy and improving rent per square foot. Using Wi-Fi traffic and social media monitoring, a direct connection with customers has also helped the Mall of America to work with its tenants to improve sales per square foot and anticipate traffic flow to enable the stores to schedule and optimize staffing. The PC manufacturer Lenovo predominantly uses a channel model in selling its line of servers and laptops. While Lenovo had direct contact with users, particularly when repairing units, its use of data was relatively modest until it began integrating diagnostic tools into its units starting in 2015. We have a full view of how clients use our laptops, says Arthur Hu, Lenovo's chief information officer. It has really changed how we develop products. If organizations do not have a direct connection and access to customer data, they will continue to be reactive and make decisions based on intuition and feel instead of insight. While having a direct channel to the customer does not guarantee good decision-making, it does provide businesses the opportunity for a deeper understanding of how customers use their products and services, quicker access to customer data to enable decision-making, and a more complete picture or profile of their customer. Most importantly, a direct connection creates a strong bond with the customer. In the digital age, this relationship is becoming more of a two-way street. Access to personal information should come with a commitment to security and a better customer experience. Once formed, the relationship fosters a truly unique set of data, and with it, insight that no research firm, marketing boutique, or competitor can match. Direct connection with customers will become increasingly important in all industries, from healthcare with real-time monitoring of patients, to government to better understand the needs of the citizens, to even the construction sector, which is building infrastructure that integrates vast arrays of IoT devices. Direct connection with the customers, when combined with artificial intelligence or AI technologies, and a mindset of trusting data, creates significant competitive differentiation. This advantage is raised to a higher level when the connection and access to the customer is in real time. Companies as different as American Eagle Outfitters and the Bank of Montreal are using real-time data to customize products on the spot, shrinking the time to sell apparel and issue mortgages and credit cards while creating a hard-to-breach barrier to their customers. The difference from what we know now compared to even 5 years ago is night and day, says Craig Leonard, CEO of Fredericton-based Eisover. Leonard is talking politics, something he knows well as the former New Brunswick Minister of Energy and Mines. We started with handwritten notes and may only see a voter every few years. But the political parties now have a direct data link to their constituents. They know where their kids go to school, what magazines or newspapers they subscribe to, and really fine-tune their pitch. Politicians build their campaigns around EyeOver's data, which creates voter profiles using demographic data and social media feeds that measure sentiment. We help informing the message and platforms that will resonate with potential voters, says Leonard. Direct connection to customers provides for better decisions. It is also having far-reaching implications for industry disruption that is reshaping customer expectations and relationships. Digital technology allows for startups to wedge themselves between traditional providers and customers and become key intermediaries to the transaction. This is occurring in transportation. Uber, which connects drivers and passengers, insurance, Kinetics for car insurance, and healthcare, MedChart and Self-Care Catalysts for personal health records. Sports teams are working with intermediaries such as ticketing platform players StubHub and Ticketmaster to access customer data, drive engagement, tailor packages, and drive off-field revenue with food, beverage, and merchandising. Over the past decade, ticketing has become completely fragmented. In 2018, the Boston Red Sox sold directly fewer than 50% of the tickets to each game at Fenway Park, down from 95% when the Sox won its first World Series in 85 years in 2004. The other 50% of the tickets were sold on the secondary market. Who sat in section bleacher 42, seat 5, might not seem important, but if the Sox knew that the same person had already attended 4 games that year, each on a Friday night, also watched the Bruins, and went to the Taylor Swift concert at the Gardens earlier that month, it might mean more. We are the reseller, says Ticketmaster's Chief Commercial Officer, Greg Economou. So we have set up data partnerships to provide access to data with teams like the Red Sox, Yankees, and Dodgers. We are now working with them on premier seating packages and season ticket memberships. We also work with stadium owners with data trends on concerts, such as Bruno Mars or Ariana Grande, where they might want to go out and secure these shows. The closer you are to the customer, the better. Direct connection to customer data allows organizations to quickly notice changes in the market and rapidly pivot towards better decision-making. Data-driven decision-making in practice. Land O'Lakes. There are over 200 critical decisions when farming each season. Multiply that by at least 10 when you include distribution of seeds and crop protection products and running a retail network that is active in over 50 countries. That is a lot of decisions. It becomes even more complex for Land O'Lakes when you add its Purina livestock products or supplying every major grocery chain selling its butter. Land O'Lakes sells 90% of its butter in the period between Thanksgiving and Christmas, but likes to say, cows don't know what time of year it is, creating significant logistic hurdles. Land O'Lakes is faced with a multitude of questions, ranging from which variety of soy to plant this year in Minnesota, or the right nutrients to feed sick fowl, to how to warm butter to room temperature for this year's Christmas cookies. Its 3 divisions provide a real-life laboratory to examine how companies answer questions from very different types of customers. Land O'Lakes Winfield United unit is a seed distributor with fewer than 1,000 distributors, while its Purina feed is marketed to 20 times that number. Its addressable market for Land O'Lakes butter and dairy products is 200 to 300 million people in North America alone. As it moves from Winfield United to Purina and then dairy products, Land O'Lakes knows less and less about its customers. To fill the gaps about market preference and trends critical in decision-making, Land O'Lakes conducts surveys and focus groups. Data sharing or second-party data, exchanging what is someone else's first-party data, is also key. The spectrum of data and knowledge has a real-world impact on a number of factors. What it knows. Winfield United deals directly with a relatively small number of farmers through a combination of retailers, crop consultants, and local salespeople. This latter group walks the fields with their customers and knows a lot about individual farms. This enables Winfield United to provide a personalized experience and deliver very relevant data-driven advice to help its clients reach their objective of driving maximum yield each season. First versus second versus third-party data. While Land O'Lakes knows a lot about what goes on at the farm, they know very little about the person who leaves the local Kroger grocery store with a pound of its butter. To round out this gap, which is instrumental in understanding trends and making decisions about shelf space, supply chains, and new products, Land O'Lakes has established information sharing relationships with the large grocery stores. This data sharing arrangement is referred to as second-party data. Companies such as airlines and hotels, or consumer goods and big-box retailers will exchange their own first-hand data with one another. Second-hand data typically provides additional insight into a customer's behavior, such as what else a shopper may buy along with butter products. Our consumer side is coming up to speed now, and we're figuring out how we interact one-to-one with consumers. We've done a great job identifying trends and looking at data from retailers, whether it's a Walmart or a Publix or a Kroger. We're working closely with those entities. We may go ask them for some specific data as well. We will try to look for sales of a product from this day to this day, and for a specific reason, said Teddy Bacali, Chief Technology Officer for Land O'Lakes. Land O'Lakes will also use third-party data from research houses and focus groups to inform marketing decisions on their consumer brands. Third-party data can be expensive to source and in some cases prove to be inaccurate and irrelevant. However, research firms are using advanced analytics themselves to drive better insight and package their findings for their clients. There is another invaluable source of first-party data, which is defined as data generated directly by your customers that Land O'Lakes puts a strong emphasis on: calls to their helpline. Its contact center in Minnesota is open year-round to answer questions about how to cream butter, the difference between salted and unsalted butter, and whether margarine can be substituted in a recipe. This data is fed back to our product managers and provides an important lens on how our products are used, says Bacali. Pace of AI evolution. It may sound counterintuitive, but data and analytics have a more significant role to play with Land O'Lakes' relationships with farmers than with millennials trying to replicate the dessert they had at their favorite restaurant the night before. With a smaller footprint of close to 1,000, Winfield United wholesalers and a much larger number on the Purina feed side of the business, Land O'Lakes has more leverage to use and drive value from data in decision-making. Because the numbers with Winfield United are smaller, we have a lot more information about what you might experience on a given farm, said Bacali. Winfield United is a heavily data-driven business. Our Purina business is probably right up there with Winfield. Maybe not as super laser-focused as Winfield has been over the years, but they also thrive on data they've collected from animals. It is still a little bit different. While agriculture might be thought of as slow-moving and traditional, technology is rapidly changing the face of the industry. In retail, though, Land O'Lakes remains dependent on the grocery and supply chain network that has been the status quo for decades. While data plays a far different role in retail, Land O'Lakes' objective remains focused on using information to create better connections and relevancy with its customers. Different data strategies are needed to ensure the relevant information is provided to various segments. Start by getting to know how products are used and identify gaps in knowledge or questions that are key to your strategy. There may be a need to complete the data story by using second or third-party information. It is also important to understand the best way to provide data to customers and decision-makers. Last, it is critical to look forward with data to anticipate the future and balance data and judgment in making decisions. Key takeaways. 1. Direct connections with your customer builds a stronger bond. If data is the new oil, businesses need a direct pipeline to the customer. Access to customer data provides a better, more complete understanding of your customer, which is key to better decision-making. 2. Bypass intermediaries. The dependence on third parties such as StubHub, entertainment, and Skip the Dishes, restaurants, is creating data walls between vendors and customers. If you use channel relationships, look at data sharing partnerships, or build a relevant way, mobile apps, incentive programs, to bridge this data divide. 3. Real-time is better. Real-time data means quicker decision-making and further competitive advantages. A direct connection to the customer and real-time data needs to be built into a business's data strategies. A direct connection to the customer and real-time data needs to be built into a business's data strategies. Chapter 14. Looking Forward with Data. It is by the aid of statistics that law in the social sphere can be ascertained and codified. Florence Nightingale David, Games, Gods, and Gambling, A History of Probability and Statistical Ideas. Data can be both a great equalizer and a key differentiator at the same time. The use of historical data is natural. Looking backward at past data has been the mainstay of business decisions for many years. It is readily available and doesn't require a significant investment in AI tools. It is in the comfort zone of many executives. It answers the question in most leaders' minds of what happened. The problem is that it is widely accessible and frequently not a great predictor of future performance. We can get more from the data. Big data and analytic tools allow us to press the line of questioning to what will happen tomorrow, the best case, worst case, and ways that we don't anticipate. Forward-looking data allows us to challenge ourselves to bigger and more certain bets than intuition on what will happen in the future. My job is to up our odds for winning games and winning championships, and those things happen going forward, not looking backward, says Daryl Morey, former general manager of the NBA's Houston Rockets. Predictive analytics not only gives us the edge, but can change the rules of the game. This is a key differentiator for best-in-class organizations when it comes to data-driven decision-making. Element 5. Looking forward. Most data is used to look back on the past and make predictions primarily based on historical patterns. It is relatively easy to look in the rearview mirror. The data is readily accessible, and we are used to applying historical trends to solve current problems. Close to 70% of those surveyed by IDC use data to figure out what recently happened in their market and bring this insight into understanding while addressing current business issues. There is a saying originated by Danish physicist and Nobel Prize winner Niels Bohr that goes, "Prediction is very difficult, especially if it's about the future." Uncertainty, variation, and misinterpretation can lead to wildly inaccurate predictions. Yet the urgency to understand the potential changes and risks of the future are driving today's decision-makers to seek connections that may have been overlooked or seen in other situations or sectors that have little in common with theirs. When tied to the pace of change and disruption that is affecting virtually every industry, the capability to project and articulate scenarios and options for decision-makers is critical. Shifting your field of vision and using data from the past and present to project forward not only helps forecast the future, but also enables organizations to shape their future. Firms that use forward-looking data in their decisions are provided the opportunity to influence consumer taste, lead shifts in the marketplace, and ultimately drive better performance. Looking ahead needs different types of data coming from multiple sources. This includes alternative data that identifies connections between seemingly unrelated data. Management practices such as agile, lean startup, and design thinking are also extending the horizon of using data for decision-making at companies such as Canadian Tire and Lululemon. Looking forward also requires a different mindset and portfolio of technologies. Fortunately, predictive analytics that assesses the likelihood and impact of various outcomes is becoming more affordable and easier to apply to today's business. The most common use of predictive analytics is approving credit cards and loans based on someone's credit score. Others have recently entered the market, such as the insurance carrier Swiss Re, which uses IBM's Watson to analyze risk and price policies. Cogetix M&A, which monitors vast amounts of data points from public filings to social media to identify storylines to apply to potential M&A targets. Zest Finance, which predicts defaults in the credit market, allowing firms to pursue more profitable, lower-risk books of business. The Singapore Land Transport Authority, which uses the data from transit apps and sensors in vehicles to improve fleet management and optimize arrival times, resulting in 97% reduction in overcapacity buses and 3 to 7 minute reduction in average commute times. The Assistance Publique, the Paris hospital system, which analyzes past data on admissions and emergency calls to predict staffing needs and schedule nurses and physicians. In industrial manufacturing, companies like GE are using the combined strength of IoT and analytics to provide just-in-time preventative maintenance, like replacing worn parts and optimizing performance, ensuring the operation of its equipment in everything from locomotives to offshore oil rigs. Ultimately, though, companies need to be willing and able to act and pivot to take advantage of the opportunities. Any organization can use data to better understand where it is heading and the scenario plan to consider options, target markets, acquisitions, and customer preferences. There is a stark difference in the time horizon, from the past to the future, between the best-in-class organizations and those that rate themselves low in their use of data to make decisions, as seen in Figure 14.1. There is a stark difference in the time horizon, from the past to the future, between the best-in-class organizations and those that rate themselves low in their use of data to make decisions, as seen in Figure 14.1. The latter group still use data to try to figure out what is occurring or has recently happened. Best-in-class firms that drive high ROI on data-driven decisions, or better, more profitable decisions, use data to better anticipate the changes that will happen and shape strategies and plans for moving ahead. Figure 14.1. A table with 3 rows and 4 columns. Each row shows the percentage of data and how it's used by organizations that are far behind peers, on par with peers, and best in class. The table reads: far behind peers, looking back to understand, 52%, solve current problems, 47%, what will happen, 15%, and strategies for the future, 21%. On par with peers, looking back to understand, 66%, solve current problems, 71%, what will happen, 47%, and strategies for the future, 62%. Organizations that were far behind peers and on par with peers responded significantly higher than the mean for the what will happen and strategies for the future columns. Best in class, looking back to understand, 75%, solve current problems, 87%, what will happen, 81%, and strategies for the future, 75%. Organizations that were best in class responded significantly higher than the mean across all 4 columns. Caption: How data is utilized in decision-making by time horizon. Source: Mark Schrutt. Data-driven decision-making in practice. Used cars and real estate. Used car dealers are not what typically come to mind when you think of digitally enabled industries. For close to 100 years, the sector ran on a very analog technology, the Kelley Blue Book. It was the norm, and along with individual dealership experience, was the best way to price a used vehicle. In stepped car auction services. Founded in 2006, the New York Stock Exchange-listed CAR sells 4 billion vehicles through its network of over 200 worldwide locations. The pendulum has swung over the past few years, and now 60% of its sales are done online. Cloud-based tools such as Pricing Insights, which was released in 2019, go far beyond a single dollar figure centered on mileage. leveraging millions of data points collected monthly. Factors such as location, condition, supply and demand, and a dealer's own sales targets are used to provide benchmarks to price a car to move off the lot quickly. Time costs money, says Terrence Wynn, Vice President of Commercial Solutions for CAR. Pricing insights enables customers to benefit from big data. Don Gottwald, who was president of CAR's Digital, Data, and Mobility Solutions at the time, adds, "Pricing Insights has achieved proven results. By customizing the solution for each consignor and its brands, we have achieved a $170 per unit net economic gain overall, potentially creating more than $86 million in annualized value for those customers." Real estate is another sector that is being transformed by technology. One area is home rentals, short and long-term leases dominated by individuals in the communities that act more like landlords than investors. Since the 2008 recession, these small players have been pushed out by large corporations such as Blackwell Global, the hedge fund, and Starwood Capital Group, which is owned by Marriott, which in total control close to $50 billion in real estate. New York City-based Amherst Holdings is another company that has bought block after block of homes. Data and analytics direct most of Amherst's property decisions, starting on where and what to buy. It starts with what cities to set down in. Most of Amherst Holdings' properties are in the Sun Belt of the United States, and in particular, areas that have a base of universities and growing employment driven from the financial services and technology sectors. Every morning, from Amherst's Midtown Manhattan offices, a dozen company analysts go through over 1,400 real estate listings that have come onto the market in the previous 24 hours. Its proprietary Explorer system matches historical pricing, comparable neighborhood values, market pressures, and demographic trends against the cost to update and maintain the property, and the monthly cash flow generated, creating a rental yield. Data and analytics are used to base each of the 80,000 offers Amherst makes annually. Data and AI also sets rental pricing, even accounting for such amenities as cable TV, air conditioning, garbage collection, landscaping, and if the house has wall-to-wall carpets. Big data real estate has also contributed to a vibrant tech startup community. This includes companies such as CoStar. Collecting 4 million data points per day, the firm services both the commercial real estate market and with Apartments.com provides pricing and availability to potential tenants. Yardi. This Santa Barbara startup provides a suite of data-based rental management software. Zillow. This online database offers homebuyers a home price index. Entura. A database of over 250,000 homes matches buyers with homes and manages the entire purchase process. Cape Analytics. This service performs remote, automated home inspection, leveraging big data and analytics. As of 2019, U.S. federal regulators now allow homes of $400,000 or less to be inspected with no human intervention. Key takeaways. 1. Shift your field of vision. Best-in-class decision-makers use forward-looking data to understand and shape their future. 2. Not your usual data. Predictive data may be quite different than what businesses typically use. Identifying emerging trends and new ways to assess consumer sentiment need to be integrated into data strategies. 3. Act on the insight. While looking forward is key to data-driven decision-making, the actual advantage rests with those who are ready to act on the information. Chapter 15. Finding balance between data and intuition. A want of the habit of observing conditions and an inveterate habit of taking averages are each of them often equally misleading. Florence Nightingale, Notes on Nursing, What It Is and What It Is Not. Record labels spend over 20% of their operating budget on A&R, artists and repertoire signings. A&R are music scouts. Each major label employs dozens of these industry veterans who follow word of mouth to check out and sign new artists. A few years ago, the A&R role seemed to be on the verge of extinction. They were expensive overhead with underwhelming results, as 5 out of 6 deals lost money for the record company. Instead of investing more into A&R, labels began hiring data analysts and analyzing tons of streaming and social media data. But AI didn't quite get it right either. Companies such as Sony and Warner, which acquired algorithmic A&R startup Sodatone in 2014, realized equally limited success in their data-driven decisions as they had when the decisions were entirely in the hands of A&R people. Culture shifts and tastes change over time, while relationships remain core in decision-making in the music industry. The balance of decisions on new talent had moved too far towards numbers. Then came the pushback. Over the past years, a rebalancing act between data and judgment has occurred in the music industry. Real-time analytic tools such as Spotify Publishing Analytics and The Next Big Sound have found their place in informing, rather than making decisions on emerging talent. I believe the magic exists at the intersection. There is lots of opportunity to blend the approaches, says Alex White, formerly Vice President of Content and Programming at SiriusXM and Pandora, and founder of The Next Big Sound. My favorite tack is to use data to narrow down the millions of SoundCloud, Pandora, Spotify songs, and YouTube videos to ones that are starting to rise, and then let humans listen to the music. Decisions, whether strategic, operational, or tactical, are made somewhere in the spectrum from data-driven to fully instinctive. Advances in technology and the volume of data organizations can access are continuously shifting this equation. The legal industry is an example. DLA Piper uses data to lower its attrition rate and identify promising emerging practices. The London, UK-based firm uses predictive analytics to determine at-risk clients and proactively recommend the number of lawyers, experience, seniority, and expertise to design teams. There was some resistance, and it took a bit of trial and error to find the right balance where the system augments but does not replace partner decisions and explicit customer preferences. It takes time to figure out the equation of what decision to use, where it comes into decision-making, and the importance of the human factor. The stakes of getting this equation right are tremendous. There is urgency to get there fast, but frequently, the balance becomes a moving target. Some industries are struggling to find this balance, such as the fitness sector, which is being transformed by aggregators like ClassPass and at-home streaming options from Peloton and CityRow. Successful retailers like Apple have been able to marry their data-driven online storefronts with the community experience and personal touch of their retail operations. Online-based Rio Salado College uses predictive analytics to identify early indicators and assess the risk of students not continuing their education through to graduating. The system has received criticism, and it continues to be refined as the use of analytics and online education continues to grow. Others are early in their digital transformation, such as the restaurant sector, and the question of balance between data and intuition is still a few years away or currently unattainable due to the lack of data. Element 6. Balance. Disruption that is changing the way business is done is the biggest threat corporate management faces. It is no longer a question of if, but when. Analytics has emerged as a wedge that differentiates the winners from the losers. There is no argument that, when it comes to strategic decisions, the more information, the better. Yet, as mentioned, IDC's research found that only 30% of the strategic decisions made by corporate executives are based completely or mostly on data. Take a look at Figure 15.1 for the breakdown in how decisions are made. Figure 15.1, a pie chart showing how business decisions are made by corporate management. From left to right, the chart reads: entirely on intuition, 27%. Mostly intuition, 23%. Balance of data and intuition, 18%. Mostly data, 10%. And completely on data, 22%. The needle leans toward the left side of the gauge, indicating that roughly 50% of decisions made by management are based on intuition. Caption: The balance of data and intuition. Source: IDC. The case for intuition is primarily based on a firm's historical decision-making culture and why mess with success attitude. Intuition, or a lucky streak, can steer you in the wrong direction, and relying purely on experience no longer cuts it in a digital economy where your competitors are changing the long-held rules of business. The companies that succeed in the future will be able to combine the use of data and intuition. The businesses that realize an edge from data-driven decision-making will be able to balance the unbiased, impartial reality of data with the moral compass directed by integrity, empathy, and the human touch. It is not a zero-sum game, but a balance of data and intuition. This balance will change over time and be quite different depending on the industry, circumstances, human nature, personalities, and trust people have for their hunches and the data available. The future belongs to the companies that use data in the right way and are also very aware of its limitations. It is difficult to know if you have the right mix of data and intuition. One way to know if you are out of balance is feedback from your customers. Is there a smaller audience for a new band as compared to similar acts that were signed a few years ago? Is your health club customer satisfaction on the decline? Another measure is whether you are making decisions without enough information, or if the amount of data slows things down. The challenges of making decisions without facts have been described earlier, but relying too much on data has negative consequences as well, in the form of potential bias that cannot be unlocked from the data, the inability to see the bigger picture, or, like in the music industry, the value of creativity in decisions. Data-driven decision-making in practice, the next big sound. Every startup that reaches some sort of success remembers the moment that they knew when they were onto something. For Alex White, it began with overhearing a conversation about the acoustics of various stadiums in North America. He approached the group to find out that they were the 4 members of the 70s rock band Kansas. White whipped out his laptop and showed the lead singer, Kevin Cronin, a prototype of a website that rated the popularity of thousands of acts. Cronin's first question was, "How do we compare to Journey?" Prior to the next big sound, the best gauge of success were CD sales, downloads, and radio play. This was historical data that looked backward. A&R people had to rely on their experience and intuition to sign acts. Streaming was just beginning. Spotify was still a year away when in 2008, White left a number of computers on in his Northwestern dorm room and screen-scraped data from MySpace, SoundCloud, and Pandora. Overnight, he had collected 50 million streams. Most came from acts that were popular at the time, but White had identified something else. Over the next 6 months, Next Big Sound began assessing emerging acts with amazing accuracy. White had unlocked the black box of stardom, where musicians go from playing local bars to sold-out arenas within a year. He wanted to be the person who signed the next Lady Gaga or Billie Eilish. Eilish was signed to Interscope Records at the age of 14. By 2012, the Next Big Sound, shown in figures 15.2 through 15.4, was capturing 23 billion streams, including music from YouTube and Vimeo, and began measuring Twitter, Wikipedia, and even what appearances on Jimmy Kimmel or The Tonight Show could do for an emerging act. Figure 15.2, an internet screenshot from Next Big Sound, circa 2012, comparing the popularity of singer-songwriter Ellie Goulding and the bands Mastodon, Doom Riders, and Rancid. Caption: Next Big Sound, circa 2012. Source: Alex White. Figure 15.3, an internet screenshot from Pandora in 2020, showing the popularity in terms of frequency and number of listeners of Canadian singer Diana Krall. Caption: Pandora audience for Diana Krall. Source: Alex White. Figure 15.4, an internet screenshot from Next Big Sound's audience engagement of Diana Krall from August 2020. Audience engagement includes popularity exhibited by Facebook and Twitter mentions, as well as radio spins and thumbs up from Pandora. Caption: Next Big Sound Audience Engagement. Source: Alex White. 2 years later, it was collecting over 1 trillion music streams, most of which included geographic and demographic data on listeners. Rather than just the single purchase, we can see listeners that repeat songs, come back to albums and catalogs over time, and how that ebbs and flows based on age, gender, location, and other cultural moments, says White. There was plenty of resistance from the music industry, but the next big sound began getting attention from promoters, artists, and eventually record labels. They were also busy developing commercial relationships with movie studios and marketing firms to ensure the proper fit between music, film, and advertising. The next big sound was far beyond any record label's capabilities at the time. In 2015, White sold his enterprise to Pandora, which coincided with a number of acquisitions of analytics firms in the music industry. Next Big Sound has found its role inside Pandora as the main curation engine behind the streaming service and helps to support its sales and advertising efforts. Others in the industry are still trying to find that kind of balance. It turned out, at least initially, that the AI arms of Warner Brothers and Sony Music had a similar success rate as the acts signed by their traditional A&R people. The past few years have seen music labels adopt a model like Next Big Sound and Pandora. Data-driven decisions now dominate the distribution and promotion areas, while AI and entry-level or junior A&R staff have combined as layers that prioritize emerging artists and support for the signing decisions that will ultimately be made by the label's executives. If you want to check out how Kansas or Journey are trending today, you can go to the Next Big Sound's website at nextbigsound.com. Key takeaways. 1. There will be pressure. Political pressures will push the balance too far in one direction. Strategy, not personal agendas, should set the balance of how data and intuition will work together. 2. No one answer. The equilibrium will be different depending on industry conditions and the type of decision. Furthermore, it is critical that decision makers not rely strictly on data, but the combination of judgment and data. 3. The human factor. The balance needs to include the areas where only humans can weigh in. Elements such as values, moralities, and ethics need to steer decisions. Part 4. Putting Data to Work. Chapter 16. What business can learn from sports about data, and vice versa. We've got to use every piece of data and piece of information, and hopefully that will help us be accurate with our player evaluation. For us, that's our lifeblood. Billy Bean, manager of the Oakland Athletics. Sports has a long tradition of data and statistics. It has an even longer and stronger history of using intuition and gut to make decisions. You can put the cure for cancer in a box, gift wrap it with a card having instructions, and put it at their front door, commented Sam Jones, a former National Football League, NFL player and announcer at KBME Houston during the 2018 MIT Sloan Sports Conference. But it's worthless unless you open the box. That's what the NFL is. They never open the box. It is the most backward league in the world. How can this be? The National Football League is the same sport that has sensors embedded in uniforms, tracking every move, tablets on the sidelines, and every position and play showing up in real time on fans' smartphones. Every down is documented and predictions made, including betting lines, on each of the over 250 college and pro games that happen every weekend from September to January. How can some football coaches and scouts be so backward, while others are like the Philadelphia Eagles' Doug Peterson, who knew the odds were in his favor when he went for it on 4th and 1 in the Super Bowl 52 against the New England Patriots? Sports is an industry that generates 20,000 data points for every NBA game, and soon will record 3 million for each MLS soccer match, but misfires consistently on trades, draft busts, and overpaid free agents. The two sides of the argument, access to data and poor decision-making, seem as if they cannot coexist side by side, but they do. This is a fact of the way things are today. We are coming from a time where data collection was mostly manual, think charts and handwritten notes on tendencies, and historically focused data, what happened last season. Devin Pluler, Director of Analytics for Toronto FC, agrees. We are mostly cheap and cheerful. We use clickers and notes, which are way too subjective, but will soon change. Pluler notes, referring to Metrica, a new sensor technology rolled out for 2019-2020. Only a small and slim proportion of the data collected is used to drive decisions on what needs to be changed. Only a few years ago, virtually all decisions on personnel and strategy were made by gut and experience, based on a strong traditional value set of how things were supposed to be. Baseball has its 5 attributes. Can the player hit for power, run, field, and throw? They also needed to look the part, appear like a baseball player. It is the same story with football and other sports. Teddy has a nose for football. But what does that mean? You have to have a more objective way of looking at players. Teddy Bruschi, former New England Patriots and current analyst for ESPN, told the 2018 MIT Sloan Sports Conference. Some would argue that we aren't really past this point, and there is some truth to that. Like other industries, certain sports are further ahead than others. Formula One racing, for example, collects gigabytes of data each time one of its cars goes around the course, and will make adjustments on the fly. NASCAR also fine-tunes its approach based on data. But come race day, the meter is turned off and it is man and machine. Even dirt bike racing collects sensor data, but applies it inconsistently for insight. Data-rich, but second division in information. While professional teams have access to data, whether generated by their own team or from media coverage and individual bloggers, there is a wide variance from the best in class to second division in sports. The first difference between the haves and have-nots begins with the value the team puts on the data. There is a massive difference between knowing and valuing, says Kyle Dubas, general manager for the Toronto Maple Leafs. There are a lot of things we know, such as penalty differential. Of course we know that. We've known it for years. But if you are able to put a value on a player that is able to draw penalties, it is a very valuable thing for a team. Every penalty drawn and you are going to score 18% of the time. And you do the math, 5 penalties, 1 goal. Teams have access to data, but actually need to use it on the playing field, at the draft table, and in promoting their team as number 1 to the fan base. The other differences come in the investments the teams make, the leadership, and the mindset coaching staff ownership establish. While every team in every global major league sport now uses data in team decisions and has at least 1 or 2 analysts on their rosters, the gap between the haves and have-nots only widens. The movement towards analytics and data-driven decision-making will only gain momentum. There is too much on the line with $100 million player budgets and the battle for consumer attention from entertainment disruptors such as Twitter and Netflix. Moving at different speeds. Baseball lends itself well to numbers, analytics, and the ability to clearly understand what the data tells us. Moneyball helped baseball become an industry leader in applying certain performance indicators to build a winning team. StatCast, a technology that tracks the rotation, location, and velocity of every pitch thrown and every ball hit, was rolled out to Major League Parks in 2015. StatCast has led to decisions around pitch selection, more infield shifts, and a record number of home runs and strikeouts in 2019. Yet, other sports move at different speeds than baseball. Yes, ball games do take too long and frequently are dragged out well beyond 3 hours. The National Hockey League, NHL, has had a league statistician since 1941, but only in the 2019-2020 season rolled out technology similar to the MLB's StatCast. The NHL, as well as the NBA, have been late to the game, while the Toronto FC soccer team still tracks games using a clicker, paper, and a pen. In 2018, the North American Soccer League went from 0 to 100 miles an hour when it began using Metrica Sports, high-resolution cameras that track over 3 million data points per match. There are the haves and have-nots when it comes to data and its use in decision-making in sports. This isn't really any different than other industries. Financial services, the champion in the dollars budgeted for AI and big data, has an even longer tradition of data than sports. Yet certain segments of financial services, mortgage insurance, and venture capital decisions are still primarily based on relationships and individual judgment. Retail has its haves and have-nots, mostly divided between brick and mortar and e-commerce. The opportunities for predictive analytics in healthcare are tremendous, life-saving in reality, and there is no lack of data. Healthcare data, though, resides in siloed pockets in different formats with access restricted by privacy concerns. Decisions need to be made quickly, and circumstances are complex. Ultimately, the majority of decisions are limited to a physician's experience and judgment. There are other things that make sports a different beast than business. For example, having a very clear set of rules and dynamics like 4 quarters in a football game, or that the net in basketball has always, since James Naismith invented the game in 1891, stood 10 feet off the ground, and the distance from the pitcher's mound to home is 60 feet and 6 inches. In writing this book, I interviewed a half-dozen sports analysts as part of in-depth discussions with over 50 executives on the use of data in decision-making. There's plenty that sports can teach businesses as well as some takeaways that teams could learn from business. Things are changing, and data is playing a larger role. But the gulf between data-driven firms and the rest of the pack is getting larger. In sports, it is one thing to have the data and another to use it to drive better athlete performance and team results. The combination that is most successful is to marry experience and facts. The winning formula is to have humans make decisions on and off the field, with a combination of human input and insights drawn from data. When you use data to inform decisions, consider the options, identify opportunities, and capitalize on a competitor's weakness, you will win championships. Sports is a zero-sum game. Only one team wins, and the advantage for one is a vulnerability for the other. Data is critical in this equation. 2014, the year of analytics. The silver-colored boxes measuring 2 feet by 2 feet began being installed at Major League stadiums in the spring of 2014. The boxes contained video and laser technologies and were well hidden near the light standards and along the facade that separated the second and third decks at Wrigley Field, Camden Yards, and other parks. This was StatCast, which could capture up to 20,000 data points about pitch angles, spin rates, and exit velocities of foul balls and home runs alike. By the end of the season, the MLB StatCast system had tracked more data on baseball games than had been captured in the full 146-year history of the league leading up to 2014. For example, take a look at Figure 16.1. Figure 16.1, a spray chart of Joey Gallo's batted balls during the 2019 seasons. It shows where the home runs, ground balls, bunts, fly balls, line drives, and bloopers were batted. Many of these batted balls ended up near the first base and the right field lines. Caption: Joey Gallo's spray chart. Source: Fangraphs. This shows a spray chart which displays where a batted ball goes in the field. This enables the defense to pitch and prepare for a hitter. Similar technology was rolled out at NBA stadiums. The firm Second Spectrum captured 25 data points per second of each of the 1,500 games played that season. In 2014, data-driven game day strategy led to a 10% increase of three-pointers per game. It was also the season that the Warriors' Steph Curry set the record of 286 three-pointers. It's clear that 2014 marked the year of analytics in sports. In the National Hockey League, 8 of the 30 teams hired their first analyst. The Maple Leafs also hired an assistant general manager named Kyle Dubas, who, at 28 years old, had made a name for himself as the data-driven general manager of the OHL's Sault Ste. Marie Greyhounds. "I was the first analyst hired in the NHL," says Brian McDonald of his joining the Florida Panthers. "I had a blog and was writing about advanced stats around possession time and schedule structures. I had built a bit of a reputation and got an email from the Panthers manager." The same thing happened to Eric Tulsky, who started as a part-time consultant for the Carolina Hurricanes. "I started blogging about hockey stats and made a bit of a name for myself and started asking about consulting opportunities. That was the 2014-2015 season. I was working full-time for a biotech firm in the Valley and 20 hours a week for the Canes. It was too much, and I knew something had to give. They made me an offer, and I moved to North Carolina." The summer of 2014 marked the rush to analytics to help drive team performance, operational effectiveness, and fan engagement. Interestingly, 2014 also marked a dip in blogging and fan-run websites that identified the opportunities, deficiencies, and weaknesses of many of the sports teams. "The bloggers all got their dream jobs," says McDonald. "But it is a very cutthroat industry. If you gain, I lose, so those websites grew weeds real quickly." Sports teams drive similar benefits from AI and data-driven decision-making as businesses do, revolving around performance and maximizing revenue. They also face similar challenges around data governance, silos, trust, and culture that makes it hard to demonstrate results, get budgets, and recruit talent. Now we've got to manage so much data, so much analysis, so much input that is generated on every single pitch, that if you don't have the right framework in place to weigh that information, if you don't have the right process in place to quickly gather and then analyze that information, then you are going to get paralyzed. Toronto Blue Jays president Mark Shapiro told the journal The Athletic. "IDC found that there are many lessons businesses can learn from sports. We categorized these into 4 major themes, which you can see in Figure 16.2. Figure 16.2, a graphic of a man running. Next to the graphic are the 4 major themes that business can learn from sports. They are a unique focus on people, extensive and focused use of data, forward-looking in the user of data, and from worst to first. Caption: Lessons from Sports in Data-Driven Decision-Making. Source: Mark Schrutt. A unique focus on people. In athletics, the player is the product, what teams are selling. Sports has an unwavering focus on ensuring their players perform optimally. Teams use data to make decisions on factors ranging from nutrition, training, sports psychology, and mental wellness. Teams use data not solely for strategy and matchups, but when to sit players and the amount of rest they need to maximize performance. This is sometimes referred to as maintenance days or load management. In the NHL, teams such as the Buffalo Sabres, Chicago Blackhawks, and LA Kings have changed their thinking about goalie rotation, particularly around back-to-back games. The Leafs' Dubas thinks the decision is clear. "The numbers don't lie. Resting your goalie improves your odds by 15%. The NBA is sitting its stars like the Lakers' LeBron James and the Clippers' Kawhi Leonard, sidelining these players for entire games. It's about performance and risk management from injury," says Toronto Raptors GM Bobby Webster. "We pay some of our players $400,000 a game. And if they get injured and are out for 10 games, well, you can do the math." The business world doesn't quite put the same attention to detail about employees or workforce management. "It's still very much intuition," commented Eric Schurenberg, CEO of Mansueto Ventures, which publishes Fast Company and Inc. magazine. There is opportunity there to drive optimal performance, but it's an area where human touch drives decisions. One firm, BetterUp, which was profiled in Inc.'s June 2019 edition, is working to bring the science of data to the art of managing people. Using a base of personnel practices from hundreds of large companies, BetterUp offers an Uber-type service to coaching, connecting their team of thousands of contractors with employees of firms such as Airbnb and Warner Brothers. Google has also used an analytical approach to determine which characteristics make great managers and promote these across the organization. Yet, even in the area of hiring, where AI is used most, the way firms apply data frequently provides them little value and sometimes opens them up to criticisms. The use of AI has become prevalent in scouting through thousands of resumes that come in from each job posting. We've found that when companies use these tools, they find people similar to them, whether it is a white male or whatever, says Caitlin McGregor, CEO and co-founder of Plum, an AI firm based in Waterloo, Ontario. There's bias hardwired into employer systems that doesn't find the best or right candidate. An example is Amazon's recruiting system, which was internally developed. When used, Amazon redesigned the system in 2015. Prompted by certain gender-biased language, the system self-selected individuals that were very similar to the white men in their mid-30s who had developed the system in the first place. Business could learn a lot from the way that sports scout and qualify this year's draft choices, or decide that their aging star may need a break after flying from coast to coast. A 4-day work week, anyone? There is tremendous amounts of data on the workforce that can be used well beyond setting next year's salary, such as decisions on team dynamics, personal goal setting, and improving the work-life balance. Extensive and focused use of data. The use of data stretches the entire span of a sports franchise, from stadium operations to managing farm teams in Biloxi, Mississippi, or Fredericton, New Brunswick. Furthermore, sports teams drill down in a number of areas and are driven by an unquenchable thirst for more data to ensure they are ready when fans enter the parking lots or the center lines up for the face-off. An example is the Florida Panthers, which look at their season ticket and multi-pack base from well over 24 views. We use geographic data to understand where they live for weekend games, and if that is different from a Tuesday or a Wednesday when the ticket holders are coming from work. We have demographic data, corporate data, and we use all of that for marketing and sales decisions, says Brian McDonald, who was the analytics lead at the Florida Panthers and is now director of sports analytics at ESPN. Sports is also driven by the next piece of data and the connections it may show with what they already know to give them a competitive advantage. I have referred to this general mindset as Moneyball from the Michael Lewis book on the Oakland A's. Moneyball is all about the next piece of data that is uncovered that leads to better decisions. Over the past 10 years, there has been a roller coaster of new data points introduced into the game that are meant to produce more wins than the next guy. Business has also adopted this approach, although at a much slower rate. I think every industry has its Moneyball, although many haven't quite found it yet, says Gordon Adal, Director of Globe Labs and Corporate Security Officer at the Globe and Mail. For newspapers like the Globe and Mail and other media companies, it is about the lifetime value of a piece of content, say, an article about garbage pickup. We want to figure out how much that piece will drive in advertising, and more importantly, subscriptions. Will someone who isn't a subscriber read this and decide that instead of a limited paywall, they want to subscribe to the paper? Will this article lead to retention or cancellations? We aren't there yet, but we are getting close, says Adal. In general, though, sports uses data in many more ways than other businesses do when it comes to decision-making. Businesses typically start and frequently do not move far off cost savings and operational efficiencies. Sports uses data across the spectrum and have taken Moneyball to a fine art when drafting and trading for players. The one area where both sports and other businesses are making great strides in the use of data for decisions is in marketing. Both are striving to provide a better digital experience to engage their customers. Both also have the challenge of directly communicating with a client they do not always know. Access to better data on customer characteristics and how they use products are critical for decision-making. Sports teams don't always know who is sitting in a seat or are even fans of their team, just as Nestle doesn't quite know who specifically eats its candy bars. Sports teams have created data-sharing relationships with secondary ticket companies such as StubHub and Ticketmaster, and are motivating fans to move off general social media channels to their own Twitter handles, Instagram accounts, and websites. These direct connections allow the team to have access to customer information that they use to create ticket packages, offer food and beverage promotions at the stadium, develop merchandising specials, and, generally, have a tighter bond with the fan. Other than Apple, BMW, and a handful of other corporate logos, most businesses don't have the same relationship as a fan does with their favorite team. Businesses have a larger challenge in creating relevancy, providing real-time information to followers, and building trust with their customers. The larger the customer base, the more difficult it will be. Yet, sports has shown that intermediaries of data can be bypassed. In an era where the Patriots may have 50,000 season ticket holders, but because the reseller market may know only 10% of the fans in Gillette Stadium, the Patriots are still able to drive 10% year-over-year growth in seat sales. Forward-looking in the use of data. While there is plenty of looking backward in sports, such as the Monday morning quarterback criticizing a coach's decision, the focus of sports teams is on the future. Teams will dive into the data to identify a competitor's weaknesses and how their squad lines up in setting the game plan for the following Sunday. They prepare, practice, and design infield shifts for pull hitters and blitz patterns for 3rd down and 5 yards to go situations. Teams don't usually walk into the game and figure things out. Sports teams are also champions at using real-time data for decision-making. Progressive coaches have created a process to integrate predictive analytics into play calling. One of the keys for data-driven decision-making is to look forward with the goal of driving insight to prepare for the future. Some firms do not do a good job of this. Less than half use data to understand what is about to or what may happen to their industries and respective companies. Yet, in today's quickly changing digital world, where an industry can be disrupted by startups in a year or two, it is critical to use facts to prepare for uncertainty. There are certain businesses that excel at using data for its predictive value. Walmart analyzes demographic data in deciding which regions to focus on, as well as weather patterns and employment trends from sites such as LinkedIn to decide what items to stock over the next quarter. Uber uses real-time data to determine surge pricing, and cities like Toronto leverage similar data to make decisions on traffic management. Real-time data is projected to increase by 30% annually through 2025, as you can see in Figure 16.3. Figure 16.3, a bar graph of the percentage of global datasphere, shown in zettabytes, compared to the real-time data between 2017 and 2025. It shows that there was a slow rise of real-time data between 2017 to 2020, only growing from less than 5% to 10%. This is more than 20% below the percentage of global datasphere. However, by 2025, it is predicted that the real-time data will reach 50%, exceeding the percentage of global datasphere. Caption: Real-time data as a percentage of the datasphere. Mark Schrutt. There is more data being created with sensors and cameras, and there is improved data communications. Business again needs to take a page from sports in learning how to use real-time data and information in general to set its game plans and prepare for the future. From worst to first. This is a magical phrase for team owners and a fan base that went through the pain of being in the basement. There are great stories out there. the Mets that had never had a winning season before shocking the Baltimore Orioles to win the 1969 World Series, the Minnesota Twins in 1987, and the New Orleans Saints that went from perennial losers to starting the 2009 campaign with 13 wins in a row on their way to winning the Super Bowl. It's great to win one. Just ask the 2016 Cubs, who brought home their first title in 108 years. Both sports and business have a shared objective to sustain the winning streak. Consistency at the top takes time. McKinsey alum Jeff Luhnow became the GM of the Houston Astros, bringing with him a data-driven approach to game planning and execution. The Astros went on to lose a team record of 107 games in Luhnow's first year, 2012, and repeated the feat with a last-place 111 losses in 2013. It took 3 years, but by 2015, the Astros had turned into a winner, leading to 3 divisional championships and trips to 2 of the past 3 World Series. What sports can learn from business? Sports and business have more in common than they have differences. They are also areas where sports could learn from business. Who knows? But maybe the next championship ring could be won by the Cleveland Browns or Chicago White Sox because they discovered a more disciplined or structured way to organize their operations. This doesn't have much to do with the amount of data and how franchises use it, but organizational structure, people, and processes which are discussed in Chapter 18. We lack this, says McDonald. It is kind of all over the place. The focus is on the roster, and other areas aren't managed as well. Better structures include how sports organize their analytics efforts. It may come as a surprise, but sports franchises have far fewer analysts on the player performance side than they do on the business side of the ledger, which includes ticketing and marketing partnerships. MLSE may have the largest performance analytics team in pro sports overall, with 8 analysts focused on player performance for the Toronto Raptors and Maple Leafs, while it staffs a dozen plus in operations. In my research, though, I found no examples in sports that have married the teams, leveraged the skills, capacity, and investments for the entire franchise. Businesses, on the other hand, typically use a hybrid model, where investments and workforce, HR management, are centralized, but analysts are embedded in business units depending on the need and circumstances. A sports problem is a problem, says McDonald, whether it is driving more revenue at the gate, improving utilization, or figuring out how you are going to make the playoffs with just 7 games to go. Analysts can work on both, and there's no reason not to. The other area where sports can take a lesson from business is providing data and analysts a seat at the table. There are leaders among data-driven businesses. These are the firms that have a culture and mindset that believe in data. For the most part, these companies have a leadership that trusts data and values both diversity and collaboration when making decisions. IDC's research found that the number of such best-in-class firms represents only 7% of all businesses. The situation is even more dire in sports, where few teams are truly driven by data from the top. I have found that amateur sports, such as National Olympic Committees, take a very data-driven approach out of need based on limited funding. Canada's Own the Podium and Swimming Canada are examples where judgment and gut have little place. We don't go on good feelings, Swimming Canada's high-performance director and national coach John Atkinson told the MIT Sloan Sports Conference. With the resources we have to look hard at the types of investment decisions. We can't go out and buy the best 100 backstrokers in the world. Our analytics show that there are peak ages depending on the stroke and length of the race. There is predicted improvement. The younger you go, the more variables you deal with. But the older you go, the lower chance of breakout. We would rather invest in the younger group. It is a hard sell that we are going to invest in an athlete that is ranked 300th in the world compared to an athlete that is ranked 80th. Or if both are ranked 75th, but one is 15 and the other 22. Swimming Canada's data-driven approach began in 2014 and since has resulted in more Olympic medals than the country had won in the previous 2 decades. An example is its bronze in the 4x200 women's relay, one of 6 medals won in Brazil by Canada's swimming team. They had finished 11th one year, says Atkinson. There was data to show they would improve in the next year or two, expected to get in the money based on the data. For most sports, data has its role in game day planning, preparing for drafts, and creating marketing plans, but plays a far smaller secondary role when it comes to strategic decisions in the boardroom. This is changing as tech executives get into the ownership ranks and a new breed of management, shaped by data, shows their success on the field. The dichotomy between the amount of valuable data and the place it has along intuition and gut in key decision-making remains an integral factor in the ineffectiveness of various teams' front offices. First-place practices. Business and sports also have a lot in common, such as a focus on winning and maximizing revenue. There are certain factors, though, that separate best-in-class businesses from others and championship teams, one being the ability to drive insight from data and applying it into action and decision-making. The following outlines certain similarities, areas for improvement, and recommendations based on best practices. Getting rid of overconfidence. People make poor decisions all the time, whether it is trading away draft choices or diverting resources to pursue contracts that they have little chance of winning. Some of these decisions are inexcusable if the data provides a counter-argument, or if you don't use data to inform what you do. People rush to decisions, are not always open to other ways of thinking, and fail to consider the consequences or options. Frequently, this boils down to overconfidence, a feeling of invincibility among certain decision-makers. AI uses data to identify connections, trends, and links. People also look for patterns and tendencies. We ask ourselves, have we seen this situation before? The mind, unfortunately, cannot analyze the vast amount of data available today, and is too short-sighted to see the real connections between data points. People will convince themselves that they are right, that even in complex and uncertain situations, we will make the correct decisions. Often, we are wrong. The eyes are lying sons of bitches, says Leafs general manager Kyle Dubas when talking about player evaluation. They will convince you that you're seeing the second coming of Wayne Gretzky when the kid will fall far short. Dubas has taken an analytical approach with the Toronto Maple Leafs, which, under his realm, has gone from last place in the Atlantic Division to 3 straight playoff appearances. He has seen it before. Players who do really well in pre-draft tournaments and become top 10 picks, only to falter, fall back to the norm, and perform in line with their abilities all along. Eric Tulsky, now vice president of the Carolina Hurricanes, also talks about how GMs are swayed by player and team dynamics. The period where the worst decisions are made, the worst mistakes, is the trade deadline. There's pressure and desperation, which clouds the facts. GMs, it is like they have 2 brains. Most think they are the ones that can make it work, who will get the best in the trade. Listen, there are only 31 GMs in the NHL, and they all have a sense of supremacy. It is human nature. A string of successes, some good luck, yes, that plays in results. And the realization you have the power to make decisions often leads people to have an inflated sense of confidence and infallibility. It is also human nature that people fear being wrong. A manager or coach will play the percentages, thinking that they can never be criticized or fired if things go awry. Brian McDonald describes the GM club as made up of ex-players who know the sport and have stayed around the NHL long enough to have a certain degree of success. They may use the data, but frequently to support a decision that they have already made. It is a matter of trust. They don't trust the data enough or are afraid of being wrong. So typically decisions look a lot like the decisions other GMs are making. Confidence may be good for leadership or surmounting the odds in battle, but overconfidence is not good in decision-making. Intuition and gut are frequently wrong, and relying on them is not the way to run a team or a business in today's digital world. There is a way around this, of course, to use data and allow for second or dissenting opinions and devil's advocates. Organizations need a mindset of believing in data, which is led by the top leadership. A corporate culture of innovation and data is driven by curiosity, experimentation, and teamwork. Both business and sports are missing out if they decide not to follow this path. Collaboration and diversity are shaped by top executives. There are over 5,000 people who sit on the boards of directors of Fortune 500 companies. The vast majority are white and over 60 years of age. The National Football League has only one black GM, one black team president, and 2 owners of color. Every single GM in the NHL is white and male. The National Basketball League has 3 black GMs, even though 3/4 of the players are black. Sports leadership is not reflective of society, its customers, or even its players. If you want to get to better fact-based decisions, you need to change the who, what, and how of leadership and drive diversity and different ways of thinking. Ditching data silos and owners. Data governance that guides the processes, procedures, and accountability of data collection, quality, and use are critical for data-driven organizations. Yet, people and departments frequently grow a data ownership mentality. Walls and silos will inhibit collaboration, sharing, and learning. Worse yet, gatekeepers can hold valuable information from decision-makers, turning the proper course or good intentions into missteps. Bridges can be made, but they need to be built from the top. Data needs to be valued, treated as an asset in today's digital economy, and managed in the same way as other assets. An executive data governance team with representation from IT, business operations, and legal can help set the parameters. Chief data officers in business or heads of analytics in sports can provide executive momentum to break down silos. Centralizing data tools and embedding data analysts in the business is a model that is driving the most value. It is not easy, and lessons will be learned along the way. But the approach needs to adjust over time to ensure data is focused on improving the overall business and experience of your workforce and customer base. Increasing the spectrum of use of data and intuition. As chronicled in Chapter 9, John Sebastiani, the owner of the Pacific Association Sonoma Stompers, got an unexpected call from 2 writers from the magazine and website Baseball Prospectus. Sam Miller and Ben Miller weren't looking to interview the owner, but to manage his team based fully on analytics, do only what the numbers indicated was the right strategy and decision. Amazingly, Sebastiani said yes. Soon the Stompers were on the path of shifting infields, pulling outfielders in to cover second base, and inserting closers in the 4th or the 5th inning instead of waiting to shut it down in the 9th. This was, of course, extreme and didn't result in a championship. The Stompers lost in the finals in the single year of the experiment. The Pacific Association's season lasts only 4 months. It took time for the players to begin to trust the data. Even then, there was resistance from the coaching ranks, and the team's lineup was average at best. The best of data-driven decisions won't win you all of the games. There will be losses along the way. There is a spectrum in sports, from the Stompers to the Toronto FC of the Major League Soccer, which, even with recent progress, is pretty old school. There is similarly a wide variance in both sports and business on how firms use data, whether in pre-game planning or actually in the moment with everything on the line. There is a spectrum of value firms put on the data, the investment, and what it represents in their strategy and mission. A data-driven mindset depends on a number of factors, key among them the level of competition and degree of disruption in a given market. Baseball and financial services may be the pinnacle of data-driven decision-making in their respective industries. But even there, banks are far ahead of insurance carriers and venture capital firms, while the Red Sox may have 5 times the analysts of the Texas Rangers. Firms can become data-driven by concentrating on the same levers and balancing data and judgment in decision-making. It will take time, and the urgency is only increasing. We have found that, as the shift towards less intuition and more data in decision-making progresses, aided by the volume of data and capabilities of AI, the divide between the haves and have-nots only widens. Focusing on communication and trust. The Sonoma Stompers' march towards the Pacific Association Championship stalled as their new analytics-driven GMs were unable to clearly articulate why the data was important and how it could help their players. We should never have introduced ourselves with the words expert, statistical, or analysis, nor invoked data or numbers. We should have come up with a better story, says Sam Miller. We sold our story as something imposing, data analytics, and we made it about us. We should have sold it as providing them information and made it about the team. That would have fit into their view of the sport, that we were trying to give them the same resources as major league players. Transitioning to data-driven decision-making requires the buy-in and trust of key decision-makers. Without understanding why data is important and how it ties to both individual and team performance, most will continue to make decisions the way they always have, by judgment and feel. Some of our team's veterans ignored the video that we offered or belittled our whiteboard scouting reports, explains Miller. We fought our manager for 6 weeks over how he used our bullpen. This is baseball 101 because you haven't played it, he yelled as he stomped out of one meeting. We had a winning team, but we didn't have their trust. The use of data in decision-making isn't new, of course, but AI now provides a new ability to make connections you missed or can't see, or to better predict what will happen the next season or financial quarter. It will happen on its own, but by then, data will be another firm's competitive advantage, not yours. Organizations need an environment that allows for effective and successful use of data in decision-making. This includes 1. Having the right technical skills and hiring individuals who are collaborative, curious, and believe data can help forward the team's goals. 2. Investing in technology, including modernizing legacy systems, storage management, and AI tools. 3. Making it simple with the objective that, over time, employees and players will see the value, become curious, and eventually work with analytics tools to get their own answers. As Land O'Lakes CTO Teddy Bickelli says, we equip our people to fish or farm on their own. 4. Clearly communicating why data is important and how it will help the team. 5. Backing this up from the top level. And 6. Measuring decisions and related key performance metrics, including compensation, to identify areas for improvement and areas where you are demonstrating the value of data. In both business and sports, trust is key to using and driving value from data-driven decision-making. Other than showing results or opening the box that has the cure for cancer in it, the best way to do this is by having the people on the ground, such as the HR director, sales manager, player, and coach, become the advocates or champions for the use of data. It is critical that the message comes from someone who shares an understanding of what the job is all about, and not a data scientist or a GM who doesn't quite fully buy into the process. Land O'Lakes Bickelli describes a process where the co-op works with farmers for seed sales and animal feed, using salespeople and consultants with a background and degree in agronomy. They know farming, they are good with data, and have the trust in the community. They go to the same church, grocery store, or Little League diamond as the growers do. Teams like the Houston Astros have experienced the divide that can exist unless trust is built. It can quickly turn into a finger-pointing war, as it did with Astros Cy Young winning pitcher Dallas Keuchel when he saw the first few batted balls against the infield shift slowly, and painfully for Keuchel, roll towards the outfield for a single. We got plenty of stares in the dugout after that, but we had our coaches on board. We had rotated, the coaches and instructors, through our minor league teams the year before when we were really diving into advanced analytics. It took time, but the results are what counts, says Jeff Luhnow, talking about the team's trips to the World Series in 2017 and 2019. While the field of play is different between sports and business, there's a lot that companies can learn from Billy Beane's Moneyball, Steph Curry's three-point shots, and the 100 million viewers that watch the Super Bowl. Business is not an all-or-nothing game, so understanding what best practices there are in data-driven decision-making will benefit every organization. Key takeaways. 1. More attention to the workforce. The human touch and decisions made by intuition shapes current workforce management. The use of data and analytics can drive better performance. 2. The eyes are lying sons of bitches. Decision makers in sports frequently are led astray by an inflated sense of confidence and infallibility. 3. Gain trust to build adoption. Credibility is vital and can be earned by having sponsors throughout the organization, demonstrating that fact-based decisions work, and making data easy to understand and tell a story that is about the team, not about the data. Chapter 17. The Use of Data in Canadian Government Decision-Making. For it may safely be said, not that the habit of ready and correct observation will by itself make us useful nurses, but that without it, we shall be useless with all our devotion. Florence Nightingale, Notes on Nursing, What It Is and What It Is Not. Florence Nightingale was the mother of 19th century hospital reform. She also heavily influenced the future of data visualization and fact-based decision-making in the British government. In 1854, Nightingale led a team of 38 nurses to Turkey and the front lines of the Crimean War. Britain had initially sent an army of 25,000 as part of an alliance to fight the Russian Empire. In the first year alone, the British troops had experienced 18,000 casualties. Nightingale's staff experienced the tragedy firsthand as they cared for hundreds of men who died weekly at the hospitals. Back home, a public inquiry put the blame for the high loss of lives squarely on the shoulders of the military leaders. The inquiry also produced data that caught Nightingale's attention. Her analysis found that more men were dying in the hospitals than at the front. Cholera and dysentery were far greater causes of death than military tactics and wounds from battle. The conditions at the hospitals behind the front line, such as poor ventilation and contaminated water supply, led to a 42% mortality rate. Men were better walking off shrapnel wounds than being cared for a few kilometers from the front. Nightingale wrote up her results and recommendations in an 830-page report that she shared with a family friend who sat in Parliament. She also created a single graphic that you can see in Figure 17.1, the Rose chart, which in one page showed the number of fatalities, the weeks, and months, as well as the cause of death from wounds, injuries, and disease. Figure 17.1. Florence Nightingale's Rose chart of the causes of mortality of the Army in the East between April 1854 to March 1855 and April 1855 to March 1856. It shows two different Rose charts for the time periods, with a legend in cursive written below indicating how to interpret the chart. Caption: Florence Nightingale's Rose chart. Source: Wikicommons and Wellcome Library Commons. Nightingale's team had already made dramatic changes in Turkey, reducing the mortality rate from the previously mentioned 42% to 6% in just 3 months' time. Her data was presented to Parliament and led to changes in public health in the latter half of the 19th century. Nightingale's work is credited with having saved millions of lives around the world. Data and government go hand in hand. Data has informed leaders and shaped policies across the globe. Data has not always led policymakers to make the optimal decisions, such as California's recent $10 billion write-off of the state's high-speed rail system, the cost of which was projected to be more than double its original $33 billion price tag. Data can be used for inappropriate purposes or lead to decisions that harm society's most vulnerable and in need. There are challenges such as data quality, bias, and gatekeepers. Yet, for the most part, data-informed policy decisions have led to great prosperity, health, and freedom. The world is experiencing extraordinary change, and the pace will only accelerate in the future. To get an idea of the shift we are witnessing, all one has to do is look at the private sector. Digital technologies, particularly mobility and maturation of AI and predictive analytics, have disrupted long-held business models in the industries such as hospitality, transit, and retail. Digital is resetting expectations for customer relationships, moving it closer to a two-way bond built on trust, relevancy, and value. The government-citizen relationship has been static for decades, and communication continues to be predominantly one way. Yet, this is changing and altering the expectations that citizens, as well as public servants, have of government. Disruption in government does not necessarily mean startups taking shares or seeing your stock price tank as you edge closer toward bankruptcy. But it does mean using innovation as a means to improve the way things are done, such as rolling out apps that make parking your car or paying your taxes easier. Disruption also means embracing new business models, such as agile and lean startups, and using data to make better decisions. The rapids of data and information. Citizens, consumers, and virtually every sector, including the government, are part of the transformation. As our lens increasingly focuses on digital technology, disruption, and innovation, one theme that appears throughout the change we are witnessing is data. Some in the tech circles like to say that data is the oil of the digital economy. But there is a finite amount of oil where there seems to be no end in sight to the amount of information we create. Yet, like oil, which is useless on its own, and even harmful if it blows out into the air or leaks into the ground, data and the insight it provides can help drive the need to be focused. Data can help tap into unmet customer needs, create smart cities that benefit society, and establish barriers that divide competitors. As predictive technologies improve, data allows organizations to better sense and plan for the future. Data is also changing decision-making in the government and other industries. There is a shift in the use of facts and intuition. It is becoming easier to tell the difference between background noise or static and the true signals of change. But more importantly, to get the balance right between data, impartiality, and empathy. The pace of change has also pushed the advances of technology forward, sometimes faster than we can catch up. Technology, the demands of the public, and better use of data have made now the time for data-driven decision-making. Gut does not go very far in City Hall. We don't construct new housing, expand schools, or build hospitals because that's what feels right. These decisions should be made based on facts, and it is hard to argue against the more data the better. You will hear the phrase, "Where's the data?" in corners of government, said Marcel Weider, president of Aurora Strategy Group, a consultant to the government. There's not much done just on gut. With a tradition of data-driven policymaking and a vast amount of information at their fingertips, most would think that the government runs on data. While the government is in some instances ahead of its private sector peers, most decisions made by politicians and government officials are based on personal judgment and experience. Furthermore, the data used in government decisions is not always accurate, current, or impartial. Sometimes data is difficult to get, or simply unavailable. Government decision-makers do not always have the full picture or are guided in the wrong direction. However, decision-making is quickly shifting away from experience and gut. Data and intuition are being rebalanced by the pace of change we are witnessing in both public and private sectors. This is driven by the advances in technology, particularly data analytics, the fast-evolving expectations from citizens, and an increasingly technology-adept workforce. Government has played a significant role in the digital age. Open government, which is based on transparency and access to information, kick-started the data generation of the early part of this century. The Government of Canada, for example, rolled out its first open data systems in 2010, while the provinces of Quebec and Ontario quickly followed in 2011. Yet government has not quite kept pace with the changes. Overall, the public sector has been slow to adopt big data tools and analytics software, let alone digital technologies in general. IDC's Winter 2019 survey on decision-making found that fewer than 15% of government entities, including federal, provincial or state, and municipal governments, are using machine learning or AI technologies, as shown in Figure 17.2. This is slightly less than half the overall average of 29%. Furthermore, just 20% of government respondents are using data-driven predictive tools. This has hampered the ability to drive insight from the data available to decision-makers. Figure 17.2. A figure with 2 donut charts and 4 rows of percentages. The donut charts show that 14% of the government has adopted machine learning or artificial intelligence, and 20% plan to adopt it. In comparison, 20% of the government has adopted predictive analysis, while 14% plan to adopt it. The percentages show the adoption or planned adoption of machine learning or artificial intelligence and machine learning for all organizations surveyed. 29% of these organizations have adopted machine learning or artificial intelligence, and 24% have adopted predictive analysis. 20% plan to adopt machine learning in the next 12 months, while 22% will begin using predictive analytics in the next 12 months. Caption: Use of AI in government versus overall. Source: IDC. Without information, without the data, many decisions are made with intuition and gut as the default. There is too much at stake for decision-making to continue this way. Government policy decisions have too much of an impact on every part of everyday life to be made by gut alone. Where we stand today. Government has a long history of data. The first census of the United States was conducted in 1790. The first straw poll held 34 years later. Departments such as Statistics Canada have been established to create, analyze, and disseminate information. Massive investments and breakthroughs such as the U.S. military's ENIAC and Japan's Fifth Generation Project, which advanced the science of AI in the 1980s, have helped to create a culture that believes in data. Yet my work found that government decisions in areas such as research, HR, and even IT and supply chain are made more on intuition and experience than data. Furthermore, a quarter of the government leaders surveyed see themselves well below or behind their peers in their ability to use data in decision-making. While the majority view themselves as being on par, only 14% rate themselves as ahead and 0% versus 7% for all respondents are considered best in class, as seen in Figure 17.3. Figure 17.3. A simple bar chart of how government leaders self-rate their ability to use data in decision-making. The chart reads: far behind our peers, 12%. Lag behind our peers, 14%. On par with our peers, 60%. Exceed our peers, 14%. And best in class, 0%. Caption: Government. Self-rated maturity. Source: IDC. This does not align with a tradition and culture that believes in data. And while these findings highlight areas where the government can do better, it also provides a stark picture of where the government currently stands. Sometimes it takes too much effort, or the data does not support the argument, says David Woelfel, former senior lead at Deloitte. Status quo or business as usual reinforces a mindset that may believe and trust data, but uses intuition and gut far too frequently. This book identifies 3 key base elements, along with 3 additional competitive differentiators for better decision-making in chapters 12 through 15. The 3 base ingredients for data-driven decision-making are industry disruption, leadership and culture, and tradition and history, which drive the need for change. Government checks the box on all 3. The public sector has a rich history of collecting and working with data. Government leaders believe and are encouraged to back their decisions with numbers. Technology is bringing the government into the digital age as it looks to better service citizens. The government also creates more data and has theoretically more access to information than any sector. And there seems to be a never-ending appetite for more data on voter sentiments or the economic impact of various policies. Yet with a tradition, culture, and availability of data, government leaders are not using data to make decisions frequently enough. While data may be available, it may not always be accessible or accurate. The government is also guilty of not using enough information and cherry-picking pieces of data without looking at the full picture to back a position. According to a government official interviewed for this research, they have seen, quote, a number of policies passed using just a single piece of data, typically cost savings. Yet, if the math was done, and sometimes it's not, it would show some projects costing 10 times more over their life, end quote, the official added. Quote, there's a bit of misinterpretation along with blatantly ignoring the facts, end quote. You cannot look at the government, though, as one monolithic enterprise. Decision-making capabilities vary depending on the level, municipal, state, and federal, and within each of the government entities, ministries, departments, and agencies. Data is used differently, even within a single department, and its use depends on a number of factors, such as how often it interacts with the public. For example, the Canadian federal government has branches that deal with virtually every citizen, such as the Canada Revenue Agency, Canada Pension Investment Board, and Canada Post, and others such as Farm Credit Canada and Atomic Energy of Canada that have little interaction with the vast majority of the population. There are data-rich agencies such as Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation, or CMHC, which helps design national housing policies, as well as branches of the military such as the Royal Canadian Air Force, or RCAF, that collects gigabytes of data every minute one of its jets is in the air. Some governments, including provinces and cities, also move at a different pace and make a difference in the use of data in decision-making. The pace of change is also critical. Faster changing, more dynamic industries such as finance, CMHC, Canadian Commercial Corporation, Treasury Board, and Innovation, Science and Economic Development may require the use of more forward predictive data to assess the impact of change and guide decisions, while slower, highly static or heavily regulated markets may use data for a different purpose. Some organizations are very good when using data to make decisions, but frequently go it alone and use intuition, experience, and incomplete slices of data. Oftentimes, the cost of gathering data, the time to analyze and generate insight, and access or laxness get in the way. There are pockets that excel in using data and driving positive results from fact-based decisions. The Business Development Bank of Canada, or BDC, is an example. We are very data-driven, says Tamara Zimmerman, formerly in charge of innovation at BDC and currently innovation lead at Deloitte Canada. From top down, we are able to simply express our data strategy and provide illustrations of data-driven decision-making in action. The Treasury Department is another example. Treasury will want to see the backup, the evidence. Decisions are not made without facts, said Weeder. Sometimes numbers are black and white, such as with the Treasury Department, while others are harder to quantify. Numbers may not tell the entire story or support the policies in place. The full benefit of social services, such as public housing and creating extensive healthcare infrastructure in remote areas, is difficult to quantify in economic terms and may not add up. Size, in terms of the program budget, also matters. Sometimes it will cost more to gather the data or hire a consultant to verify it than the project allows, says Weeder. In these situations, the government will go ahead without the data. Multi-billion-dollar decisions, on the other hand, will extensively leverage data, a significant portion of which will be generated primarily for the particular initiative. Time horizon matters as well. It takes time to gather data, and governments rely heavily on stakeholder information that is collected in surveys, town halls, and focus groups. As previously mentioned, these efforts cost money. They also take time, which is a luxury some projects cannot afford. Another focus is culture and leadership, which either drives a mindset of using data or it doesn't. Culture is core. Data-driven organizations are created from the top down and not from the rank and file. Without direction from the top and management leading by example, you will never get there. This is highlighted in IDC's survey on decision-making and the main challenges to become a data-driven organization. While these aspects can determine if and how much data is used in decision-making, there are a number of factors that minimize the data-driven capabilities in the government space. First and foremost is budget. How much a department or city has to invest in a project and the cost of gathering and analyzing the data. A second challenge, as seen in Figure 17.4, is the lack of skills and expertise. Figure 17.4. A line chart comparing the percentage of challenges that the government and organizations have in becoming data-driven in their decision-making. The categories include a lack of skills or expertise, investments required for base IT systems, legacy systems, quality of the data, management is too dependent on judgment or guts, conflicting priorities, and culture. There are 3 challenges for government, all of which 34% or 35% surveyed consider to be a key inhibitor: restrictive legacy technologies, the quality of data, and conflicting priorities within the government. For all organizations, the lack of skills, financial investments required, and conflicting priorities rate as the most challenging factors. Caption: Key challenges faced by government versus all organizations. Source: IDC. The public sector is faced with a skills gap in the thousands, partially brought on by an aging workforce whose experience is key in decision-making. The skills gaps are particularly acute in areas such as security, DevOps architecture, and IT operations. Budgets are slowly being allocated towards digital transformation, but frequently, the money and timelines do not line up with the reality of the situation. The third major obstacle of data-driven decision-making is the data itself. Data collection and use is very siloed within government agencies. Different branches or agencies collect data in various formats, using disparate systems that are difficult and costly to integrate. Silos and gatekeepers can also slow the flow of information and sometimes redefine its meaning to forward different agendas. Furthermore, certain parts of the government will compile distinct data components that together may provide the whole picture, but on their own only deliver a fraction of their value in decisions. There is no single portal or easy way to get information from government branches. This is not just the case for the public, but for the people in the government itself. Related to this is the continued dependence on legacy systems. Governments continue to use out-of-date and underfunded technology. Legacy systems are more expensive to maintain and costly to integrate into the overall fabric of government systems. Frequently, the government decides to starve and tune down legacy support and exclude legacy in many digital projects. These strategies virtually keep the door shut on getting an integrated, complete picture of the data needed for policy decisions. Another mountain to climb in decision-making in the government revolves around political trade-offs. The vast majority of larger policy decisions can be boiled down to numbers, the percentage of voters that support a platform, or a comparison of cost and benefits. Many politicians run elections on these issues, yet reducing the budget or adding more hospital beds provides numbers that fail to account for the broader vision and ultimately may lead to bad decisions. Programs such as strengthening the military and defense or increasing pension benefits have a cost. Other programs may need to be cut or revenue increased with fees or other taxes. The impact of longer-term measures makes short-term decisions more complex. On the surface, some decisions make little sense. These may include transferring department services out of Washington or Ottawa to smaller municipalities that lack the needed employee or infrastructure base. Sometimes the trade-offs make complete sense, and others such as Canadian subsidies on timber and maple syrup can be economically justified. Yet, frequently, the horse trading is done with little regard to the data. This is not expected to change significantly in the future. Yet, as more data is available to both the government and the public, which has the added advantage of increasing transparency and accountability, data will play a larger role when trading off one program for another, or justifying decisions with a bigger picture view of the costs and benefits. Moving forward towards a better government. Governments have data, mountains of it. which continues to compound on itself daily, that can be leveraged in decision-making. But data is useless and wasted unless it is applied to solve problems, analyzed to drive insight in policymaking, and presented to decision-makers at the right time. There is plenty of work to be done in this regard. Adoption of analytic and predictive tools remains low across all levels of the government, as are investments in digital technologies in general. More than 150 years after Florence Nightingale created a one-page rose chart, governments are still telling stories with 1,000-page reports and graphics that extend the length of a conference table. Along with the three baseline core factors that are required for data-driven decision-making, there are three additional elements that truly differentiate organizations that are on par or average in their data-driven capabilities from those that are best in class. The three differentiating elements are: 1. A direct connection with customers. 2. The use of data to look forward and assess the changes that will happen. 3. Balancing intuition and data in decision-making. Governments have their work cut out in these areas. Citizen connections. The first differentiating element for decision-making is being closer to the customer. You could say this has nothing to do with the government, as it doesn't have customers. But governments have the largest customer base in the country. Every business, charity, and citizen, which is incomparable. People are expecting a more personalized experience, which includes digital touchpoints such as mobile and social. Citizens also want more data and information so they can understand the choices they have when making their own decisions, whether it is energy consumption in their house, who is running for election, or whether the next garbage day includes recyclables. People have Amazon or Netflix expectations about the two-way interactions that form the platform for communication with companies that they then apply unfavorably to their interactions with government organizations. It is difficult, but it should be the government's aspiration to meet these expectations. The government has significant hurdles. The adoption of digital and use of analytics is low in this sector. It also depends on the processes in place, many that are manual and awaiting digital transformation. It is extremely hard when government still accepts faxes, which require operators to then enter the data into the system. Sometimes this doesn't happen, and that information is not even factored into decision-making. There are silos of data scattered across all levels of the government, and the systems, much built on out-of-date platforms and increasingly prohibitive to integrate, render direct and complete two-way communication with citizens extremely difficult. If the government was able to solve this, it would find tremendous benefits in having direct communication with its citizens. The ability to better understand how people use government services, the ways they prefer to communicate, and what issues they are dealing with would help in prioritizing future projects. Using data to prepare for the future. What stands out in the government's use of data is how reactionary it is. Governments mostly use data to solve current problems and issues. Government, though, falls well behind other industries in using data to understand why things are happening and predicting what is most likely to happen in the future, as shown in Figure 17.5. Figure 17.5, a table showing how various industries use data in decision-making with 6 rows and 4 columns. The rows represent each of the industries and, from top to bottom, read healthcare, government, retail, transportation, process manufacturing, and financial services. The columns from left to right read looking back to understand, solve current problems, what will happen, and strategies for the future. The row for the government is highlighted and reads looking back to understand, 25%, solve current problems, 78%, what will happen, 39%, and strategies for the future, 67%. Caption: How data is used in decision-making by sector. Source: IDC. Best-in-class organizations are 3 times more likely than government to use data to figure out why the past happened the way it did, and to understand how policies will impact citizens or customers moving forward. Furthermore, best-in-class looks at not only the probabilities and possibilities their predicted future will play out, but why the shifts in society will take place. It is imperative that government use forward-looking data to guide policymakers towards options with positive impacts. Future-looking data also can lead to productivity and efficiencies, which are a priority in times of fiscal restraint. Lastly, it is simply a good idea to identify the trends and shifts of the future and to understand why. For example, it would be beneficial for government to know whether seniors prefer to age in place and the strain this may have on family caregivers, or why companies are relocating out of the city instead of increasing the tax base to make up for the shortfalls. Balancing data and intuition. The third foundation for best-in-class decision-making is the ability to balance the use of data and intuition. Again, the government will face challenges in establishing this balance. There is an overarching culture that believes and trusts data, yet data does not find its way into decision-making near enough. There is a gulf or divide between belief and reality where decisions are made on gut and experience. There are, of course, parts of the government that get it right and continue to rebalance data and intuition as more information becomes available, or if decisions call for a more personal human touch. Still, governments should aspire for better. There is a certain threshold or expectation in the private sector that corporations will make good decisions, but there are far too few checks and balances to ensure they are doing the right thing. The government is held to a much higher standard, and rightly so. The impact of poor decision-making in the capital or using incomplete or biased data have significant effect on society. This makes it important that decisions made by the government are fact-based. While there is more riding on some of these decisions, there are also more complexities and hurdles that private sector leaders do not face. There are technology issues, constraints of budget and time, media oversight, and political agendas that reframe decision-making in the government. There are also factors such as ethics, empathy, values, impartiality, and justice that shape a significant portion of government mandates and actions. The nature of government and some public policy issues cannot be boiled down to numbers. Data, though, acts to inform and not necessarily drive decisions. The Canadian federal government's April 2019 directive on automated decision-making represents progress in this area. The directive clearly states that decisions, quote, made by federal government departments are data-driven, responsible, and comply with procedural fairness and due process requirements, end quote. The directive continues to frame the use and considerations of predictive tools, including the currency and quality of data, thoroughly testing for bias, and affirming that the ultimate decision-making lies with people, not technology. The directive, which became mandatory for all federal departments on April 1, 2020, is a good step forward on balancing the use of data and intuition in decision-making. Data-driven decision-making in practice. Governments in United States and Canada. Transportation. Toronto. Issue. Transit congestion and delays along King Street, one of the key business routes. Solution. The city of Toronto continues to grow, and the neighborhoods bordering the downtown core have seen major construction and expansion in population over the past decade. The city's transit system was not designed for the density that the city is experiencing. One short stretch of King Street symbolized much of what the residents were experiencing. The streetcars along King found themselves frequently bogged down by two-way parking and bumper-to-bumper traffic. Working with Waterloo-based Myovision, which also helped the city's bike lane program, Toronto was able to assess various scenarios to reduce congestion. The city kicked off a one-year pilot in 2018. It quickly proved to be a success. The redesign of the traffic on King Street achieved its goals of increasing ridership by 84,000 daily and getting commuters where they wanted to go faster. 80% of streetcars now arrive within 3 to 4 minutes of schedule. Retail commerce, which had been one of the major fears of negative impact from the redesign, remained relatively stable over the pilot phase, according to the City of Toronto. The King Street redesign required no change to the infrastructure and came with a price tag of less than $2 million Canadian. Winnipeg. Issue. Over the past decade, the city has experienced tremendous increase in traffic congestion. In 2017, the city began assessing various approaches to limiting volume, which also has the benefit of reducing carbon emissions in the region. Solution. As part of assessing the practicality of various approaches, Winnipeg's in-house analytics team studied the traffic patterns of the city's school buses. The city developed a plan to optimize routes to create efficiencies. Within 12 months of the project kickoff, the city was able to reduce carbon emissions by 20,000 pounds, saving thousands of liters of gas and reducing the cost of its fleet of buses by close to $20,000 Canadian. Virginia. Issue. Historically poor track record on transportation initiatives. Solution. Over the early part of the century, the state of Virginia had earned a reputation for poor road conditions, congestion, and an inability to enforce truck and cargo regulations. In addition, infrastructure improvement projects were frequently overdue and over budget. The first step in improving performance was getting a better understanding of the issues and how its roads were actually being used. The state worked with Myovision, which set up thousands of spots around the state to capture data, volume, video, and patterns of traffic, as shown in Figure 17.6. Figure 17.6. A screenshot from Myovision's traffic management system. It provides data from traffic lights and traffic flow, and has an aerial photograph of a particular intersection. Controls at the bottom of the screen allow the user to change the day or time, which would provide a different view of traffic at this intersection. Caption. Console view of Myovision's traffic management system. Source, Myovision. The state spent close to a year reviewing the information and developing its Traffic 2020 plan. The multi-year initiative included improving road conditions and better planning for emergency response, as well as data-driven decisions on infrastructure builds for bridges and hospitals. Boston. Issue. Improving communication with citizens and prioritizing city services. Solution. The city of Boston has been a leader in looking at ways to improve citizen engagement. This includes rolling out a series of apps to provide not only better data around information services, the 311 app, school bus locations, Where's My School Bus, and garbage truck locations, Trash Day, but also better data for the city itself. One area for improvement identified was road repair. Boston's Street Bump app, as seen in Figure 17.7, leverages a combination of technologies that are built into mobile devices, including motion sensors and GPS. Figure 17.7, a screenshot from the City of Boston's Street Bump mobile app webpage. A short description of the app reads, "The app collects information about road conditions in real time. The data helps the City of Boston make repairs and improve results." Next to it are 3 screenshots of the app as it would look on mobile devices. The first screenshot shows the home screen. The second shows the screen for recording the number of street bumps on a trip. And the third screen compares how many bumps there were on a user's past trips. Caption. City of Boston Street Bump app. Source, the City of Boston. Street Bump allows drivers to report traffic hazards, but also automatically senses the potholes and bumps of Boston's roads. The data is sent to the city's transportation department as well as local utilities, so they can make decisions on prioritizing resources and road repair efforts, including preventative maintenance. In 2017, Street Bump was credited for identifying 1,250 repairs that were made in half the time than they would have been in the past. Forest fires. Canada. Issue. In the past 10 years, Canada has doubled its annual spending on firefighting management to over $300 million Canadian. With drier, longer summers as well as community expansion, the damage, displacement, and environmental issues are expected to increase. While the vast majority of wildlife and forest management are the responsibilities of the provinces and territories, the federal government wanted a concerted effort to effectively control fires that would create a stronger, long-term forest ecosystem. Solution. 98% of forest fires are held to within 300 acres, as seen in Figure 17.8. This is a great success metric, but the rate has been relatively consistent since the turn of the 20th century, when axes and picks were the preferred tools of the time. Figure 17.8. A scatter plot of forest fire perimeters greater than 200 acres across Canada from 1980 to 2019. Most of the forest fires are scattered throughout Canada's prairie provinces into the Northwest Territories and the Yukon. Text on the map reads, "Fire data has been collected from fire management agencies. Not all fires are shown. Locations are approximate, in both English and French." Caption: Forest fire perimeters. Source: Government of Canada. The baseline of extinguishing forest fires quickly, though, has been shown not to be the best metric. While this may address societal pressures and encourages building, the old approach to fire management leads to bigger and more damaging fires. Furthermore, left on their own, most forest fires need to be watched, but will quickly burn out without intervention. New approaches to live with fire, including contained burn, prescribed burn, confining fire to a predefined area, and targeting firefighting to certain areas to protect civilization and wildlife, have gained mainstream adoption in the community. The Government of Canada has developed tools to help firefighters direct these efforts in the most appropriate way. These include maps, Canadian Wildland Fire Information System, or CWFIS, prioritization tools, Water Taking Reporting System, or WTRS, for assessing the risk and suppression capabilities, and predictive technologies, the expected path of the fire and impact, to create a rating system that helps guide firefighters to mobilize their resources in the most optimal way. Infrastructure. Toronto. Issue: managing the mounting cost of maintaining aging water and sewage systems that in some instances are more than a century old. Solution: like many cities, Toronto's infrastructure was designed over 100 years ago and built to support populations 20% its current size. Over the past decade, the number of repairs to water mains and sewage lines, and the cost, have risen to become a significant issue in the budget process. During the latter part of this decade, Toronto's Water Department has implemented a sensor grid and predictive analytics system to support a preventative maintenance program. This initiative in the first 2 years has already saved the city over $10 million Canadian. Politics. Canadian political parties. Issue: candidates for office are always looking for the edge, a way to make personal connections with voters that will give them the advantage on Election Day. Solution: data has always been a part of the political process, with surveys, focus groups, and advanced polling. Over the past decade, massive investments in voter databases have been made that track statistics from religious affiliation and where your kids go to school to the last time you called the office of your local representative. The recent trend has been towards mobilization and providing frontline political workers with data at their fingertips on iPhones and iPads. The Liberals use Liberalist and Minivan, which you can see in Figure 17.9. The Conservatives have developed their own application named C2G, and the NDP leverages a U.S. software called Blue State Digital. Candidates are able to look at the data as they go to the doorstep and discuss the issues that each particular voter cares most about. Figure 17.9. Screenshots of Minivan and C2G, two mobile applications used by Canadian political parties. Minivan shows a list of statistics, including the number of doors that were canvassed and the number of individuals talked with. C2G highlights details from a particular interaction, including whether the voter is decided or not, willing to put up a lawn sign, or donate to the campaign. Caption: Figure 17.9 screenshots of Minivan, left, and C2G, right. Source: CBC. These applications, along with terabytes of data that political parties have on voters, allow them to develop platforms, tailor the message, and focus their election resources. Business development. The Royal Canadian Mint. Issue: the Royal Canadian Mint customer data was ineffective in driving recurring and add-on revenue. The Mint wanted to get a better understanding of its client set, particularly its Master Club, annual purchases over $1,000 Canadian. Solution: the Mint's marketing program rolled out in 2017 and provided analytics that allowed it to segment customers and create personas that could be leveraged in campaigns. It became easier for the Mint to target prospects, test promotions, and new products. The program also helped in the budgeting process, improving sales projections by 15%, along with adding 140,000 new customers in just 24 months. Inspection of counterfeit goods. Canada Border Services Agency. Issue: the counterfeit economy in Canada is valued at over $3 billion Canadian. Various parts of the Canadian law enforcement are engaged in the struggle to reduce this amount while protecting the well-being of Canadians and the stability of economic trade. Solution: most counterfeit products that come into Canada arrive at our ports, which are monitored by the Canada Border Services Agency. Over the past few years, the agency has expanded its use of analytics to help identify higher-risk shipments that may be called out for inspection. This step has improved decision-making in the agency, as well as improving its efficiency and the reduction of counterfeit goods by 20%. Key takeaways. 1. Don't let the story be misinterpreted. Governments, like the private sector, can fall trapped to data silos, cherry-picking pieces of data, and gatekeepers. 2. Numbers don't tell the whole story. Decisions need to weigh facts and factors that are not quite easy to quantify, such as ethics, morality, and social good. 3. Data to inform but not make decisions. The private sector should look to leverage various government initiatives on approaches to bias, fair data usage, and policies on automated decision-making. Chapter 18. Blueprint for Data-Driven Organizations. The idea that I should trust my eyes more than the stats? I don't buy that. Because I've seen magicians pull rabbits out of hats, and I know that the rabbit's not in there. Billy Bean, General Manager of the Oakland Athletics. It was a short and glorious flameout. MoviePass, the subscription service for first-run movies, was acquired by the tech firm Helios and Matheson Analytics in August 2017. Over the next 24 months, the monthly subscription pricing went from $50 to $20, then down to $9.95, and finally to $6.95. MoviePass's subscriber base rocketed from 200,000 to over 3 million, and then crashed down to earth as $750 million in losses mounted and bankruptcy approached. The business model of a movie a day from $6.95 a month was too good to be true and financially unsustainable. There were other contributing factors to MoviePass's downfall. MoviePass never owned any theaters or created its own content. In that way, MoviePass was very much like its disruptive cousins, such as Uber in transportation and Airbnb in hospitality. And like these digital startups, MoviePass at its core was a data company. But the comparisons stopped there. Uber and Airbnb connect demand with people, supply, that have rooms to rent or cars to drive. MoviePass never had willing ecosystem partners. Large theater operators like AMC and Regal would not play ball. And for a company based on data, MoviePass lacked a coherent data strategy. It had a minimal framework to support its growth and quickly outgrew its capabilities. The combination of thousands of subscribers joining daily, many from third-party websites with which MoviePass had no integration, frequent changes in plans, and the switch from a mobile app to prepaid Visa cards created inaccurate, incomplete, and unreliable customer records. Furthermore, frequent outages, subscriber passwords being inadvertently changed with no audit process, and a data breach of 161 million records snuffed out the dreams of millions of moviegoers. MoviePass's data strategy was a moving target, swayed in every direction by an erratic and ever-changing business strategy. MoviePass's lasting impact on entertainment may be its disruptive concept. AMC and Cineplex have introduced their own subscription services that also tie food and beverage, gaming, and merchandising with customer data. For example, AMC's Stub, allows members to go to 3 movies a week with free popcorn refills and front-of-the-line perks, all of which are embedded into a business model that saw a 7.5% increase in movie attendance for the chain in the first 6 months of 2019. It is one thing to have data, another to drive insight, and a completely different thing to implement processes and technology to support good decision-making. While a data strategy that includes elements such as decision-making guidelines, data governance, and technology do not guarantee your decisions will turn out right, the framework at least puts you in a position to make more hits than misses. The platform for good decision-making actually has less to do with technology and data, and more to do with best practices, governance, people, and leadership. It also has a lot to do with decisions revolving around business models, strategy, and the organizational practices that have, in many cases, already been established. In the previous chapters, I have separated good decision-making based on facts instead of intuition, as well as decisions that are partly driven by evolving digital technologies. It is difficult in today's world to really divide these. Decision-making and data have become inseparable as more information becomes available. The pressure of disruption and transformation, partly driven by advanced analytics, are shaping virtually every decision that is made in today's business. Big data and AI don't really change how decisions should be made in an organization. They also do not change every process we have for managing data, but they do magnify just about every facet of data management and create a few unique factors to consider, as you can see in Figure 18.1. In this chapter, I'm going to unpack this graphic to show what kind of processes are required for effective decision-making in organizations. Figure 18.1. A figure showing the 9 organizational decision-making processes displayed in 3 rows. The top 2 rows, good decision-making, governance, records management, storage management, legacy integration, and procurement, are processes that are heightened by big data and artificial intelligence. The 3rd row, organization structure, external data, and AI and human, are processes that are unique to big data and artificial intelligence. Caption: The impact of big data and AI on organizational decision-making processes. Source: Mark Schrutt. Good decision-making. Consumers, employees, or the person walking their dog while holding onto their smartphone create more than 350,000 tweets and 3.8 million Google searches every minute of every day. Even these seemingly insignificant activities create data points that impact decisions about to whom a job should be offered or how to market next Sunday's football game. Yet, the data collected from Facebook, traffic sensors, or even the most advanced cognitive analytics software does not really change the way decisions should be made. Good decision-making is good decision-making. It is simple as that, says David Woelfel, a 30-year veteran of Hewlett-Packard Enterprise and Deloitte. The elements around decisions clearly outline the roles and how decisions are to be made, communicated, and executed. They do not change whether you are using the most advanced system, Microsoft Excel, or handwritten notes to analyze information. Organizations should have a formal decision-making process, highlighted by who has what authority, what input or information is required before proceeding, and what approvals and veto have been established. While 90% of corporate executives strongly encourage and prefer decisions based on data and facts, very few actually act this way. Instead, most rely on intuition and, furthermore, have no formal organizational structure around decision-making. In most companies, there is ambiguity around who is accountable for which decisions. The decision-making process should be established by corporate leadership and is dependent on the culture, structure, centralized versus decentralized, and type of decision, from strategic to tactical. Data and AI don't change this, nor do they reverse the hallmarks of good decision-making. 1. Clarity is critical. Clearly defining responsibilities for who has the decision authority, as well as the input and approvals required, It is important to distinctly define how and when to delegate and escalate appropriately. Finally, firms need to plainly communicate who carries out the decision. 2. A single decision maker. Decision authority needs to rest on one person. Operating in an environment where more than one person believes that they have the final say will create confusion, resentment, and doubt in the decision-making process. 3. Just enough data. That's right. Decision makers don't need all the data that can possibly be generated. The goal is just enough data, properly communicated in a way that can be easily understood, in a time that fits the decision process. Governance. Governance is another area that doesn't change because of technology, yet it becomes more critical in data-driven decision-making. Governance consists of the decisions that define expectations about how data is created, used, and stored. Governance includes policies, rules, processes, and decision rights around data, and establishing the roles and responsibilities of how data is managed by individuals and the organization as a whole. Just like decision-making, people will have different views about data governance. And just like the decision-making process of an organization, the governance framework is shaped by values, ethics, maturity, and the strategy of a business. While most companies have their own unique perspective, most governance runs on a 3-tier model as seen in Figure 18.2. Figure 18.2. A figure of a pyramid divided into 3 sections showing the 3-tiered governance model. Each tier is labeled with a short explanation of what they take care of. The top tier is the Executive Steering Committee, which takes care of strategic direction and alignment, long-range vision, and reviewing and deciding on critical issues. The middle tier is the Management Committee, which reviews performance, critical issues, financial budgets, and strategic alignment. The bottom tier is the Operational Committee, which manages operations, management practices, works with data owners, and covers day-to-day activities. Caption: Data Governance Framework. Source: Mark Schrutt. Last, good governance needs to address the bias and ethical use of data. Data governance will become more important as digital technologies continue to advance, and we move from technologies that have little impact on customers and society. Governance also needs to address what data is shared with the public. Access and control over personal information are critical to building trust and establishing the value of the relationship. Transparency and enabling the public to change their personal information is good, but needs to be thought out. Governance practices should be monitored and frequently reviewed to ensure you are heading in the right direction. Unfortunately, it is challenging to assess whether you are following data governance practices properly. One way to tell is to look for signs of poor governance, such as groups developing their own data analytics practices or a rise in privacy inquiries and customer complaints about the use of personal data. As part of my research, I asked executives about the key reasons of poor governance. The most frequent cause cited was the lack of clear alignment between the 3 committee levels: operational, management, and executive. Another factor is the lack of structure and discipline in processes and guidelines, which was followed by the lack of common and clear definition of data management. Records management. The next area to consider in creating a data-driven organization is records management. This is critical in decision-making to ensure you are able to find the right data at the right time. Records management consists of the who and what, roles and responsibilities, around categorizing and identifying data through classification practices. Most importantly, records management policies lay out where and how the data is stored, whether in real-time storage or off-site, for example, and for how long. Records management has not changed from the days corporations were paper-based, although many still are. The IDC global datasphere of 44 zettabytes, and growing, has not really altered the practice, but has made it more crucial. Storage management. Records management is tied directly to storage management. Obviously, big data and analytics has a large, literally, impact on storage. But the shift to data-driven decision-making does not change how data is managed. Companies, though, struggle to follow their records management policies and have lost control of how data is stored. Businesses think they have to capture everything, says Steve Irvine, CEO of Integrate.ai. More data can potentially deliver a better customer experience, but it comes with risk. As the big data era has emerged, the ability to capture and use data has become overwhelming to businesses. Most businesses do not have a data strategy, a data executive, or up-to-date data governance. With the lack of these guardrails and the added incentive of less expensive storage cost, organizations have been collecting and saving just about every piece of data that is available to them. Data has begun to mount, and storage requirements continuously get more complex. But, yet again, businesses seem to be keeping their data forever. This, of course, is not a good practice. As companies continue to rely on data for decisions, the risk and cost of poor storage management will continue to rise. The good news is that the cost of storage, such as Amazon's Storage as a Service offering, or SE, has decreased by half over the past half-decade, which has also coincided with the rise of AI. The declining cost of storage, though, is part of the problem. As storage costs keep falling, it becomes cheaper to keep everything than to establish and implement rules to drive efficiency. Hardware, though, is only less than 40% of the total cost of storage. Other areas such as data center operations, management, and network communications can easily inflate the cost, as you can see in Figure 18.3. Figure 18.3. A pie chart showing the total cost of ownership for storage and storage systems within organizations. The largest portions are network costs and hardware, representing 39% and 38% respectively. The costs and ownership are divided as follows: IT resources, 14%, data center, 5%, backup, 2%, and storage and search tools, 2%. Caption: total cost of ownership, data storage. Source, IDC. One retail firm I talked with spent close to $2 million for hardware and cloud offerings, storage as a service, over the past 3 years, but annually budgeted $5 million to manage it. Risk exposure potentially can prove to be the costliest side effect of an expanding data footprint. Companies don't know what they need, so in the absence of a data strategy, they keep everything. Security breaches and exposure to privacy issues only increase as you store more data and never think of deleting it. Furthermore, IBM recently reported that over 30% of data-driven digital transformation projects fail because of a lack of data strategy. When moving to a data-driven organization, firms need to identify the data required to run their organization, support their customers, and meet their objectives. This includes decisions on what data is required, how to meet regulatory guidelines, how long data should be kept for and how it should be stored, necessary training and management systems. The answers to these questions determine what parts of a credit card transaction are to be kept, like the person's residence or the items purchased at a given point of time, and for how long. A significant portion of today's data is images, such as traffic patterns. In this instance, key data points such as speed and the number of cars are critical, but the actual image does not serve any purpose after a given period of time. These decisions are part of a storage strategy called data reduction, which basically involves determining the minimal amount of data to be saved. Data reduction cuts down storage by eliminating unneeded data, rounding numbers, or deleting unnecessary chart junk such as graphics and lines. For the retailer, data reduction has decreased its storage management cost by 20%, while also reducing its risk exposure. Legacy integration. The next area that does not really change but becomes more important in a data-driven world is legacy integration. We like to look at technology in a simple, linear way, with one end of the spectrum being today's digital technologies that are the hallmark of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Systems implemented before this time are legacy. The need for integrating digital and legacy platforms has been an issue since Amazon released its first cloud offering in 2006. There is a lot of data in legacy, such as customer records, that for companies such as Manulife Financial go back 50 or more years. Legacy systems are costly to support and take a long time to change. Regardless, legacy data needs to be easily accessible and work with current systems. Data may need to be cleaned by identifying overlaps, contradictions such as one customer whose name may be spelled differently in 3 or 4 different places, and missing pieces or inaccurate data. The larger the database of customers and transactions, and the longer your organization has been in operation, think banking, healthcare, and government, the larger the effort will be. This legacy data then needs to be integrated with the data being captured by newer systems, such as e-commerce engines, and analytics tools that may be on premises or in the cloud. Data-driven decision-making doesn't take away the need to integrate legacy with digital, but it makes the urgency of it more real. Procurement. The final area where data impacts organizational processes but does not significantly change them is in procurement. Sourcing information technology solutions has evolved over time to be much more open and collaborative between buyer and vendor. Although you need to select providers based on price and quality, other factors are more company-specific, such as ease of integration, what people you know say about the vendor, metrics for success, and risk assessment. When talking to prospective vendors, decision-makers should encourage a back-and-forth dialogue and clearly explain what and why they need to improve areas, such as storage management and analytics solutions. Make sure you involve business unit leaders, users, data analytics teams, and executives from legal and procurement as part of the process. Organizations should consider using outside consultants to develop the request for proposal, or RFP, and manage the procurement process. One technique that has gained a lot of traction is to hold collaborative sessions where all vendors are invited to participate at the same time. This tactic helps set expectations, generate ideas, and solidify the value that data analytics delivers. New technologies and new processes. While big data reinforces the need for some processes, it also introduces new considerations where decisions will need to be made. This primarily revolves around 3 themes: organizational structure, new data sources, and how far along the decision process you want to take AI. Organizational structure. Data is an asset. Data generates value for the organization and can be monetized in many cases, as insurers do with information from healthcare claims, which can be used for a fee in the pharmaceutical industry, life insurance applications, or even for credit approvals. As an asset, data needs to be managed and secured. There is too much value and risk. Look at the $5 billion fine by the Federal Trade Commission, or FTC, against Facebook. To not have clear responsibility and have accountability under a senior executive, just as financial responsibilities lie with the CFO and technology with the CIO. Organizations need to decide what structural design will provide stewardship and oversight, governance, and data management. Typically, a business wants these efforts to be led by someone who has widespread appreciation and understanding of the business, as well as awareness of the technologies, risk, and the potential that data-driven solutions bring to the organization. Over half of the companies have their CIO or IT director take this role, although this individual may not have the capacity to add a significant mandate such as data management to their portfolio. Other companies are creating a relatively new position, Chief Data Officer, or CDO, which is currently practiced by 13% of companies surveyed by IDC. The CDO is in charge of quality and governance and, most importantly, acts as the senior leader championing the value of data in the organization. Making the CDO an executive position, reporting directly to the CEO, represents a tremendous affirmation of a culture and mindset that believes in data and evidence-based decision-making. Take a look at Figure 18.4 to see where the responsibility for data governance currently lies in organizations. Figure 18.4, a process flowchart showing who has the greatest responsibility for data governance, which splits into two different columns. The left column lists IT-based roles, where 21% of CIOs, 36% of IT directors, and 20% of senior business directors are responsible for data governance. The right column lists business-based positions where 13% of chief data officers, CDO, 6% of similar positions of CDOs, and 4% of line of business directors are responsible for data governance. Caption: Responsibility for data governance. Source: IDC. When building a data analytics team, the CDO needs to recruit data architects who design and configure storage systems and data assets. They also need data scientists, the statisticians, and designers of logic and algorithm systems. Translators, who act as go-betweens with the business and IT, are also critical to ensuring communication, proper expectations, and eventually the ability to self-serve, where the business can use analytics tools on its own to answer pressing questions. Lastly, decisions need to be made on whether to centralize, decentralize, or establish a hybrid structure around data analytics. There are a lot of considerations in structure, including the degree of control the mothership hands over to its business units, the complexities and uniqueness of the business units, how far the firm is spread out geographically, and budget and maturity around data. While there are pros and cons for centralized and decentralized models, the organizational structure that has quickly evolved as the best practice is hybrid. Benefits of this model include being able to spread the investment across the organization, developing and following best practices and consistency, while leveraging talent. It marries the benefits of both models, says David Woelfel. Hybrid sets a centralized team at the head office that develops and oversees the data governance mandate, provides a center of excellence, COE, for consulting services to the business unit, and invests in corporate-wide storage systems and analytics tools. The current state of formalized data governance, however, still has a long way to go, as you can see from Figure 18.5. Figure 18.5, a bar chart showing the state of data governance within businesses. The chart reads, 8% have formalized data governance but not connected. 15% have formalized policies and practices. 23% have a combination of informal and formal policies. 26% have informal data governance tied to IT. And 28% have no data governance framework. Caption: State of formalized data governance. Source: IDC. The majority of the centralized analytics resources are embedded in the business. This is where the hybrid portion comes in. Data analysts are able to work directly with the business unit on applying data to problems and better decisions, and work with the decision makers to foster collaboration and mitigate risks such as bias. These embedded data analysts get to know the business and are able to use this advantage to rapidly roll out new data-driven products and services that provide the company a competitive advantage. Regardless of the model, two key challenges have appeared on the horizon that can reduce the value of data. The first is silos that tend to build up and avert from a company's purpose and mandate. Good governance should help in this. The second is the need for the business users, the owners of the function, and ultimately the funder to be part of the analytics team. External data. The second area new to companies is the increase of external data, much of it which may be considered unconventional. Data analytics provides insights to inform decisions. Sometimes we do not have enough information to draw relationships, conclusions, or predictions. Other times, external data can add more certainty or identify risks in decisions. It may be a good idea to look at data that provides a contrarian view. Sometimes, this data is publicly available data. We use census data all the time in our planning, says Sebastian Bazen, CEO of the hotel company Accor. Other times, it is privately sourced alternative data, such as credit card purchase trends, job postings for a certain company on Indeed.com, or satellite data that suggests oil inventories. All this data needs to be brought either on premises or into cloud-based analytic engines and integrated with existing data. Furthermore, data from new sources such as IoT on farms, barcodes on poultry, and drones and Bluetooth sensors for bricks and mortar retail was an afterthought 5 years ago. Now this data is driving decisions at Neiman Marcus and Land O'Lakes, and firms need to develop processes to capture, convert, analyze, and drive insight from it. The line between AI and human. The last major new consideration that AI presents is determining how far AI can go before a human becomes involved to take action or make a decision. Certain consultancies such as McKinsey and Deloitte, and authors like Martin Ford, who wrote Rise of the Robots, Technology and the Threat of a Jobless Future, have outlined how AI will potentially carve the future global workforce, that many industries and jobs that are around today have a limited future. This shift not only impacts the careers we have in mind for our kids and grandchildren, but will definitely change our current workforce sooner than later. Decision-making will change with technology, potentially doing a lot of the upfront work, such as analyzing thousands of contracts for the most contestable terms and conditions in a negotiation. With this model, individual judgment may be introduced later in the decision-making cycle. Access to current, real-time data will also change how decisions are made. Some decisions, such as credit approval, have already undergone a fundamental remake of how technology and people work together. There was a time when you went into a bank and applied for a loan, and with some background and a lot of human judgment, you were approved. Now companies such as Zest Finance and Amazon have fully automated the process, and within minutes you can have the financing required to fund your startup or buy a house. The decision of what's in your sales funnel, the probability of closing and timing, used to be fully manual, other than entering the data in a spreadsheet or in Salesforce. Companies like Microsoft have moved prospecting to a fully AI-based automated system that provides virtually no stalling or explaining why a salesperson won't close the Smith Rockets account until April or May instead of January. Our system is continually updated. It assigns accounts, dollar value, timing, and everything. The human intervention comes afterwards when reviewing performance, says Microsoft's Brian Can. As analytics and decision support technology is implemented, companies will need to map out current decision processes and determine the ideal place where AI can improve results. AI can identify trends, provide options and suggestions, or, in the case of credit scores, sales funnels and chatbots for customer service and retail, make the go or no-go decision. This will be the minority of cases, at least for the time being, but understanding the impact and deciding where and when human intervention comes into play is critical. The steps to creating a data strategy. I have broken down the steps to align your data and analytics strategy to enable better decision-making. These steps are fundamental, but success depends on the factors already outlined throughout this book, including leadership and belief in data, balancing insight with intuition. Figure 18.6. A graphic outlining the 6 steps in creating a data strategy, from left to right. 1. Corporate objectives, along with mission, culture, values, and leadership, focus on problems to solve, challenges, and questions. 2. Baselining. Data currently in use, technologies in place, storage environment. 3. Governance and structure, including records management practices, data integration, and quality. Also addresses who or what role will lead efforts and structure. 4. Developing use cases. Assess where AI will provide value. 5. Program management. Organizing the various data-related projects and ensuring support of digital and transformational initiatives. And 6. Trust. Mobilize data champions, training and education, track progress. Caption: The 6 steps to creating a data strategy. Source: Mark Schrutt. In Figure 18.6, I've outlined the 6 key steps organizations need to follow to create a better decision strategy. 1. Define corporate objectives. The goals and plans of the organization are shaped by corporate values, vision, mission, purpose, and culture. Data planning needs to be linked with these, as well as information technology planning, forming the organizational approach to data. 2. Take stock. This step begins with what problems or questions need to be solved that data can help clarify or answer. The process also includes a parallel inventory process to understand what data you currently have access to and the technology platforms and data storage environments available. Finally, you need to identify the gaps and challenges to fulfilling the strategy. 3. Review organizational structure and governance. Governance, the process of establishing and managing the guidelines around a specific business area, in this case data, is a key management process that needs to be developed. This step also addresses the approach to records management and data integration. Finally, the organizational structure, including data leadership, needs to be put in place. 4. Develop use cases for your business. The next step addresses where data and advanced analytics can help the business and how you will manage your data environment. Use cases should be centered on the business strategies and questions you are attempting to solve, as well as low-hanging fruit, such as customer support and operations. While connected to decision-making, the following use cases show the highest priority in using AI in today's business. 1. Customer service support. 2. Threat intelligence and detection. 3. Preventive maintenance. 4. Sales recommendation. 5. Fraud analysis and investigation. 6. Advisor recommendations. And 7. Healthcare diagnosis. 5. Focus on program management. The 5th step coordinates the various data-focused projects and ensures support for all projects that touch on data and advanced analytics, including any digital transformational initiatives. Program management, which is typically spearheaded by a business unit, is critical for data governance. It is responsible for establishing the various project requirements and controlling the budget. Program management groups related and interdependent projects together, mitigating risk and ensuring collaboration and alignment. 6. Build trust. The last step revolves around communication. It is one thing to have data and drive insight, and a far different challenge to believe and trust in data. Communications include ensuring you have translators and data champions who act as go-betweens with decision-makers and the data science part of the organization. Training and education on available tools, demonstrating the potential benefits of data-driven decision-making, and understanding the basics of accessing data to solve certain problems or questions are critical. Last, organizational processes should be reviewed and updated, and a system to track data-driven metrics needs to be put in place. Although not officially a step, firms need to implement a feedback loop that includes assessing progress through metrics, lessons learned from major decisions, they won't all go right, and the continued alignment of corporate and data strategies. Getting the details right. Data-driven is the future. Tied to business models and customer value, data-driven will disrupt industries. Data will also upend wealth and capital and create startups that eat market share from established firms that lose their relevancy. Data is valuable and used to inform decisions and help create a more collaborative and open culture. Data will further lead to better decision-making, but it's important to get the details right. Roles, responsibilities, processes, and tools need to be integrated with information, insight, and decision-making. Data management becomes much more important. It needs to be tied to corporate strategy, key questions that need to be answered, and challenges that you could overcome if you are to become a stronger organization. Treat the information in this chapter as a blueprint that you can go back to and revise based on your circumstances. Based on my research, I've also added a few traditional strategies that go side by side with your blueprint. Learn from others. Decision makers need to be open to understanding how other leaders consider options and how data plays into strategies and plans. Decision makers should listen to their network, including peers, consultants, and others in their organization. There are lessons to be learned from other industries, such as data-mature sectors like finance and government. Understand the pressing needs of your industry, the disruption or transformation, and ask yourself this question. If you had the data, what would you want to figure out? Manage your spending. It doesn't take a lot to become better at decision-making. Things such as having a decision-making process, data strategy, storage and records management, and governance practices that you actually follow will show immediate returns. Furthermore, the software and tools in operation in many organizations, from Excel to SAP, come with excellent analytic and reporting capabilities. Before going out and investing in the latest cognitive technology or hiring a group of data scientists, you should start with what you have. This will provide experience, short-term wins, and identify opportunities for further investments. Don't rip and replace. The move to a data-driven platform does not require a full replacement of legacy technology. Organizations should not just jettison legacy systems that have evolved with the business over years and go solely with best-of-breed that brings its own challenges. Instead, insight from the systems of record needs to be shared and integrated with new, digitally based systems. Furthermore, investments in advanced analytics, new reporting systems, and storage technologies can be planned out when the functionality need arises and is budgeted over a number of years. Invest in data education. Jeff Luhnow became the general manager of the Houston Astros in the 2012 season. Luhnow brought with him a data analytical approach that was far different than the Astros' gut and intuition way of managing a ball club. Success wasn't immediate, but when it happened, it was sustainable. The Astros set a franchise record with 107 losses in 2012, and one-upped itself the following year when it dropped 111 games. Over that 2-year period, though, Luhnow had set the data-driven framework at the Astros minor league operations, which was a breeding ground for players and coaches alike. We cycled our coaches through the new systems, related Luhnow, in the book Astro Ball. The coaches experienced this system in action, understood the value of data-driven decisions in preparation and on the field, and began rewiring their belief of how data fits into the game. Prior to the COVID-19 shortened season, the Astros had 4 straight winning seasons, winning its division 3 times in a row, and had gone to 2 World Series. The 2020 sign-stealing controversy questions the morality and values of the organization, although there is no evidence that this sort of questionable decision-making informed player evaluation and team composition. The story is the same at the Astros' cross-league rivals, the Pittsburgh Pirates, and other sports teams like the NHL's Toronto Maple Leafs. Having key people champion the value of data has also proven beneficial at businesses such as Canada's national newspaper, the Globe and Mail, and the agriculture and food products giant Land O'Lakes, and wherever data has helped shift decision-making. The pharmaceutical firm Pfizer rotated 1,000 of its mid-level managers through training in 2018. You need advocates and go-betweens that marry technology, the analytics COE, and business unit operations. If there is nobody acting in this role today, you need to reskill and work to identify individuals who have an appreciation of the potential value of data and a combination of business, analytics, and technology. Prioritize. Not all data is equal. Corporate strategy should steer the prioritization of data, the resources invested to collect, capture, and manage information. A focus on operational effectiveness or productivity will impact the use of data differently than a focus centered on customer service or transformation. Capabilities, maturity, and cost-benefit will also steer the prioritization of data within your organization. Treating all data as the same will create challenges in storage and security. Data may be valuable to more than one area or a business unit, and ensuring data can be accessed by other parts of the business is critical. Data-driven decision-making in practice. Hollywood, Wattpad, and TikTok. A miniature weather vane sat on the desk of Louis B. Mayer, the founder of MGM. It is the part of the legend of Hollywood. Mayer would twirl the weather vane as he listened to famous directors and screenwriters pitch their stories. He would imagine which of his studio actors, such as Clark Gable and Judy Garland, would make the movie a hit, and how well the next MGM film would do in the theaters across America. That is the way it was done in Hollywood for nearly a century. There was a select group of power brokers, writers, directors, and producers who decided what would play on the silver screen. They would make decisions about scripts, actors, and where and when to release a movie by instinct and gut. Research meant standing with a clipboard outside a theater and occasionally pulling a customer over and asking them why they had picked a certain movie to go to that night. Up until a decade ago, there wasn't much room for trying new things. While cord cutting, which had hung over the industry's head for quite some time, began accelerating, box office revenues and growth in content were more than making up the gap. But behind the scenes, and without everyone understanding the extent of the change, the industry had already entered into an era of digital disruption. It's a historical business that's really relied on human judgment, says Todd Supley, who focuses on entertainment at PwC. The industry's usage of data is limited. You have people who have the intuition or the institutional knowledge to be able to make these decisions because they've been in the business for the last 25, 35 years. They've seen how hits are made and rely heavily on that. Typically, their experience involves dealing with business-to-business companies, so they're distributing straight to very large big-box retailers. They're not used to interacting or engaging with the end customer. What's happening is the studios are transitioning to direct-to-consumer companies and really trying to understand their consumer. What they are wanting to view their content on, what device on, what type of platform, those sort of things. The industry doesn't feel the urgency. There have been little fixes to make things look better than ever, but it is an artificial bubble, he adds. We are at a cliff, but Hollywood executives don't realize it yet. What Supley describes is an industry in transition and ripe for transformation. On one hand, the over-the-top providers, such as Netflix, have ushered in a golden age for content. With so many vehicles, just in 2019, we saw the rollout of Apple TV, AMC, and Disney+. The demand for digital content has never been larger. But this has taken the attention away from escalating costs and declining domestic box office numbers. International markets, particularly in Asia, have become the cash cow for Hollywood. Every studio is waiting for Netflix to fail, but they are becoming more and more crucial to the studio's survival, said Supley. What does the future of Hollywood look like? While there will be more digital services, in January 2020, NBC Universal announced a new service called Peacock, while HBO Max was introduced just 3 months later. Not all of them will survive. There will be consolidation. More critical to the future of the industry is the viewer. Entertainment is rapidly changing, and there is more uncertainty and less room for gut-based decision-making. Netflix introduced the age of binge-watching and recommendation engines for shows, but consumers want more. Viewers are no longer just satisfied with the next episode loading automatically, says Cameron Davies, Senior Vice President, Corporate Decision Sciences for NBC Universal, and currently Chief Data Officer, Yum Brands. They demand a better viewing experience, more personal, more engaging, but less intrusive. Multi-screen, multi-device, but all tied back to the viewer. Hollywood is no longer the sole decider of content. As YouTube and TikTok have shown, the power has shifted to the consumer. The transformation of the industry begins with data, but success depends on how studios use the data. The old guard is still fixated on experience and gut to make content decisions. They concentrate their data and analytics efforts on measuring viewership. How many people watched the final episode of Game of Thrones? How long did they watch the latest Riverdale? And what did viewers watch before or after The Avengers? Companies like Disney and NBC Universal do a really good job in these areas, but are only just beginning to unlock the value of data. Creativity, experience to spot talent, and gut still make the lion's share of decisions in Hollywood. The studios are realizing that there's a big struggle to figure out how to understand the consumer and what's driving their behavior, says Suppley. They really need to rely on a lot more data, and they're not quite there yet. However, what we're seeing is the executives are starting to think about, how can I use more data to influence my decisions and make better decisions? The divide between old school studios and digital players such as Netflix and Hulu are clear. Digital platforms connect directly with the consumer and track viewer patterns and behaviors. This direct connection is a great competitive advantage that broadcasters and studios do not have. Third-party services such as Nielsen for broadcasting and Billboard for music fill some of this void in consumer data. The ideal formula would be to combine the two, marry the startup and century-old studios, and balance data insight with creativity and intuition. This is beginning to happen at studios such as Warner Brothers and STX Entertainment, both of which have begun using an analytics tool named Synalytic to make decisions about purchasing distribution rights of certain productions and greenlighting the release of movies. The system can calculate in seconds what used to take days to assess by a human when it comes to general film package evaluation or a star's worth. Synalytic founder Tobias Kuiser told The Hollywood Reporter, "This may be big for STX Entertainment, which had box office bombs such as Ugly Dolls, lost $30 million, and Playmobil, the movie, lost $40 million on a box office gross of $1 million in 2019. Kuiser added that, for creative decision-making, you still need experience and gut instinct. He may not be 100% accurate with that. The shift from intuition to data-driven decision-making has encroached on content. Enter Wattpad, a Toronto-based mobile app platform for original author content. Wattpad cuts across the spectrum. It is one of the most popular apps for teenage girls, has a book publishing arm that partners with Penguin Random House and Simon & Schuster, and a production partnership with Netflix, Sony, and others. Wattpad is behind hits like The Kissing Booth, the story about a high school student and her long-term crush, which was the most rewatched Netflix movie in 2018. In 2019, Hulu released the teen thriller Light as a Feather, while Sony Pictures acquired the rights for Death is My BFF. Alan Lowe, founder and CEO of Wattpad, explains, "In the past, you get a writer that creates a screenplay and gets a couple of producers excited. And before production starts, you may only have a handful of people who have bought into a concept they believe millions of people will watch. The decision-making is all made by gut feel. I think this story is great. I think this story will work. But they don't know. That is why over 90% of television pilots fail, and half of those that get through season 1 are canceled before the second season is over. In book publishing, 9 out of 10 books lose money. The success rate is low." Wattpad has 500 million stories in 50 languages and adds another 500,000 chapters every day. Each month, 80 million readers spend 22 billion minutes diving into their favorite stories and characters. Wattpad uses a proprietary analytics system, Story DNA, to track reader habits, which pages and passages are reread, and characters people just can't get enough of. We collect a few billion data points every day, and there are lots of interesting patterns that we can see from the data. We know what stories are resonating and which are not. We know, for example, Chapter 1 and 5 get the most reaction. We not only know how many people are commenting on stories, but how quickly they comment and how often they come back to read the next chapter. All of those signals indicate how engaging a story is. Based on all that data, we know which ones can potentially be adapted to movies and TV shows, says Lowe. Wattpad worked with 15-year-old Anna Todd to turn her story Death is My BFF into a 6-figure publishing deal that became a New York Times bestseller, and then a Sony picture. We're also very involved in the adaptation process, said Lowe. Based on our data and insight, we can tell the screenwriters to keep chapters 1 and 5, but only the first 2 paragraphs of chapter 7, because we know those 2 paragraphs generated the most comments in the entire story, and the comments themselves are very emotional. We can also tell them that, after looking at thousands of comments, we can cut out the second male character, because nobody cares about him. This is how we can make the adaptation process really awesome and dramatically improve the success rate. Wattpad is not lucky, nor does it have a monopoly on knowing what teen girls want to read about. Its data-driven decisions about stories and content works. Wattpad Presents is a weekly television show produced by TV5 in the Philippines, one of 3 such agreements Wattpad has. It has a weekly drama series with NL Films in Holland and Mediaset in Italy. TV5 made Wattpad Presents a hit, a #1 show for 7 years. By using Wattpad's model of adapting stories to the screen, adjusting storylines, and editing or replacing characters. In 2017, TV5 decided to replace Story DNA and handed the creative control to a well-known director in the country. The first half of the season was a failure, as ratings slumped. It was an experiment, says Lowe. The studio went back to our formula. It works. Part of the future of Hollywood began in China in 2017. That is when the firm ByteDance released the app TikTok. TikTok is a sharing platform for videos that average 10 to 20 seconds in length, which seems to fit into the average attention span of social media today. TikTok has taken a page from Wattpad in its use of AI to analyze viewer habits and preferences. But we are talking video, which is far different than how long people spend reading the latest chapter of The Kissing Booth. TikTok uses computer vision, which captures images and extracts data about objects, movements, faces, and surroundings. Its aim is to be unobtrusive, engaging, and addictive. As Joanna Stern of the Wall Street Journal commented, "Swipe up, new video. Swipe up, new video. Swipe up, new video. How quickly TikTok figures you out is bananas. Within minutes, the app knew I'd enjoy videos of millennials making fun of themselves, odd iPhone pranks, and dogs. TikTok keeps constantly learning and analyzing what you do and keeps the videos it thinks you'll like coming forever." In just 2 years, TikTok has been downloaded over 1 billion times, driven over $20 billion in ad revenue, and vaulted ByteDance, a privately held company, to over $100 billion in valuation. TikTok may be an extreme vision of the future. One of the big questions of the use of such technology is that if we know what it takes to be a bestseller or a box office hit, then every book, movie, and song will begin sounding the same. The streaming wars have exploded, and I often get asked how AMC will compete against our massively bulked-up competitors and their data-driven might, said Sarah Barnett, an industry veteran and president of AMC. We think that in an industry led by volume and data-led decision-making, it will hurt the quality and diversity of television, and we stand to counter to that. But Wattpad and TikTok show that you cannot replace human intuition and creativity on the front end of a movement or trend. These firms are proving that big data and analytics do not take away, but in fact increase the variety, rethinking the way stories are told, and give a voice for those outside the Hollywood studio system. It is good for entertainment. Furthermore, data is instrumental as the industry shifts, the demand for personalized content grows, and the channels for distribution magnify. Without the use of data, you are back to the weather vane and gut calls. The silver screen in the digital age will adopt a new way of thinking that combines instinct and intuition with data-informed decisions on which projects to greenlight. The future of Hollywood will marry the eye for talent that the studio system has with a data-driven formula that ensures more hits than flops. Key takeaways. 1. How to tell your governance isn't working. It is hard to tell if governance platforms are working, but easier to see if they aren't. Look for misalignment between leadership and operations, and lack of structure and clarity around processes. 2. Just enough data. Collecting everything exposes you to risk and privacy issues. Decisions will need to be made around what data is required, regulatory factors, and storage. 3. Where do data and analytics belong in an organizational structure? Structuring your data-driven organization depends on budget, maturity, and the needs of the business units. A hybrid structure balances a center of expertise with flexibility and agility. Chapter 19. Rising above the challenges to a data-driven model. It is not that I think or believe, but that I know. Arthur Conan Doyle. Data can help individuals and organizations make great decisions. Data can help write rags to riches stories, as it did for the Silna brothers, who turned $1 million decision into almost $1 billion over 40 years. Data can help identify patterns and market-breaking opportunities, as it did with Philips, which offloaded its music catalog to Seagram just as the CD-ROM market began to sink fast in 1999. Data can lead to decisions that have a profound impact on society, including healthcare. Look back at the Florence Nightingale story in Chapter 17, and public policies covering housing, economic support, and safety. When used to identify problems, opportunities, and options, data can do a lot of good. But when data is not used, or used improperly, it can also lead to poor decisions. There is MoviePass, highlighted in Chapter 18, and The Deal from Hell, as Sumner Redstone would later describe it in his autobiography, A Passion to Win, the audacious decision to continue a bidding war to purchase Paramount Pictures in the 90s. Overconfidence and a disdain for a group of bidders led by Barry Diller, rather than data, drove a decision that ended up in 20 years of eroding market share and zero gain in value for what were once prized assets. Redstone's Viacom also bought Blockbuster and CBS, while Diller runs a group of new media firms and acquired Expedia, which disrupted the travel industry. Decisions are made far more frequently by intuition and gut than data. As mentioned several times, only 30% of decisions are primarily based on data. Using data is aspirational, but difficult. In Accenture's 2019 survey, 84% of executives believed that they needed to use data in steering their organizations through future uncertainties, yet 76% struggled to do so. Deloitte in 2018 found that 90% of executives believe in the need to leverage data and information, yet 67% were uncomfortable using data. It is easy to use your gut and intuition. In a way, it is just as easy to over-rely on data, to automate decisions, and fall back on blaming technology if something goes wrong. What's most difficult, particularly as the world transforms around you and people are waiting for what comes next, is to step back and consider what the data tells you. It is a natural inclination to make snap judgments, or even to procrastinate too long over the numbers. There are so many societal expectations pressuring for the use of judgment and fear around the lack of understanding around data. The last chapter talked about the importance of having a data strategy and governance, or guardrails and processes, as well as an organizational structure needed in order to use data properly in decision-making. Many of these were echoed in IDC's Winter 2019 survey on decision-making. In the research, IDC asked questions about how organizations make decisions and the benefits of data, as well as the hurdles to become a data-driven organization. The main challenges, which you can see in Figure 19.1, came in 3 buckets. 1. Organization, leadership and organizational culture that continues to use intuition and gut. 2. Technology, data strategy, including factors like legacy integration, investments, and data quality needed to make data-driven decisions. And 3. Skills, analytic skill set, which encompass business and technology skills to understand and use data in decisions. Figure 19.1. A bar chart of the 8 main challenges businesses face in becoming data-driven in decision-making, organized into 3 categories: management that relies on intuition or guts, 30%, lack of leadership support, 27%, and data or facts not supported by the organization, 27%, are categorized as organization. Legacy integration, 28%, requires too much investment, 34%, and needed technology framework, 34%, are categorized as technology. Data quality, 35%, and IT and business analytical skills, 34%, are categorized as skills. Caption: 3 main categories of challenges for data-driven decision-making. Source: IDC. All companies face these challenges in a relatively similar magnitude, as you can see in Figure 19.2. Figure 19.2. A simple bar chart on the challenges experienced by organizations in data-driven decision-making. From the most frequently mentioned challenges to the least mentioned, the chart reads: lack of analytical expertise or skills, 35%. Investments required to improve base IT systems, 34%. Data quality not sufficient for decision-making, 33%. Management too dependent on judgment or guts, 33%. Conflicting priorities, 30%. Legacy systems with data silos, 28%. And cultural resistance to data-based decision-making, 27%. Caption: results when asked, what key challenges do you face? Source: IDC. Skills, for example, was the challenge identified by the most firms, 35% of those surveyed, slightly more than financial investment, and the third most mentioned challenge at 33%, data quality. While the number 5 hurdle, competing priorities, was mentioned by 30% of those surveyed. IDC's survey results show a narrow range, indicating most firms go through similar difficulties in shifting towards a more data-driven decision-making culture. Significant differences are more apparent when you begin separating best-in-class organizations from those ranked at or below par, as well as those that are regular users of AI versus those who have yet to adopt advanced analytic technologies. Just take a look at Figures 19.3 and 19.4. Figure 19.3. A line graph comparing the challenges of data-driven decision-making experienced by organizations not currently using analytics and those that have already adopted analytics. For the most part, those not using analytics are very challenged compared to those using analytics in areas such as the lack of skills, 51% to 24%, the quality of their data, 48% to 31%, and management over dependence of intuition for decisions, 45% to 27%. Users of analytics said they are more challenged in areas such as investment required and conflicting priorities, indicating that these factors will become problematic for organizations considering adopting AI and analytics. Caption: separating AI users from non-AI users. Source: IDC. Figure 19.4. A line chart comparing the challenges of data-driven decision-making in best-in-class firms and those that exceed their peers in the ability to use data in decision-making. The firms that are best in class do not necessarily experience the same challenges as others, as they appear to have figured out the required skills, with only 7% responding that this is a problem, and data quality, which 11% identified as a challenge. For firms that exceed their peers, the skills gap in data positions is the most frequent challenge, while the other factors were identified by less than 30% of respondents. Caption: separating those who see high ROI. Source: IDC. As you move further from those businesses that use data and AI to drive decisions, factors such as legacy integration begin to fade or be resolved, from 30% range for low use of data and AI to under 20%. Organizations begin to address these challenges and they become part of the solution, not part of the problem. Culture also becomes less of a roadblock as organizations begin to use data and AI systematically, and for those that drive high ROI from their analytics-based initiatives. Almost half of the AI users cite a continued dependence on intuition by management, while only 20% of those businesses driving a high, 25% or more ROI from data and analytics see this as a roadblock to data-driven decision-making. This is partly a chicken and egg equation. Management needs to believe data will drive better returns before a company makes investments and begins what could be a long road towards shifting to a more data-driven culture. But once there is buy-in and methodical progress made on areas such as IT infrastructure, these hurdles begin to ease and are no longer roadblocks. They still exist as hurdles for improvement, though. Data quality and skills are two examples. These two factors remain key challenges regardless of industry size and maturity, as seen in Figures 19.5 and 19.6. Figure 19.5. A bar chart showing the responses from organizations, organized by industries, that see data quality as a challenge to becoming data-driven. The responses are as follows. Retail, 30%. Transportation, 50%. Manufacturing, 38%. Healthcare, 31%. And financial, 23%. Caption. Overall that see data quality as a challenge to becoming data-driven by industry. Source, IDC. Figure 19.6. A bar chart showing the responses from organizations, organized by industries, that see business and technical skills as a challenge to becoming data-driven. The responses are as follows. Retail, 26%. Transportation, 50%. Manufacturing, 38%. Healthcare, 62%. And financial, 36%. Caption. Overall that see business and technical skills as a challenge to becoming data-driven by industry. Source, IDC. The difference is perspective. These factors are almost insurmountable for companies that are skewed towards gut and intuition. For those that exceed their peers or are best in class, the lack of skills and data quality issues are factors that slow their progress and are key in their ability to drive even more value from data. Expectations grow, said Steve Irvine, president of Integrate.ai. Firms see early returns on the use of AI and data, but struggle taking the next step. For these firms, it is less about the cost, which they see as an investment, or management that drives the data agenda, and more about the capabilities needed to serve its customers and compete in the market. On the search for perfection. You are never going to have perfect data. The longer you have been in operation, the more lines of business you have, and the larger the customer base, the more data quality issues you will have. The previous chapter talked about some of the issues firms face, such as duplicate records and gaps in information, and the approaches companies in the banking and retail space are taking to improve data quality. The bigger challenge for most is figuring out what data to capture and how to use it. It is early in the big data age, and it is easy just to capture and save everything. Storage is cheap. The cost of setting up a data lake or expanding into the cloud is 90% less expensive than it was a decade ago. But management cost keeps climbing, as do the privacy and security risks as storage increases without any guardrails. Part of the data strategy outlined in Chapter 18 is determining the minimal amount, quantity, and quality of data needed to effectively answer pressing questions, make critical decisions, and grow your business. There are, of course, other hurdles to becoming a data-driven organization. Skills are high up there. These include some of the technical roles mentioned in the last chapter, such as data architects and data scientists. Data-based skills, along with security roles, are some of the most in-demand and highest-paying roles in the industry today. There is also a major skills gap in analytics, with demand far outstripping supply. Business analytics skills are also one of the few in the technical area that are integral to roles outside of IT, as companies look to hire more marketing, HR, and supply chain personnel that are comfortable with data and strong in analytics. This is the right direction, of course, and helps lead to data-driven decision-making. It is also a challenge when everyone is recruiting and competing for people with similar skill sets. Companies like Ford Motors and Intuit are leveraging their training and education arms to upskill employees on the value and application of data and how to use reporting tools. Thomson Reuters even moved its worldwide headquarters to Toronto in 2018 in its search for talent. The city has massive AI resources, which Thomson Reuters anticipates leveraging to create a foundation to forward a corporate strategy that revolves around data. These organizations have set up academies and provide classroom-based and online training. The academy model facilitates specific, just-in-time training, enabling employees to have the skills required for their role or a project that they are working on. These businesses also continuously improve their education and complement training with coaching and mentoring to reinforce data-driven decision-making. Part of training and education is identifying data champions who can translate and connect information technology to the business and help convert data into insight. Chapter 16 highlights how sports teams are able to deliver the message to players of how data can improve performance. An additional approach to skills is providing tools that allow users the ability to get fact-based answers to their questions. Chapter 18 discussed the importance of enabling employees to work with data. Land O'Lakes calls it farming for data, while other organizations such as NBC Universal and U.S. and Canadian federal governments have invested in easy-to-use tools that make storytelling with data easier. The most critical step a firm can take in advancing the knowledge and use of data in decision-making is for organizational culture to be more collaborative. It is one thing to promote the use of data or put it on a slide in the investor presentation, but it is far more impactful to actively encourage acceptance and curiosity. My research over the past few years has dug deep into how organizations are approaching, including doing nothing, industry disruption and transformation. Innovation, driven by data, is the most powerful strategy to change the rules of the game, but is impossible unless you are working in an environment of sharing and collaboration. Inclusion, as well as diversity, are driving creativity, different ways of viewing and solving problems, and better outcomes. They are also instrumental to innovation and proven factors to drive a more productive organization, along with a gateway to building a culture of experimentation, learning, and collaboration. The shift to a more collaborative culture is potentially the most important component and outcome of the data-driven decision-making approach. Changing the paradigm from individual to institutional to societal beliefs. The three main challenges discussed earlier in this chapter, organizational, technical, and skill-based, provide one part of the story. They are objective, driven from IDC's decision-making survey of over 300 business leaders. The interviews conducted for this book went further and provide a deeper layer to the challenges of shifting towards data-driven decision-making. These obstacles revolve around a combination of individual, institutional, and societal factors. Many of the challenges that are highlighted are interrelated and cut across the spectrum, from individual learning styles to societal norms. While recommendations are provided, the most important thing to keep in mind is to try to be aware and accountable of these factors, particularly around decision-making bias. Recognition and sensitivity are the first steps in addressing many of these challenges and ultimately making better decisions. Individual. There are institutional or corporate and societal headwinds to data-driven decision-making, but it starts with the individual decision-maker. Most people base their decisions on intuition and their personal experiences. It is easier to use our gut and, in many ways, more natural. While we are brought up in school to learn to believe in fact-based research, many of us graduate to the world of business where personal relationships, personality, and charisma mean more than facts. I am a white male in my 50s. This also describes the average senior executive at larger corporations. Those who have the power of decision are like me. My generation and those who came before me, which would be my boss, the typical board member who is also white, male, and 67 years old on average, grew up in a time where technology was nascent. I did not even have a computer in my first job, which was in the financial services industry, which, along with government, engineering, and scientific fields, had the highest reliance on technology and data in the 80s. The first computers we saw, though, were personal productivity tools, just as typewriters and calculators had been before. There wasn't a lot of data. Storage was too expensive and limited. But there was the library where I went to create lists of prospective businesses using the prior year's Scott's directory. Jack Welch wrote in his book, Winning, "Sometimes making a decision is hard not because it is unpopular, but because it comes from the gut and defies a technical rationale. Much has been written about the mystery of gut, but it's really just pattern recognition, isn't it? You've seen something so many times, you just know what's going on this time. The facts may be incomplete or the data limited, but the situation feels very, very familiar to you." A lot has changed since 2001 when Welch published Jack, Straight from the Gut, followed by Winning, or when Steve Jobs addressed Stanford students about the value of intuition in deciding careers. The 80s and 90s were a relative wasteland of information. Today, when people enter the workforce, they expect access to technology and lots of data on customers, key metrics, and trends. My research has found a difference between millennials and the average executive in their 50s and 60s in the trust and belief that human decision-making is overwhelmingly superior to machines. Millennials, the new workforce, not only learned about fact-based research in school, but that technology, tools such as the internet and smartphones, are always accessible. While 70% of current executives are uneasy with data, millennials, the generation waiting in the wings to be the next corporate leaders, are much more comfortable with data and technology. Executive management isn't going anywhere fast, though. Until there is a generational turnover, decisions are likely to continue to rely more on intuition, and data will remain pigeonholed in backing decisions that have already been made in the corner office. These executives have moved up the ranks during a time where intuition and gut reigned. Through the long term, they have built relationships and had their fair share of good timing. 1 in 5 corporate executives IDC surveyed believes themselves to be best in class in their use of data in decisions, and over half rank themselves above par, as shown in Figure 19.7. Figure 19.7, a stacked bar chart that shows how CEOs rate themselves in their ability to make data-driven decisions. They can rate themselves as well below their peers, below peers, comparable with peers, above peers, and superior to peers. The highlighted portion of the bar chart showing that a third of CEOs rate themselves as above peers, 33%, or superior to peers, 19%, in data-driven decision-making. Caption: CEOs on comparison. Source: IDC. Yet, when respondents were asked, these executives said that they use mostly intuition and gut when making the call in areas such as annual strategic plans, 51% of decisions made mostly or completely by intuition, and deciding to enter new markets, only 26% of which mostly or completely use data. Whether it is the lack of good data or discounting the facts, overconfidence leads people to misinterpret signs of change, fail to consider what data could potentially tell them, or, at the very least, what risks remain to be uncovered. Overconfidence is the most prevalent and dangerous influence or bias in decision-making. There is a disconnect, a long bridge between overconfidence and effectively using data. Business leaders need to create an environment of inclusivity and collaboration, and need to be open to the facts and listening to other voices when making decisions. Yet, decisions are made by individuals who believe they have seen this situation before and know how it will play out, without acknowledging their limited local view. Many decision-makers believe they are infallible, the masters of the universe, or in other words, arrogant. The business world is rapidly changing, but leadership and the control they have over decisions, though, is not keeping up. To make the shift to data-driven decision-making, executives need to surround themselves with different perspectives, people who look at things with a different lens and are the voice for growth and not necessarily the status quo. Executives should be deliberate about listening to other opinions by joining advisory groups, becoming a mentor, and meeting with customers. Talking to coworkers from different backgrounds and hiring for diversity may take breaking out of individual comfort zones. Teams also have a comfort zone that centers on similar backgrounds, such as gender or race. Management teams and boards are no different and increasingly more homogeneous as you move up in the workplace hierarchy. Teams made up of similar people are super confident about their decisions, even though groups with little diversity are shown to use less data in decisions and are intolerant of disagreement or other points of view. Groups of similar people tend to view conversations as a potential source of conflict that can breed negative emotions, and it is these emotions that can blind people to diversity's upsides. New ideas can emerge, individuals can learn from one another, and they may discover the solution to a problem in the process, said Catherine Phillips, an associate professor of management and organizations at the Kellogg School of Management. It's kind of surprising how difficult it is for people to actually see the benefit of the conversations they are having in a diverse setting. The answer, of course, would be to force change by replacing management that relies too much on intuition and making decisions by the seat of their pants with individuals who are fact-based, curious, and have an appreciation of the big data age. Before you get too far ahead of yourselves, I realize this isn't a snap of the fingers kind of thing, but it does happen. It may not be individuals or management, but those who are watching the watchers, the big money investors who believe in big data. Institutional investors, shareholder activists, some of which may come from teams less diverse than their corporate targets, won't have the patience for declines in market share, misaligned strategies that fail far short of expectations, and poor management. The Canadian Pacific, or CP, 2012 proxy battle, revolving around the makeup of the firm's board and inclusion of more independent candidates, is a case in point. The battle was initiated by hedge fund Pershing Square and centered on poor decision-making and misguided metrics that failed to address CP's declining market share. The proxy battle led to a change in management, followed by 5 straight years of double-digit growth and increased capitalization of over 400%. The CP case is a rarity. Most executives are hired by individuals similar to them, characteristically from a generation that is self-described as uncomfortable with data and analytics. Members of this club know one another, like one another, and are loyal to one another. Generally speaking, people would prefer to spend time with others who agree with them rather than disagree with them, said Katie Lindquist, an assistant professor at Brigham Young University. Lillian Quest's research found that groups of similar people are more confident in their decisions, even though their ideas are often wrong. They come out of these groups really confident that everybody agreed when in fact not everybody agreed. There were new ideas and different opinions that never got discussed in the group. If the board consists of the same set of backgrounds that rise to the role of CEO, you have a problem. Diversity drives openness, but when the typical corporate board is white, 80%, male, 86%, and not quite young, average age of 67, you are not going to be introducing a lot of new kinds of people in the near future. This will need to change before there are any significant advances in the way decisions are made. CP Rail got into its proxy battle mess because of this. Its CEO at the time, Fred Green, was later criticized for poor customer ratings and being late on many of the industry trends, even though time after time he had received unwavering support from the CP board. Pershing's CEO, Bill Ackerman, described the start of the proxy battle for Bloomberg News. Before we made our presentation, Mr. Cleghorn, CP's chair, said, "I've spoken to the board and want you to know we're 100% behind Fred. I couldn't believe the board made its decision before hearing our case." A few months later, just prior to the meeting to decide management changes, John Cleghorn wrote to shareholders that, quote, "I would like to extend our appreciation to Fred and his management team for aggressively and successfully implementing our multi-year plan and creating superior value for our shareholders." End quote. At the time, CP's key metrics were the worst in the industry, and its stock had fallen 10% in the past fiscal year. It is not easy. Data can get overwhelming, and AI is complex. Some executives would rather continue to use intuition than face the cost, complexity, and the speed of change. Executives have a belief in themselves that only they can maneuver a firm through the disruption our industry is facing, says Angus Frame, Senior Vice President of Digital at Torstar. But the executive ranks will change. As society, including a drive from regulators and exchanges such as NASDAQ and New York Stock Exchange pushing for inclusion and fair representation, evolves towards more openness and diversity. The new generation who grew up in the big data era will be ready to make the big decisions. It is one thing not to notice the changes happening in your industry. Sometimes it is subtle, like the gradual decline in television ratings for football. Other times it is full-on disruption, like the Amazon effect. It is still another thing, though, to disregard data and not notice the shift we are witnessing in decision-making. Without data, you are lost and unable to set objectives, let alone know how to measure them. The longer it takes for the ranks to change, the more firms risk becoming out of touch with reality and overtaken by competitors. Institutional. The most challenging aspect in data-driven decision-making may be that the businesses that truly need to change, the ones that will need to make some very difficult choices to survive, will not even look at the data that is available to them. Many decision-makers do not consider other possibilities or options, but use data to justify and validate decisions that, for the most part, have already been made. Data is frequently left off the table when scenario planning or providing direction. Decision-makers often use their intuition or gut, which may take their corporation in the wrong direction. The challenges of building a foundation around data begins with individual decision-makers, but quickly moves into the organization itself and its values, ethics, and leadership. The distrust of technology, coupled with individual overconfidence, can easily pull decision-making towards the unknown and towards a path dangerously away from fact-based decision-making. Furthermore, decision-making is typically concentrated in a handful of individuals within each firm. A business may employ thousands of people, but the prospects of the company usually hinge on the decisions of half a dozen to a dozen executives. Management can be a barrier to data-driven decision-making. In reverse, leaders can also be the answer. It starts with trust of data, but leadership can remove the barriers that exist to data-driven decision-making, such as technology, investments, collaboration, and sharing of data, and establish a decision-making structure. Corporate executives can align compensation and rewards to data-driven decision-making by setting up proper key performance indicators, or KPIs, and ensuring the use of data is meant for good and not what could potentially harm society. Management also needs to 1. Set the tone for values and ethics, and what is acceptable and unacceptable, particularly around the use of AI and decisions that may be influenced by bias. 2. Establish the mindset that data is an asset that has value, particularly if used to create better customer engagement, but that data also has to be protected and used properly. And 3. Provide the tools and runway to turn data into insight and then into action. People don't always like change and may feel threatened. While I have talked a lot about technology, the shift to data-driven decision-making is mostly a people challenge. The shift, like most things, starts at the top, but the journey can be accelerated with a workforce and compensation system tied to data and innovation, following good data management practices, and focusing our decisions on what is best for the institution and society. Societal. Societal values and norms also have a big influence on decision-making. Technology has, throughout history, pushed the boundaries of what people are capable of and comfortable with. This is especially true today, where change and uncertainty are constant. Technology is a dominant force in our lives. Digital technologies that were not in existence even 5 or 10 years ago have swiftly woven into how we define ourselves. Yet no matter what services we sign up for online or the data we share with the cable company or Uber, there's a growing feeling of distrust in technology. The relationships we have with businesses are feeling very one way, focused strongly on them selling us more instead of understanding what we want to buy. It's two sides of the same coin, but it's very different, said Steve Irvine, president of Toronto-based Integrate.ai. There are an increasing number of people speaking out about the negative outcomes of technology and the inappropriate use of data, such as the impact artificial intelligence will potentially have on jobs. As a society, we are worried about the misuse of data and the mistakes, even disasters, such as the automated software problems of the Boeing 737-800. The arguments around ethics and bias are on target, yet the debate around control and trust point more to frustration and anxiety around finding the right mix of data, technology, and the human touch. This automatically feeds into decision-making. A case in point is public safety and legal systems where there have been fits and starts in integrating analytics into the sentencing phase of criminal prosecution. "We are so far behind," stated Ann Milgram, former Attorney General for the state of New Jersey. "There are no rules for collecting data. Local jurisdictions do it their own way, if at all, and police, prosecutors, and courts all do it differently. We are trying to change this." Milgram works with New York University and the Arnold Foundation, a nonprofit focused on criminal justice system reform. The foundation developed a risk assessment tool for New Jersey to restructure the state's bail system and reduce the jail population. "We need to take in factors that judges already consider, like prior criminal records, and if the crime was violent, and then give that information to the judge who makes the decision," says Milgram in describing this system. "The data is critical, and having more objective measures is critical. Judges still tell me that I know better, my gut is better," she continues. "When you show a judge that while they want one thing to happen, low-risk people provided bail, yet the exact opposite is taking place, that changes the entire conversation. This is about data plus gut." Society should be concerned about the mistakes that can be made with data, but a system that is built on intuition and experience is prone to even greater error. There is a societal tension between facts and instincts. The conflict is rooted in those who believe personality and the art of the deal means more than data, and that teams made of individuals with similar backgrounds are better for decisions than diversity. On the other side of the debate are those who use data to understand the problems and approaches to developing solutions. The argument about the need for certain vaccinations and that climate change is of no major concern receive a disproportionate amount of attention, yet, over time, have had a major influence on societal beliefs. Ultimately, financial concerns may sway decisions. In early 2019, the Bank of England estimated that potential financial impact of rising temperatures and extreme weather at close to $20 trillion. This led to the UN forming a group of bankers and insurers to create a task force to better understand the financial risks of climate change. "Companies that don't adapt will go bankrupt, without question," says Bank of England's Mark Carney. The world where temperatures keep climbing, land becomes unfertile, or where automation drives wide-scale unemployment and social unrest is not good for business. Decisions on these issues need to be made with facts and not unsubstantiated opinions. CEO of Morgan Stanley James Gorman, who joined Carney and others on the UN task force, tweeted, quote, "If we don't have a planet, we're not going to have a very good financial system." End quote. The makeup of the board and senior management is emblematic of the divide that exists between data and intuition-driven people. Quick and assertive decision-making is viewed as strong, confident, decisive, traits that we as a population seek out in our leaders. These individuals, though, frequently over-rely on their intuition and judgment, which can lead them to the wrong decision, including doing nothing when your market is at the tipping point of change. Data, on the other hand, is frequently viewed as the domain of the scientist and geeks. "The stats guys have never played the game," says Kyle Dubas, general manager of the Toronto Maple Leafs. "I hear that all the time. It is true, but the stats guys don't just have a pair of eyes or a fading memory of players from 5, 10, or 20 years ago. We have data. This chasm will inhibit some from sensing market changes, quantifying the opportunities, pivoting at the right time, or selling when others are buying. Left to their own devices, the leaders that push the hardest defend their business unit revenue to sacrifice spending in areas that may very well lead to the next Netflix or Amazon, will typically have the will and political power to move their agendas through. This battle, though, goes well beyond the boardroom and into society as a whole. Science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM skills, are in heavy demand and provide stable employment and high-paying salaries. Yet, university enrollment in STEM programs is not keeping pace with the demands of the market. For example, fewer than 10% of Canadian high school students see STEM as a potential profession, down from over 15% at the turn of the century. While these skills command twice the salary of middle management, we do not quite trust or value or put them even close to the same level as a leader who says, "Don't look at the numbers." The gulf that exists will not close near enough for many businesses. While decisiveness and confidence are great, so is objectivity and reflection, as well as imagination, creativity, and diversity. Balance is the key. Not everyone realizes this or will appreciate it in time, but for those who get it right, the future is theirs. Acknowledging and understanding bias. Equally contentious as overconfidence and trust is the matter of bias. We want decision-making to be fair, for equal representation to be incorporated in credit approvals by banks and early screening for Alzheimer's. Bias is critically important to decision-making and use of advanced analytics. Bias is real. There is an inherent bias in the data collected, the decision support systems that are designed, and ultimately the automation of decisions in areas such as hiring, compensation, citizen services, justice, and healthcare. There is also bias in decisions that are made based on intuition, judgment, and gut. Technology neither adds to nor removes the bias. These decisions will remain to be shaped by the human hand and mind. Yet, it is impossible to remove the bias since it is inherent in the systems that have evolved in the decades that have preceded today's digital age. The inequality, underrepresentation, or overrepresentation of certain individuals and groups are built into what are mostly manual processes and decisions that are made with the use of intuition. Bias can be introduced, no doubt, says Steve Irvine. Sometimes it can be very overt. Let's say you are a bank and you have 50 years of historical data. You've been giving out loans, and it is likely for at least some number of those years that loan approvals are biased against women and underrepresented minorities. If you don't adjust for that bias in your algorithm, it will pick up that pattern and will perpetuate that bias. As a society, we are rightly concerned about the influence bias has on decisions. The alternative is to refuse to use data and make decisions subjectively based on instinct. In this world, you won't be able to really measure success or understand signs for improvement. The reality is that more and more data and analytics technology will be used in decision-making in the future. We are working from an imperfect system, created with institutional data skewed towards gender, age, race, and income. The objective should not be to drive all the bias out of the data with every last inch of effort. Yes, it is important to extend more care and attention, particularly in creating decision support algorithms. But the real issue is repairing and improving the existing systems revolving around the rights and freedoms of people in criminal justice, healthcare, security and privacy, and education. Our juvenile system has 98% minorities, reflects Milgram. That can't be right. Policing is an example of a segment where there has been a significant public outcry on the use of tools such as Google's facial recognition and Clearview AI that matches crime and identifies potential suspects using social media pictures. Cities such as San Francisco, Oakland, and Boston have had to walk back on initial attempts to use technology to connect suspects to crimes. New York City has taken a slightly different approach by explaining the details of the data and the algorithms used to build its patternizer. 2 civilian data officers of the New York Police Department, or NYPD, published these details for the world to see in the February 2019 edition of Informs, Journal on Applied Analytics. The patternizer leverages a database of crimes committed across the 5 boroughs. Most precincts have a limited local view. 10 years' worth of burglaries, assaults, and grand larcenies are matched against the 600 complaints received weekly by the NYPD. The system was not designed with technologies such as facial recognition and eliminate overrepresentation from various groups by excluding race and gender. Patternizer looks for tendencies, relationships in location, type of offense, and close to 100 other markers. Furthermore, the system informs and supports the officers assigned to the case. It's human decisions, says NYPD's Assistant Commissioner of Data Analytics, Evan Levine. We wanted to make sure the algorithm didn't make any decisions on its own. For us, it's very important, because when we do determine something is a pattern, we do take operational actions based on that. Fairness and transparency are something we started thinking about from day one. Finding patterns helps the police connect evidence from different crimes, making it easier to identify and arrest lawbreakers. The NYPD has received praise for its transparency, as well as its fair share of criticism from civil libertarian advocates. The New York Civil Liberties Union, or NYCLU, is concerned that because Patternizer works off historical records, the data might reflect the past bias of police officers and of society as a whole, according to the NYCLU's lead policy counsel, Michael Sasitsky. It's good that the NYPD did its own study and released a report into how they were dealing with and trying to account for bias in the use of the tool. We're not looking to prevent the NYPD from using tools that work, but it's important that there be independent oversight and accountability to ensure the tools are being used for purposes that the NYPD is saying they are being used for, Sasitsky said. Data can also inform the argument around bias, identify the inaccuracies built into the system, and ultimately help people make the right decision. Milgram provides an example of a system she is working on for the state bail requirements. Judges want high-risk individuals in jail to wait on court cases and low-risk people to be with their families, go to school, or work. What happens with the current system is that 90% of those declined bail are low risk, while 50% of the high-risk individuals who have the means and know the system are let free. Milgram has helped bring this data, along with a system built on prior conviction history, elements of violence, and other factors, to provide judges a different way of making bail decisions. This has helped reduce the jail population in Indiana by over 30%. Gut plus data works, says Milgram. The judges still make the decision, but the data is working to solve a problem that human bias has created. The deck may be stacked against technology, and it will take time to demonstrate the value of data-driven decisions. There will be little room for error with tech. It is held to a near-perfect expectation, but due to the quality of the data and human involvement in the design, it will not always lead to the right or correct decision. Executives cannot shy away from bias. While realizing its presence and understanding the influence bias can have on decisions, leaders can minimize the negative impact by 1. Understanding the objective of reducing bias, why addressing social good and corporate values are good for business, and the need to be part of the decision-making criteria. 2. Reviewing historical data sets for accuracy, completeness, and diversity. 3. Reviewing decision-making systems for bias, checking algorithmic design, logic, assumptions, modeling technique, and coding errors. 4. Ensuring the bias risk meets corporate risk tolerance. 5. Hiring programmers and data scientists for diversity and ensuring they have the appropriate training in values and ethics. 6. Educating the workforce. And 7. Continuing to evolve analytics and decision-making tools. No system is perfect, and those who are public-facing need to live up to a higher standard. Finally, organizations need to adopt proper governance practices that will help guide their use of AI in decision-making. Major principles of governance include multi-layer oversight culminating with an executive steering team, as well as support from academics, legal, and experts in social values and ethics. A key goal around data-driven decision-making is ensuring the process is reliable, explainable, and not hidden in a black box. Like the individual and institutional issues I touched on before, it takes time for societal values to shift. Technology and the world of data grow at a much faster pace than our ability to keep up. For example, the line between privacy and the perceived value we get from sharing of personal information continues to blur. Over the past few years, though, That line had been continuously crossed with a series of breaches, spam calls and emails, abuse of media channels by special interests, and those who wish to harm our society. Technology firms have been intrusive and downright creepy. How does Google know I was thinking of getting a second dog? Yet, data is critical in creating engaging services, smarter cities, and better government, let alone better decisions. Collecting data comes at a cost of technology and effort around proper governance. The limit of the public's patience continues to wear thinner. Ultimately, society on its own will be its own best barometer to what is acceptable and what is unacceptable for decision-makers. Decision-making needs to be reconstructed with a multi-stakeholder governance structure. The key is awareness. Look to higher for inclusion, which helps in the development of unbiased, automated decision-making tools, instills the belief in healthy debate, and has shown to improve corporate productivity and the longevity of an organization. We as individuals have a responsibility to question data along with questioning our own judgment in making decisions. As decisions shift more towards data and analytics, we have to hold ourselves to a higher standard. Decision makers need to use diversity and a moral compass, the human part of the equation, to inform their decisions, just as they use data to make better decisions. The path forward. The rebalancing of intuition and data is part of more extensive changes in society. Advances in technology, such as artificial intelligence, are just some of the many forces that are shaping the 21st century. Business has never been more interconnected to issues like social justice and the environment, just to name two. Data, of course, has a role across the spectrum, leading to better business decisions that can also be the right decisions for society as a whole. Business leaders must bring this mindset to the forefront as they anticipate the disruption of their respective industries and transform their organizations to serve their customers better. Corporate executives should seek out and welcome the responsibility for leading change. Earlier, I said that running a business on gut and instinct simply won't cut it. In the future, it will be just as unthinkable to lead without collaboration, inclusivity, and corporate social responsibility. It will take time to make this shift, just as it will for data-driven decision-making. It will also take awareness of our limitations around bias and groupthink, and a realization that outside voices are not a threat, but an opportunity to listen and learn. These steps have little to do with data, but without data, we will be moving forward without direction. Key takeaways. 1. Turn challenges to your advantage. Best-in-class organizations are able to address key challenges, such as legacy and culture, enabling better decision-making. 2. Just-in-time data training. Companies such as Ford and Thomson Reuters provide relevant data education based on project assignment and a person's role. 3. Listen to different voices. A shift towards a data-driven culture needs collaboration and a different lens. Today's leaders dedicate the time and attention to understand diverse points of view. A few last thoughts on data and decision-making. Welcome to the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Our time is being shaped by digital technology, in particular cloud computing, Internet of Things or connected devices, and analytics. In our digital age, data is at the heart of innovation, driving many of the changes we are witnessing in business and society as a whole. Data is the foundation of billion-dollar enterprises such as Facebook, Google, and Uber. Data has heralded moonshots and is at the core of wide-scale productivity improvements and operational efficiencies. In the same vein, the lack of data, ignoring the facts, or the failure to use data to better understand the shift digital is bringing has led to the downfall of second and third industrial revolution behemoths, such as Sears and Kodak. There are problems with the way organizations make decisions. There is an over-reliance on instinct and blind faith. Decisions come from the top down and do not give a voice to people with different backgrounds and views of things. Often when data is used, it is out of date, has gaps, or used to back decisions that have already been made. There is too much at stake to continue to use data the way it has been for the past 25 or 50 years. Digital disruption is quickly changing the rules of business, what creates value, and drives new barriers to entry until industry lines blur and the past becomes unrecognizable. There is also going to be more data coming down the pipe, and different kinds of data far removed from the spreadsheet of the 90s and click counts of the past decade. Today's data doesn't end with what was purchased, but now extends to the experience customers have with products and services. There is real-time information that is used for traffic management, spot pricing for hotels, and U.S. politicians to hone their pitch as they walk up to the front door to ask for your vote in November. There is still a way to go before data-driven decision-making becomes the norm in every boardroom. As we have seen in the past, the advances of technologies will move at a much faster pace than our capabilities to understand and use them. This is the case with data and decision-making. It is a shift and a rebalance that will take a while. At times, the balance between intuition and data will seem more difficult to reach, but is necessary to succeed in the disruptive digital economy. This book advocates for the use of data. The advantages are clear. 1. To guide and provide a more informed decision. 2. The ability to account for risk and consider the alternatives. 3. To see things that may not have been as obvious before. And 4. To create innovation and barriers to competition. Intuition will continue to shape decisions. Data and intuition are not mutually exclusive. Creativity, vision, and human touch remain critical. Using data starts with what the organizational mission and values are, two things where judgment and experience cannot be replaced by data. Data cannot lead strategy, but instead helps answer questions critical to business plans and addressing challenges we are experiencing. But intuition currently has an unbalanced role in decisions, and data is not used quite enough. This will change, and the individuals who rely on instinct and thinking they have seen this situation before, or are better decision makers than anyone else, will be at a larger and larger disadvantage to those who use data to inform their decisions. Ultimately, though, whether the global data sphere expands by 300% in the next 3 years, or AI finds the cure for cancer, decisions will still be very human-driven. With all this technology, decision-making will be centered on people, building the culture of curiosity and collaboration, and motivating the workforce to act on the decisions that are made. You cannot force decision-makers to use data, nor can you guarantee them that if they do, they will see the outcomes they are looking for. But once an organization begins to believe and use data, refocusing the lens to the future and not just the past, and leveraging the value of direct connections to customers to build better services and products, the better their chances will be to become best-in-class organizations. This book also outlines other key elements in organizations becoming data-driven, such as aligning data strategy with the overall business strategy and an approach to technology that integrates legacy and newer real-time data. There are other factors at play that will shape the future of decision-making. There is the trust we put in leadership to make good decisions, when it is clear that their self-confidence and intuition is driving the agenda. This is in deep contrast with our misgivings and discomfort with technology, facts, and science. There is tension between personal privacy and commercial interests. The abuse of personal data and security breaches have made it obvious that the promise of better services and personalization without sacrificing privacy is not working any longer. The best combination is a balance between privacy and commercial interests, leadership by strong-willed individuals who use facts, and between intuition and data. For example, baseball scouts are known for their years of experience in the game and their sense to spot talent, which are definitely data points. Teams such as the Yankees and Red Sox have shown that combining analytics with the human factor increases the success on the field by 10 to 15%. Those are pretty good odds. The best way to make decisions is to use both data and instinct. We are not replacing the human touch in decisions, but when we use technology, we make better decisions. We need to let data play its role. As I started this book, I asked, Who wouldn't use more and better data when making decisions? I will leave the answer to you. It is not easy. The world of data and how people use data to transform businesses and industries will get more complex and unpredictable. The good news is that analytic tools will continue to advance and become easier to use. People will get more comfortable using these tools, get better training, and gain experience in what they are able to do, see, and understand with the data. This will lead to innovation and providing your workforce with the opportunity to maximize their potential. Companies need to continue to strive to consider and weigh data in their decision-making. Organizations can become complacent over time and slide back into an intuition and gut versus data-driven mentality. Leadership commitment is critical. Many companies are talking about massive investments in AI and big data, innovation, and inclusion. These themes fill today's annual reports to shareholders and board meetings. It is important to do what you say, base strategic decisions on data, look at the facts, and not just use analytics as a tagline in press releases. Not doing what you say only reinforces an insular culture that does not question decisions, is slow to move from the status quo, and does not do the right thing, even when the direction they should take is clear. Focus on the problems. The end goal is having data to solve problems, identify gaps, and take advantage of opportunities. The efforts around data analytics need to be hardwired into the overall business strategy of the organization and what the leadership is trying to achieve. Not all problems can be solved by analytics alone. Some will be influenced more by intuition and judgment. Data, though, can be a test bed to consider alternatives, inform judgment, and be a sober yardstick for our intuition. Look at the culture. As with other factors that lead to a data-driven decision-making organization, culture is a matter of balance, fine-tuning, and adjusting to change. A number of organizations were interviewed for this book, including entertainment and broadcasting firms that moved too quickly and too far in data-driven ways in their need or desire to base all of their decisions on data. Culture frequently evolves slowly. In addition, not all of the data needed will be available all at once. There will be a need for investments in technology and capturing data and turning information into insight. There is a lot of work to do, says Reuters President Michael Friedenberg when talking about the firm moving its head office and setting up an analytics base in Toronto. But the moves preceding the announcement reinforced our commitment to data as a path forward. Build a base of people who have the skills. There is a wide variance among organizations in their use and maturity of data-driven decision-making. Some may need the ability to better balance data and intuition, include more facts, or even judgment to their decision-making process. Others may need to build a base of people who have the skill sets and experience using data and capability to create information and drive insight. This includes technical skills in data analytics, data science, and ethics. These skills are some of the most sought after in the marketplace. Companies need to tap into various approaches, including hiring university graduates, leveraging third parties, and training existing IT and business staff. More important will be the decision-making skills among management and executives. Organizations that do not have a history or culture steeped in data may find themselves behind the eight ball from the beginning. While a data mindset can grow over time, the process can be sped up by recruiting management from companies and industries that have a tradition in data-driven decision-making, including financial services, government, like economic development, the military, as well as the startup community. Finally, organizations need to focus on building their capacity to analyze data, draw insight, and create the story. Shift from backward-looking to forward, predictive use of data. The use of data is shifting from being historical to slowly focusing a lens on the future. The past is easier. It is retrospect. What was about to happen seems clear and obvious. The future, not so much. The challenge of not having enough information has become an afterthought in just a few short years. The volume of data we are generating and the accessibility of technology has put the answer of what will happen in many people's hands. The use of data is shifting from being historical to slowly focusing a lens on the future. Best-in-class firms look at historical trends and invest heavily in predictive analytics, gathering more and better data to lower risk and develop strategies to address change and uncertainty. They ask questions such as which customers are most likely to leave us, what the future of transportation looks like, or how will Quibi's new 8-minute video content be received compared to the 25-minute or 55-minute runtime on Netflix. The answer evidently is not well, since Quibi announced in October 2020 that it was closing operations. Firms realize the potential of data to better understand the winds of change and guide them in the right direction, success instead of failure. Have patience. It takes time to become a data-driven organization and for decisions to have an impact. Some of the organizations interviewed, such as RBC, NBC Universal, Thomson Reuters, Land O'Lakes, and the Toronto Maple Leafs, are catching up quickly. Others are far behind, held back by older technologies and ways of thinking. The first steps start with what you have today: the data, the technologies, the processes, and the people. Organizations need to leverage their current environment to answer questions such as customer trends and pricing strategies. This is the low-hanging fruit. The largest effort will focus on the changes in process and decision procedures that organizations need to make. There is too much change and uncertainty in today's business to leave things to chance. We have the data to make better and more certain decisions. Where we don't have the data, it is frequently because we're not asking the right questions, or there is a lack of corporate data strategy that provides direction. What's worse is if competitors or new entrants and startups use data to fundamentally change existing business models. Disruption and data-driven decision-making are linked. The volume of and pace at which data is being created are driving a change in decision-making. The transformation to data-led takes time. It requires investments in technology, a mindset and culture shift, and continuous rebalancing of intuition and data. I said earlier that I could not have written this book 5 years ago. In another 5 years, it may be too late for many organizations that are unable to move away from the status quo in the way they make decisions. 5 years from now, robots won't eliminate most jobs, nor will machine learning have a seat on every corporate board. It will not be all data, but an overlap where data and intuition fold together. There will actually be more weight on the human factor, or PMJ, as personal judgment will be focused on the big decisions that have a lasting impact on business and society. Tomorrow's leaders will turn quickly to data to better understand challenges and create solutions. They will also balance and blend data-driven insight with being open-minded about how decisions impact others. It is this combination, emphasizing data and personal judgment, as well as the ability to act on information, that will be the basis for decision-making moving forward. End credits. Shifting the Balance by Mark Schrutt is published in audio, ebook, and paper form by ECW Press. It is copyrighted by Mark Schrutt as of 2021. The audiobook was narrated by Garrett Goodison and directed by Sandy Bork. Production was done by ECW Press. The production of this audiobook has been funded in part by the Government of Canada.